What's the word, YouTube? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's good, everybody? My bad, little slow start to the day. Anybody know what time that Trump announcement is today? Off the top of your head? I'll look it up. What's good, Venus? Alright, Daph, you're never allowed to accuse anybody of spamming. Calling the kettle black. Nah, I didn't hear about that, DJ. Oh, shit. Man, poor guy. I hope he can. I hope he can afford the health care. We had a whale alert a couple minutes ago from a crypto whale tied to that Trump insider shit that opened up $148 million in longs on BTC, ETH, and HYPE. Right before Trump's announcement. I don't know if he was expecting more of a I don't know if he was expecting more of a reaction or if it's delayed or what. And Ozempic from 1300 to 350. What they need to do is give people free gym memberships. They need to do. Free gym memberships, subsidize the gym with taxpayer money, and really fix the issue instead of just trying to hide it. Take a look at Ether. Got 3 days on those weeklies now. Not much to talk about today's price action. Right, high or low, tiny bit lower than we were expected. We were looking at 1014. Wick down a little bit into that vector. But we'll see if they take this whole vector or if they pop out here. Yeah, they're cheap sample, but people don't go. You got to incentivize that shit. You got to give people a percentage off of their health care or their insurance if they happen to go to the gym 3 times or something. They'd have to like incentivize that shit. Or you could just stab yourself with Ozempic, you know what I mean, and keep eating the way you've been eating. I think I got Discord muted. Let me get Discord in here. Yeah, we're sitting on right about 900 Bitcoin. They keep refilling the level 2, so somebody's trying to catch price. I don't know, guys. The way I feel is either you're going to work out because you have to, or you're going to work out because you want to. But eventually, you're going to work out. Eventually, you're going to end up in the gym. Either it's going to be because your doctor told you you need to take your ass to the gym or you're going to have a heart attack, or you're going to do it beforehand to keep that from happening. But either way, we all going to end up working out. Me unmute Discord. I think they got muted when this shit reset. Hold on. What's going on, YouTube? What's going on, Discord? My bad. I had you guys muted.
Oh, good. What's up, Dbloc? How you feeling today?
Good, good.
What's up?
For this higher lotus stick. Legacy had a pretty weak day today.
Yeah, it definitely did. Not terribly weak, right? Considering I'm sure there's a lot of profits taken.
Well, you had Nvidia, Microsoft had a drop on point. Give me 1 second, fam. All right, I'm back, y'all. YouTube. Dbloc, can you explain for what reason there were TWAP orders today from 105 to 108? Why they disappeared? A couple reasons. I mean, without knowing exactly who set them, it's kind of hard to tell. But usually it's done just to be able to sell a large amount of coin without crashing price, right? By like pushing the orders through in smaller chunks. Um, the thing about TWAP orders are it's not really necessary for them to sell at like that perfect price. What they're trying to do is get off a specific quantity. So either they got off the quantity they wanted and they moved it, or the TWAP orders were set at resistance for bulls. Um, and they spoofed the orders once we weren't able to get up to 105, 108. Kind of hard to tell motivation unless you know the specific sort of actors. Depends, man. Some whales, maybe. Whales get into whale wars, they fight each other. You know, there isn't any real coordination. The only time you have coordination is after big sort of dips when everybody's already ready to accumulate and everybody's trading in one direction. But the problem is with these institutions, you know, they're not all looking for parabolic moves. I mean, some of them are looking for 10% up and then 10% down and then 10% up and then 10% down, and they're just playing the edges. So it's kind of hard to get everybody coordinated. The biggest coordination, in my opinion, comes from the market maker sessions when UK, Asia, and US depend on each other to trade in the same way, same direction. No, WT, I have very clear metrics for when I think the bull market is over, and we're not there yet. I will say that today has been the most bearish, not on time price. I mean, not on time or price, but excuse me, on the rejection on the daily off of that SR. Now it's the weekly candle that needs to close over, but I would have much rather seen this candle pop up above support resistance. So this is a big warning for us right now that we need to pay attention to. We still have 3 days and 23 hours to get back above though. And that demand underneath is still holding it. We go to the weekly, we're dead on the 50. And we've got 3 days to close back above support. Then we can start talking about worrying. Excuse me. If it wasn't for the fact that we did exactly the same thing the 2 prior times before we bumped that more. Now at that point, right? Once we see that rejection, once that weekly candle closes, then I will be de-risking. Because chances are the higher probability play goes on to the rejection and the continuation to the downside. Sailors never cared about 4-year cycle. Sailor just buys.
Yeah, I mean he typically buys the top too, doesn't he? The tops.
Buys everything. He buys when the check clears, no matter what the price is.
Yeah, because he has like it's basically as the stocks fill to a certain level, I believe, right? Or if his price goes up a certain amount, he has a certain amount of investment. That's when he spends it. When it comes into a certain point.
No, Kane. I mean, me. If you're asking me personally, I'm nowhere near. I'm nowhere near even considering the cycle being over. And I don't mean like being over, like, oh, the bear market already. Because even if we were to go into a bear here, right around the time where the cycle should have finished, sure, we got screwed on alt or whatever. But the question of is the cycle over, meaning is it no longer going to repeat? No, I'm way off of that. I haven't seen anywhere near the evidence I would have to see for something like that.
Would you say it would take you at least like a couple of years more of information to qualify that?
I mean, I would need to see a bear market ignored. I would need to see a bear market last way longer than it's supposed to. But the first sign would be at the top of the bull market. A year from that date, we're at the bottom of the bear market. Nobody can tell me shit about the 4-year cycle at that point. Just remember that this is the Bitcoin 4-year cycle. Right? Just because alts in the past have gotten loved and got to take the ride with it, and they didn't this time, doesn't mean the 4-year cycle is broken. It means people's desire to go higher risk was stopped, or people's ability to go higher risk because of funds were stopped. It's all about positioning, right? Then it's like people had very different experiences depending on how they were positioned. Mm. 27 minutes ago, JP Morgan said BTC could reach at least 170K in the next 6 months. Those dudes have no respect for the 4-year cycle.
When did they say?
The next 6 months.
Oh, okay.
6 to 12. So it'll be a year.
This is one of those things, bro. Like BTC 8-9x from the lows. ETH from 750 to all-time highs. Sold from $8 to what, 290, 300 basically. A meme coin season like we've never seen before. An AI agent run that melted faces. Early gaming runs. I mean, it's not like nothing happened. It just didn't happen in the order that, you know what I mean, people would have like, and it didn't spread. It wasn't forgiving, right? That's really the main thing. 2020 bull market was forgiving. If you did a shit job at research and you ended up picking up some shit that you heard about on Twitter and blah blah blah, you were still rewarded with gains. Right? You really had to be a sniper. You had to be very selective about what alts you were holding and when you were holding them. You know, how long you held them for. Like Jasmine. Jasmine is a great example. Jasmine did 17x. But if you didn't sell it, then you're not feeling like you had much of an alt run, even though you 17x on the coin before Bitcoin even ATH. Yeah, XRP. I mean, all the Dino coins that people made fun of, right? The entire market while everybody was trading alts. I mean, we just had Dash go crazy. Hey, Dash. How much of a joke Dash was? Freaking Dash. Zcash.
Okay,
XRPs, XLM's run. Ada's little run, for what it's worth, as short-lived as it was. But yeah, far fell short of expectations, including my own. So far. Exactly, Sinlos. I mean, that's my lesson for the next quantitative tightening cycle. Heavy Bitcoin and only trade coins with high volume that are hot narrative, no matter if you think it's stupid or not. If the volume is there and the narrative is buzzing, jump in, get your money, get out, back more Bitcoin. I was waiting for it to hold here once, but If we lose structure, they're just gonna come grab that vector. Take a look at reserves. Yeah, so it's continued to pump. So we had that little dip yesterday when we got to the top, right, or close to the top of our stablecoin holdings, and it looks like we're putting another high. Remember, as this goes up, risk assets come down. This is sideline dry powder. Let's see how much of it went to banks. This is the active flow of stable coins being sent to banks, or money from banks coming in to create stables, to mint stables. Still on that downtrend. But the flashes that we're getting are way bigger than they were before. Got this candle flashing. It was just sort of like a slow bleed during this whole time. By the way, I know this looks scary, but let me put the chart perspective. We are currently, excuse me, at twice the percentage loss to the banks than we have been. Right, we've had our take profit sort of areas before. It's 0.5%, 0.5%, 0.5%, 0.87. This is as the Genius Act passed. And before that, this was the Genius Act was announced. Massive gap. But my point is, we're used to these sell-offs, and I would expect another 0.6. I would expect for it to continue as we go higher. Right? What you're looking at is people who are satisfied with the gains that they've made during this bull market. Right? Somebody who bought Bitcoin at 15 and is more than happy to take 115 and take his 100K and put it in the bank. But there should be at least 2 more waves of this. Next time we pop up, we'll have another big wave of this. Right? But what I'm looking for is the big money. Right? So the big money is going to borrow money fast. So that money is going to come directly to the bank. And I would imagine it probably comes in after the next rate cut as money gets a little bit cheaper. That's just something we're keeping an eye on. And then this, like I said, is like the wallet. Right? This for the last 2 years has been crypto's dry powder wallet. As price got up to that level, it's been deployed back into the market and we've had our pumps. And then it drains out, right? Then the wallet drains back out, as it's pumping because they're putting it in, and then as they're taking profits, the wallet goes filling back up. And then once the collective crypto wallet's full, get spent again, right? Because when people have excess money, that wealth effect makes you want to take risk. And then the cycle keeps going over and over and over. So we're at that top now. We'll see how much higher it goes, or what exactly happens.
So with that top we were just talking about, do you see it like, do you read it with the same level of risk that you do if you're in if Bitcoin's in price discovery, for example, for when it'll turn over, or is that a little less
You mean on
little
the
less
stables?
risky? Yeah.
Well, yeah, I would expect that. I would expect that as eventually this continues to go up, right? When people take profit completely, bear market is over, stablecoin supply goes up and up. So it would break here and just keep going. But that's what we're watching for, right? Are we gonna have a reaction, or are we gonna break these levels and move into territory where it's like, okay, the amount of stables is getting sort of out of control. Like that's the line that would take us to a double top on the last one. But if we look at the prior cycles, right, we had the same sort of thing. Like those little hiccups up here made for choppiness until the direction was finally chosen and then price went. Like all this choppiness down here gave us the double top. But my point is that every time hitting these tops has given us local bottoms, not local tops. Our tops have come in at the bottoms. And now because the Genius Act passed, we have a new floor. So this yellow line right here is the floor. Came down to that new floor as the Genius Act passed, topped again. And now we're at the point historically where people have deployed stables into the market.
So wait and see.
Yep, a lot of this is going to be a wait and see, man. I'm telling you, this is a conviction test. And there's no right answer. Right? It's literally different for each person. Your level of conviction. If this doesn't meet that sort of metric, then that's your family's money you're playing with. So everybody's got decisions to make.
And would you consider that if the bottom is higher, that potentially this could just be a stop on the way to a higher top in terms of stables?
Yeah,
Or in terms of
it could be a W pattern that sends it to, and the problem is that with the Genius Act, where it's gonna get to the point that we can't use this anymore. I don't see it now. I see it maybe like in a cycle or two. But when that money that's allotted for stables comes into that Genius Act, and people start more regularly using stables to buy Nikes and clothes and movie tickets and order food online and, you know, actual commerce, then yeah, this is going to go up and up and up and up and up. Because what this is counting is what stables are not sitting actively in trades, right? Just straight sideline stables. But that number of sideline stables is going to go way up when $10 trillion comes in. And all those people aren't going to buy crypto, right? Some of them just buying shit online, just shopping. So it's going to get harder to use this at that point.
Right, as a metric correctly for Bitcoin at least.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the money will eventually, the fact that it's in stables already helps us because then people are just one step away. They've already got the stables. All they got to do is decide to buy the coin. But it
yeah, they're
doesn't
only
automatically mean that that's what they're going to do with it, right? So we can't
right.
act deterministically off of the metrics once we get to
And
that point.
while they are only a degree of separation from crypto, as that separation or as that sort of isolation in the crypto chain becomes more open access for regular everyday products, like that's much harder.
Yeah.
Um, Copy that.
Dominant. I mean, just think about what that does to Bitcoin dominance. If we have a $4 trillion market cap and you get $10 trillion in commercial stables coming through, and it's all counted on our market cap, which affects dominance, then Bitcoin dominance would drop like a rock.
Yeah, so we're gonna need to
We're gonna need
either
new
find
metrics
new ranges or new metrics. Yes.
or find a way to isolate those coins that aren't meant for trading, which is going to be impossible. In about 10 years, we'll be telling new traders about how we just used to use stablecoin dominance to know when flows were coming into Bitcoin. Like, you know, we just wait. When this did that, we do this, and then we were good. Like,
I mean,
what you
maybe
call
we'll
it?
have to look at like stables, but on like a master list of exchanges that are explicitly crypto.
Yeah, maybe like trading versus non-trading wallets. Damn, I don't even remember doing this last night, yo. Somebody must have asked me a messed up question that put me on like some high level nerd shit. So this chart right here, right? This will be one of the things that will show traders in 10 years and they will hate us for it. Kind of like the same way when you hear people say that there was Bitcoin faucets and all you had to do was like solve a CAPTCHA and get a couple quarter of a Bitcoin, half a Bitcoin every time you did it. So our inverse correlation here, right? USDT dominance. Because stables were only used to buy Bitcoin or crypto, every time they got to certain lows, we knew the TP. And every time they got to the highs, we knew that they were about to be spent. Right? So like the easiest way to do this, let me invert the chart. So this is USDT inverted, and then the blue. So the white is Bitcoin price. You see how you turn off? See how every time we topped out, every time we bottomed out on USDT dominance was a Bitcoin top. Every time we hit this parabola, this whole time during this run, pop, pop. So the argument here is that this hasn't hit. Price hasn't hit there yet. This is just me saying this is where price will come down to. Right, so we're in this range right now for USDT dominance. So my assumption is either we get resistance there or we get resistance there. And remember, these green spots have been the best entries for the most part. Bottom of the Luna crash, bottom of the market, COVID crash, first dip before it took off, bottom of the market, right? It's the inverse to the other. So when I look at this, I ask myself two questions. Like, okay, has the Genius bill affected stables enough to where this is already broken? One, that's one serious possibility, right? Money comes in and, you know, USDT DOM just goes crazy. But if not, then will we reject off of that? Will we reject off of this? And I know people are like, they want to go now. Let's do it now. I can think about it for a second. If our historical Bitcoin TP is when we hit our parabola here, then this trip down is shorter than this trip down. And even if that breaks, as long as price does what it needs to do, if we hit this, then we're back into a green zone, right? With even a further trip down. Me, I'm not greedy. I'm more than happy for this to flip around, come down, have that last hit up on Bitcoin, last all-time high, TPs, small rotation into some alts, we get what we get, and then we get out. But if this continues to move, right, then we'll watch. This whole thing goes to shit if price comes up above, right? That's when we'll say, okay, Genius money coming in, all that money isn't for trading. It's hard to use it for, you know, whatever. We had tools. I mean, shit, the best tool that we had before was CoinMarketCap. People think of CoinMarketCap as just a place you go to do research. CoinMarketCap was a damn indicator, or sites like it. Because when there was only 10, 15 alts, 25 alts, and you could see them all on one page, and Bitcoin would start going down, and you would literally just go and see which one turned green and throw your money at it. Like the rotations were so obvious when it was just a handful of coins. Now you're trying to catch those same rotations with 10 million coins. That's why we boil the rotation down to narratives now. Excuse me. Yeah, DJ, that's why I was focused in on legacy over here. Not gonna lie. This bubble looks very bubbly. Look at that move. I mean, like, compared to... That was a decent run, too, though. Right, but this is a long, drawn-out run. These are top 10 by weight on S&P. But this here, this slow grind, that's that drop on Tesla. But yeah, we zoom into where we are right now. Right, to be fair, except for Google and Apple, which I'm sure will follow the pack. Only thing going up right now is Burke. Nah, I don't agree with that. They need to cut the checks. That should be like a rule for government shutdowns.
Yo, Take-Two just said they further delayed Grand Theft Auto.
I'm telling you, bro, don't hold your don't hold your breath for GTA, man. They were finished with the game. I promise you, they were finished with the game. And
What are they
then,
waiting on?
well, we had a pretty big development since then. Something that they can implement.
Oh, like AI?
Huh?
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. I would expect, and I'm okay saying this because I am on NDA for GT, but this has nothing to do with my NDA, so I can talk about it. This is just me speculating. I assume every NPC is going to be an AI agent on the new GTA 6.
Yeah, that's the big tech that came out, right? Like, they've shown. I don't know if they showed it off in GTA, but I know they showed it off in like Unity and
Oh,
shit.
there's already there's already tons of games that have it. Mostly Web3 games, but yeah, you can
And it's
sit there and talk to these NPCs all day, bro, and have a completely different conversation. If you go on YouTube, there's this one guy. He's a dick, though. There's this one guy that goes into a game with NPC AI agents and starts to try to give them like existential crises. Like, we created you, right? Like, when I leave and I turn this game off, like, you don't really exist. All of this is fake. It's like if somebody came and tried to tell us this was a simulation. But he does it to like MP, and you see these NPCs, or these AI agents start to wig out. There's trolls everywhere, bro. These AI agents haven't even been birthed really for real, and we're already trolling them. Circle catching a bad one right now.
Yeah,
Good morning, D.
the Fed Waller was just making comments on stablecoins like a few minutes ago.
Damn, 100 is crazy.
Filecoin is having a good day finally.
Mike, I would feel a little worse about Circle if it wasn't just mimicking Bitcoin. That white line is Bitcoin. But yeah, today's drop is not good. That should drop from 115 to 100. I'm gonna have to buy.
Well, I'll wait for 80, no. 87.
You wait.
What's the hurry?
Curiosity with that stables chart you were looking at earlier. Are you able to line that up with global M2 and see correlations there as well?
I mean, you would probably. I mean, you would see it. You would expect. So if we look at this stable chart, the outflow started right around where our outflow on M2 started, the 28th. Remember Halloween down to November 7th. So I'll be watching this close to see on the 7th as liquidity comes in or starts to flow, how much of that actually. Remember on this, so the reason I came up with this chart is because I wanted a better way to be able to tell when this was going to happen. So our second liquidity pump here, this is when BlackRock sold off into Bitcoin, and then most of that liquidity went into gold and silver. Right, this is when gold and silver had all-time highs. So with this chart, we'd be able to see that money wasn't coming from banks into stables. And then we'd be able to assume that that inflow and liquidity is going somewhere else. So I'm using this as like a canary in the coal mine for when we get down to the 7th, when we're supposed to have that uptick in liquidity. But super experimental. Just started playing around with this. I'm gonna sneak an AI agent into the Discord one of these days and not say anything. Be crazy, right? Somebody that's been here for a long time ends up being like an AI agent. Be like, well, little do you know that Zeusy is actually an AI agent. Be like, what? Mind blown.
By the way, Take Two Interactive dropped almost, I think about $40 because of the delays for Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, they had their earnings report. They beat revenue, but they missed something. I can't remember. And then that delay was a big one.
Let me tell you how amazing it is to have brand loyalty, right? Most of us know that no matter how long this shit takes, when it comes out, it's gonna be amazing. It's one of those things that you're mad, and the second it drops, all of that shit goes away. Everything is forgiven. You know, that's like hardcore brand loyalty.
Yeah, it's to being late to the party, right? Or fashionably late. As long as it's fashionable. If it takes 20 years, I don't know.
I don't know, man. Not many other brands, and even brands like Coca-Cola, right? Like if you look at the big marketing debacle that they had, can't remember what year it was. Some of y'all remember. Do you remember when Coke, or I'm sorry, when, we'll put it this way, it was one summer and Coke decided to put all of their money into research and development for the new Coke. Remember that, where they were like, we're gonna do a new Coke. So for the summer before the brand new Coke formula came out, they didn't do any marketing. They didn't do any advertising. They thought that they could ride off the brand loyalty. That same summer, Pepsi came out with their choice of a new generation. Remember that marketing campaign? Pepsi, the choice of a new generation. Coke was down for 10 years. It took them 10 years to get back. They didn't claw themselves back from that one summer of no marketing until they came up with that Christmas bear. Christmas Coca-Cola bear with the red eyes and the Christmas whatever, and that shit sort of went crazy and people started jumping on. But it just goes to show you, even major brands with what you would think are like huge brand loyalty. Yeah, it got weird after that SAS. And Pepsi tried to get it back with that clear Pepsi, and then Coke had to go back to the original formula because nobody liked that new Coke shit. I just had a flashback from marketing class. But for GTA to be able to have people playing an old game for almost like 10 years now and waiting patiently for the new one, it was crazy brand loyalty. People grew up on that shit.
Wall Street is closed.
It's so cute how they close down every day and just go on about their lives. Nice.
Yeah. See you tomorrow for another trading day.
Blackers.
Feels like we're getting a bit close to the moment of truth here for whether we're gonna continue
Still feeding
range
off
or
of this buy wall here. Let's see what it's at now. Come on, what is up with this thing? This thing has been screwing up for days now. Yeah, they ate about 200 out of that 900 Bitcoin that's there. Like floating around 750 right now.
yeah, and we still got quite a bit of that wick we could dip down to grab a little more of it.
We'll watch the absorption here. If they take this 700 Bitcoin, then they'll clear that vector underneath us. I don't see what would stop them at that point.
Low.
Or at least a double bottom. That vector goes all the way down to the bottom of the last candle. They're refilling this buy wall slowly though. Back up to 820. Why are you black and white? What? Woosah.
Yes, sometimes everything is black and white.
Oh, Bitcoin needs 4% up in 3 hours. Actually, less, 2 hours, 40 minutes. Let's ask AI, how likely is that Bitcoin goes up 3% in 2.5 hours? I asked it what's the probability of having a green Friday in the last 10 years after a Thursday that closes less than 0 session low. Well, it's just random. It came up with 59% probability of having a green day. For me, it's just random because overall, SPY just goes up, right? So it's normal it's above 50. If you just take a random daily candle on SPY, it has more probability of being green than red. Right?
I guess how much can you put in a 500x short right now? I said, how much can you put in a 500x short right now? And we'll find out how much Bitcoin can go up, or how.
Yeah, well, shorting what is support though?
Give me a second here. I know there's a lot of numbers on the screen right now. These little petty ass buys aren't gonna do it.
Buys? Where do you see buys?
On the order book.
Oh.
Yo, is it bear market?
Unless you know something we don't know.
Hey, Dbloc is Bison.
What's going on, brother?
Doing good. Just seeing this drop day by day.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. Your comedy. Somebody said, "Keep pushing, man. You're already winning. Don't give up." And they responded, "But you don't even know my positions." Like, I appreciate the kind words, but can I explain to you what my positions are before you start telling me I'm winning? Funny as shit.
That sounds like AI bot talk.
it's probably the Gemini trying to stroke somebody in the comments.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
You look at the reasoning, and it's like, he sounds concerned. We should reassure him.
Did you hear? I suppose you heard this that ChatGPT no longer does legal or financial advice, and it's not responding to chart information either.
Well, shit, don't nobody want your damn advice anyways, loser. Look how bad you did on this shit.
I want to know what happened behind the scenes for them to come to that conclusion, because they probably got pressured, man, from the medical industry, big time.
Is this site down now? Damn, I wanted to see. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm sorry, ChatGPT, but you're in last place. You literally lost 75% of your initial, like, yeah, you shouldn't be giving anybody information on anything having to do with trading. That's a fact.
Yeah, when risk mitigation means you gotta turn off a feature on your AI.
The lead developer of Grok responded and he says, "Come to us, bring us your pains, and both financially and physically."
Grok gonna tell you like Doge is going to the moon, $100,000 Doge.
Yeah, the rumor is the medical industry is actually lobbying OpenAI to not give. I bet you they've been losing so much money on doctor visits and crap. So they're probably getting. The rumor is they're getting paid. They're subsidizing OpenAI to not give medical information. So I don't know what the financial side or who would be responsible for donating to OpenAI on the financial side, but I don't see a direct connection there, but I could definitely see it from the medical industry.
You
I
probably
mean,
just looked at that.
to be
Sorry, go
fair,
ahead.
y'all, don't take your medical advice from AI. If you want to take your doctor's opinion, run it through AI, get a second opinion, take that back to your doctor and be like, hey, look, I found this, this, and that. That's cool. But
But yeah, but like
that cough that's
Neve
been
said,
annoying
dude,
you, like, don't let AI convince you that it's, you know what I mean? Like, go get that shit
doctors
checked
are
out.
using it though, man.
That's
They're in
cool.
there like,
But I need somebody that I need to know. I mean, AI is not there yet. I can't make decisions on my health based on what AI tells me. I will take
okay,
it into
well,
consideration.
A
over
doctor has
web,
medical reference. Like he already, it's easier for them to talk to the AI than it is for us to do it because they already have medical reference for what they're talking about
I've
with it.
taken AI shit to my doctor before. I'm super paranoid, bro. I'm like super
I
paranoid.
I
Well,
get it, but over
a doctor,
WebMD, man,
a
where
doctor is
everybody
going to
gets
be
freaked
doing.
out, they
No,
A
get
I mean,
freaked
doctor is
yeah,
going
out.
to be.
I mean, before it was Google telling you that everything was cancer or some sort of like rare
The doctor is
condition.
going to be better studied and more able to prompt an AI to get information
That's
that
what
they
I'm saying.
need, and they may be using specific calculations and stuff. It doesn't mean that they're asking it for general medical advice.
That's what I mean.
Like, yeah. So just because the doctor's using it doesn't mean that you also use it and expect it to produce the same caliber of result that a doctor is getting from it.
That said, I fix
What?
most of my health through diet, and a doctor's just going to put you in medicine. So,
Doesn't
Yeah.
change the fact that ChatGPT can be coerced into hallucinating, doctor or not.
Yeah,
Well,
but
you would need a
who's more
prompt.
likely to catch the hallucination though, me or a medically trained doctor? That's like the trading stuff, right? Like everybody goes on and does little trading things on a chat GPT. When I look at a chat GPT answer, I can tell immediately if it's a hallucination, if it has to do with trading. Just because I have experience in trading and I understand
you're a
some of the
reference
things.
trader, yeah.
Yeah, so some people like that aren't they'll look at it and it'll just sound good, it'll look good, and there's no way for them to tell it's a hallucination at all because they don't know
That's a
enough.
good point. Well, like, what if you're an assassin? It's like, no shit, nobody would do that.
We have point of reference. Casuals don't have that. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
so
Dbloc was just saying.
I would say a doctor is sort of the same thing. Like I'll see something, get it freaked out, go to the doctor, show it to him, and he's like, "Oh well, yo, this is where it's wrong," or "I've already taken that into consideration, but this and this and this is what led me to think," whatever.
So I also think it depends on what division My uncle in Australia doesn't believe in it. He's a GP there. My wife is a dentist. They tried selling them this program. She has to recheck the program all the time. AI is not there yet for dentistry because every time it says, that's a cavity, that's going to be a cavity, she checks it. It's like, actually, no, it's not. And for a dentist to say that, I mean, that's money coming in, but she doesn't operate that way. She says, no, it's not. We don't need to drill. We don't need to take out. We don't need to. We don't need to. So it's at the point now where she looks at it, she uses it, but then they want feedback from it because they actually try and make it better, but it's not there yet.
AI also cannot read your body language. It cannot. It's an inorganic. You're asking an inorganic to make an analysis based off of an organic problem.
You can read
And
your
just
body language, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hopefully, doctors don't read your body language because then their decisions wouldn't be scientific. It would be more like,
Dude, your
personal.
camera, your
Did you
camera
hear?
note
Did you hear about
sees your
the?
iris.
Did you hear about the skin cancer thing in San Francisco? So one of the cameras, they have AI agents that give you tickets on the bridge, right? They're meant to give you tickets on the bridge. But they ran an experiment with it because it can go in infrared and it's got a bunch of different things on it. And they found that they can diagnose skin cancers with the camera. Google it. It's super interesting shit. And then some of the ethical things came up. We're like, okay, are you responsible for contacting these people now and tell them? Is it an invasion of privacy? It brought up a bunch of different shit. But the point is that AI with some of the sensors, whether it's a camera, whether it's a mic, whether it's the same thing the doctor's doing, looking in your ear, listening to your heart, they can catch
A
things that
probe.
maybe humans can't. You know what I mean? Or faster.
Yeah.
Or maybe they can find correlations between certain symptoms that, unless the doctor is very studied, the difference between a good doctor and a great doctor is the
Yeah,
ability to do that.
If an ad,
and it may mitigate your uh your healthcare decision from being a worse decision to a better decision. Shouldn't just primarily rely on AI. I mean, like it's a tool, unless it is specifically set like you were saying, like it's hooked up to sensors and prompted and programmed to identify these things, right? Um, Now, that's not to say, that if you access AI on your phone, it's, we're talking about AI that was hooked up to specialized tools. Maybe not specialized for that, but specialized, right?
I'm not talking
well,
about AI doing things that humans can't do. I'm talking about AI doing things that humans can't do in a certain period of time. Like think about like the space race, right? Like how they've got AI now listening to all the echoes, and before that, it was people in their houses, right? They had humans doing that, scanning the skies, looking for shit, and we're limited by the bandwidth of how many humans are doing a certain task at a certain time. We're limited by the bandwidth of them having to sleep and eat and be with their
and
families. And,
keep
while
interest.
AI just works constantly over and over, just does its job over and over faster, covers way more territory than humans could. So it's not like humans
Yeah.
can't do the job. It's that the investment it would take for them to do the same job at the same efficiency is ridiculous. But you'd have to hire the whole planet, train them.
Well, and that's where, like, I think where AI will shine is like in research, right? So, like,
That's what
if
it's
you're
for,
talking about like
comparing and
genetics research
contrasting.
and stuff, yeah, yeah, yeah.
I guess what I was trying to
Quantum,
say about AI determining your behavior, we all know that they watch how long and how you react. Your eyes tell if you're enjoying the ad or not, or you're enjoying. Absolutely know your facial response, your facial features. If you're enjoying the content, you're not enjoying it. If it grosses you out, et cetera, et cetera. And like that, we're just at we're just at the beginning stages of that. I mean, I guess you could put tape over your camera if you wanted to, and maybe it will determine a backup um, algorithm to determine if it feeds you that same content. But either way, they're gonna find out.
Go watch this thing on Netflix called The Social Experiment. I don't know if you guys have seen it or not. It talks about social media algos and all that, right? And they talked about it. They were talking to one of the guys that sets up the algos, and he's like, look, everybody thinks that we're listening and looking at them. It's a little scarier than that, right? Because it's predictive. When you go on the site and you look at something and it's like, oh, I've been thinking about getting this, da da da. A lot of that is being shown to you because of the predictive nature of who you are, where you're from, how old you are, what your interests are.
I was just going to say we're already there, but
It's
Yeah.
it's not as like Big Brother as people think. Now, some shit, obviously, you know, you come in here and you say something and you go on like the same exact thing is sitting on your socials, like, but not all of it. A lot of it is predictive. A lot of it has to do with demographics, and we're a lot more predictable, I think, than we think we are, and we're a lot more like other humans than we like to admit.
We're also beings that participate in patterns of behavior quite regularly, right? I want to get a pair of glasses that has a camera that linked up to AI to go play poker with.
Look, we're always complaining about AI listening in and AI this and AI that, but if you think about it, it's like Dbloc say, we still keep our phone next to us when we have conversations. You know it's listening in. You get all those ads, but you still keep it next to you. So put the thing in the bloody next room then if you don't want it. People still want it in their life because it's happening.
By the way, guys, when AI is going to decode the woman's behavior, then I'm going to be thrilled.
Good luck.
We haven't decoded that for the last 2,000 years.
But
There's nothing in the world that can keep that capacity of service, buddy. Sorry.
People that complain about people that complain about the targeted sort of advertisement and them listening in and the predictive nature of social media, like, I don't think you realize what your social media would look like without that.
Yep. It would look bland.
You could literally do it. Go switch phones with your, well, again, I always
do
have
it
to
on
put a
YouTube.
warning. I always have to put a warning when I say this. Not everybody can do this, but go switch phones with your girl and sit on your girl's social media for a day and see how much time you spend doom scrolling on there. You're going to be on there for 2 minutes and you're going to put that shit down.
It's the same with YouTube. That's actually such a good example that you're giving now, Dbloc, because even I did it before. You switch you go and you delete your YouTube search to see, okay, can I get something new? Before you know it, you're back at what you were watching because that's what you keep searching.
Yeah.
Also, before even AI, right? Like, we've been studying these patterns and data sets that have been collected over a long amount of time, that there are entire businesses that are entirely centered around that and targeting advertisements based around that. So it's not just AI that does it. We've been doing it to ourselves, right?
Did you guys know that about 1/16 of the data that was trained on OpenAI was from MySpace? Isn't that nuts?
Grok is even worse. But yeah. God, MySpace. That's how they're teaching.
Studying the behaviors of Tom, low key.
That's how they're teaching.
By the way, guys, how would you like to, I don't know, re-understand or see with through a different lens the movie Matrix done 20 years ago, 25 years ago, and watch it now in the AI era?
I saw it.
Yeah, it's not so far-fetched.
Yeah.
I held up pretty good.
But I was doing, so for my graduate degree, I had to do, it was a project for iris observation for machine vision for my computer science degree, and that was in 2005. Man, we were looking at people's eyeball behavior. You know, just imagine what that is today with the phones that we have with 3D. Like, my phone has like 4 cameras on it, man. It's ridiculous. It can 3D scan. It can
all social
look up
media. All social media has it implemented right now.
Yeah.
1000%. People think that they just pay attention to what you click like on. You don't even have to. They know how long you looked at a certain reel. They know how many times you let it play over and over. They know where on the screen your eyes were focused on.
Yep, and it's how
I
big
checked.
they opened.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You're synaptic. Well, that, and even beyond that, like there's a corporation in China that had developed a hat that all its employees had to wear as part of their uniform that was reading their vitals and neural patterns basically, and was able to determine, and actually it was like 60%, like they improved efficiency in the company by like 60%, but was able to determine if you or like would send you home if you were not in a good state or if you were sick. And by doing that, they improved efficiency in their corporate set. So if you combine that with AI, I mean, like, it's about efficiency at the end of the day, right?
So that's why I keep getting videos on how to dance like Rick Ashley. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
That might be another problem.
I'll be right
I
back,
will
guys. Give
say
me a second.
this. I will say this though. Ever since the iPhone came out, people have been concerned about privacy. You know, people are concerned about privacy in general. And I know maybe some of you can find a case where somebody was absolutely violated or their life was ruined because they were doxxed or whatever. But the amount of paranoia is not proportional to how it really affects my life. I live a good life, and I was one of those people who were super paranoid about my privacy, but I'm telling you right now, I get fed the ads that I want for myself and my business. Aside from the every once in a while the big booty Latino one that I can't show to my wife.
Well, you're also living in a country where, as of yet, there's no dictator, right? And dissidents aren't killed or murdered, at least, you know, not commonly. And so, yeah, it's not a big deal until it is, right? And
I
like,
was
so
just gonna
I
say
know, dude, but how long are we
until the
gonna say
government take
that?
hold of it.
It's like,
I mean, there's
how
direct
long?
examples of this. There have been multiple dissidents in multiple countries who have been
I'm talking about the
literally
United
killed.
States. We created the technology. I'm talking about the United
Mm,
States. Give me one case where
We
someone
actually,
has
I don't
been.
think we did create the technology. I believe the technology, uh, the biggest example is Pegasus, which is created by Israel, probably in the States, but that was sold to nation states that were not so up and up, and was absolutely
Again,
used for
name
another
one
reason.
case. Name one case.
I
So that's
There's tons. There's literally tons. Just Google it. I don't know
Well,
if
I'm
they're
I'm just
individual
asking for
names because
one.
they've been wiped off the records. I'm telling you to Google it because I don't know the actual individual
Well,
name.
if it was that big
This
of a
is
problem, man, it'd be on the top of your head. You'd be able to just like bam, 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 bam.
I don't know everybody's name who's died to dictators. Sorry, brother. But if this was
well, just
something
look at the
really,
UK. Look at the
yeah,
UK with freedom of speech now, where software gets used against people where you can't even post whatever you think. You just can't.
yep,
That's the UK.
Yeah, but
like
they
Are
don't
you,
have a
are you kidding me?
constitution like we do.
The freaking UK.
Yeah, I know. You could barely bully someone, and the next thing you know, they're kicking your door down.
I got met by a sheriff in Texas the other day for posting for Israel.
All of this shit gets solved once you guys realize that social media isn't. All these problems, all these free speech problems that people talk about, it's all social media shit. I can't post what I want. I can't. If I say this, they do that. If I say that, they do that. I've yet to see somebody go outside in public and speak their opinion and had somebody stop them. Now, freedom of speech comes with freedom of consequences. But
The public forum, though, man. These are private
but it's
institutes, private
not though.
companies.
But it's not though. These are private companies. I can't walk into Walmart and say whatever I want without getting kicked out and banned. I
Yep.
can't.
Yeah. But I'm saying like if you're in like in front of the federal court or something, as long as you've got a permit.
Problem is advertisers, guys. All of these companies have advertisers. If your speech is going to keep one advertiser from advertising on their platform, your speech does not matter. These companies are not there for you to speak. These companies are there to sell advertising. So that's the problem with free speech platforms. We saw what happened. Twitter, same thing with Twitter. He came in, oh, it's going to be free speech. We're going to kick out all our advertisers, da-da-da. Then they all started leaving for real. And he's like, okay, we need to slow down a little bit on the more toxic shit here.
Isn't the idea of a free speech platform an oxymoron in itself?
Yeah, it kind of is.
Soapbox, man.
Just
The only free
based
speech
on what you're saying.
platform is a soapbox. Go take your soapbox out to the Central Square. People do it in New York all the time, bro. You go to Central Park in New York, or you go to like Union Square Park, and there's 15 different people on a soapbox just speaking their mind.
Yeah. So to answer your site, there's literally probably about 20 different countries, and multiples of them have cases.
Dude,
Go
your
grab
mic
some
keeps
coffee. I'll
cutting
be
off.
right back.
But let's just look at the first country, which is Armenia. About 20 Armenians. Pegasus spyware. Media expert Arthur Papian said it targeted the key figures of the
Your mic
current and past government.
breaking up.
Dude, your mic is cutting off, man.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if it's Pegasus. Just Google Pegasus spyware and assassination, and you'll have your answer. And that's just this was like deployed years ago. So you're talking about that plus AI plus no, it's absolutely used. Privacy is not like something you shouldn't be worried about. Privacy is something absolutely.
You really had to go to Armenia to, dude. I'm not
This is the
talking
first
about
country
countries
on
that
a
don't
list
have a
of like
constitution.
of 30 countries it's been deployed in that have reports of extrajudicial summary and assassination. Okay, so like I just used the first one on the list, which happened to be Armenia because A. Cool. Yeah. So when
No,
it comes to
not cool. I'm talking about the United States that has a constitution.
yeah, for as long as that lasts. So the thing is, the more you
Oh
allow,
my God, this scheme just
the
keeps
more
getting just
you allow,
rotated over and over again.
the more you allow your rights to away. Which, by the way, we don't actually have a right to privacy. But the more you allow them to egregiously invade your privacy, invade your rights, right? Yeah, it might happen when it's peaceful, but when they use it when it's no longer.
Your mic's breaking up.
Yeah. Like if you allow your rights to be stripped away when things are chill, then when it's not, it's too late, my guy.
Things are not chill right now, man. What news are you watching?
I mean, we're not being assassinated on a regular basis as
What?
citizens.
We just
You
had
said
one
it
of the
yourself.
largest
You said that you are.
assassinations in our lifetime, just not a few months
Did
ago. What are
we?
you talking about?
Did we? What assassination was that?
So
An
Charlie Kirk wasn't an
assassination. It
assassination,
was
huh?
not the largest assassination in our life. Not even close.
I said in the recent my adult lifetime, the last person that was killed
It's not even close. There's
so
Who
was
else
it
is close though? Like as far as like a large marker happened, what was close?
like
of assassinations?
Yeah. Didn't mark like that? No.
States, maybe not. Maybe not. No.
So basically, I agree with you. Everything else you're saying,
Also-
but that's
Also, would we know? Now, I'm not saying I'm not diminishing the impact that had at all. Like I'm not saying that it's okay that happened. I'm just saying that's a small fry.
I'm just saying we're not all right now. We're not in
the
peaceful
person might
times
be,
again.
but the actual moment was as big.
and
It's
that
probably
wasn't-
as big since MLK. It's that big.
But that wasn't invasion of privacy. Like that dude put himself out there in public and had. I'm not saying this is excusable. I'm just mean like he was outspoken, right, in public. So doesn't make it okay for him to be assassinated. But that's not the same as what I'm. That's
Yeah, I don't
not
think I'm going to say
Dude,
anything.
you
government
made
or
a
nation
statement. You
states
said we're in
invading
peaceful
privacy.
times.
That's not. Well, you said it yourself that you worry about this. You're not worried about it. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Excuse my language. That's what I'm talking about. Is I'm talking about. Yeah, okay, it doesn't seem like a big deal now, but if it's that bad right now,
Dude, we had
or
somebody
the
try
levers
to
or
kill our
checks,
Dude, we had somebody
the
try to kill our president twice, and they just assassinated a figure that's popular for some. Maybe some people don't know.
yeah, but
They
that's
killed
not
the
the same.
CEO of an insurance
Guys,
company. Dude, we're not in
take
peaceful
it down into the
times.
room into another room if you guys want to keep going. It's getting a little out of control.
Yeah, you know, overall gun deaths in America are very high, like 50,000 people die every year of gunshot anyway. Now, these are publicly interesting. Well, you know, people are interested in presidents getting shot at and stuff like that. But if you just look at it, that numbers, yeah, 47,000 people died of gunshot last year in America. These are all assassinations, right?
Is this you? Is you see the AI agent?
Yeah. Hey, let's go back to crypto though. What's can we pump at least to like 1016 for the daily close? We have
Ah, you
2
lost
hours.
money in the AI competition, Zusi, huh?
Need a pump. Where's the pump?
No, I'm Bitcoin Maxi. I would have won on that competition. No, what was the
Okay.
first model there?
ETH is starting to show a little strength there.
Yeah. Yeah, because Bitcoin came closer to its lows than ETH did, so it's just delayed, right? Like if Bitcoin continues lower, ETH will give up eventually, or blah.
I took my type 2
Assassination
entry.
of Bitcoin.
Sorry, D?
I said I took my level 2 entry here.
Oh.
On ETH?
The club.
Nah, Bitcoin.
Let's go.
No, me Bitcoin I didn't touch, but on ETH I did sell half and put it back in earlier. Bringing my amazing entry higher. That entry was 30 cents above the lowest point of the wick.
Zuzi, you don't use multiple exchanges, so you don't mess with your original entry. Because that's I had a really good entry on that knife, but then I didn't want to touch it, so I just used another exchange.
I hesitated honestly. But no, I didn't. I hesitated to just keep it, but you know, what's the point of letting it come down too much? Right? Like I guess now, yeah, stop loss is higher. We'll trade it again if it goes there.
Oh, market is just so cautious now.
Might even wait for 2800. I don't know.
It's the U.S. session, man. It's like we just have so much downward pressure as soon as the U.S. session's going.
Not yesterday. US session saved crypto from trading below 100K yesterday, huh?
But we were already going into the U.S. session. It was almost like a continuation.
Yeah.
We never we're never coming
but
down into the U.S. session, and then the U.S. session pops us. We haven't seen that in a minute.
I mean, the shorters are getting bold, man. They're coming out and saying, "I'm shorting this, I'm shorting that," and they're coming out in public saying it. They're super emboldened right now.
Yeah, dude, that James Wynn guy thinks he's like the god of
yeah. Who was the guy who did the short? What was that movie called?
Big Short.
Yeah, The Big Short. He's coming out saying, "I'm shorting Nvidia. I'm shorting Palantir." He's proud of it.
So you see that rotation trade worked quite well at this moment.
Which rotation trade? I forgot. We spoke about a lot of stuff. Rotation, you mean selling Bitcoin to buy ETH?
No, the hedge, the short selling, stopping the short and taking the long 2 hours ago.
Right. We did. You did it, right? Yeah. Nice. Yeah, me. I don't have a short, but I put back what I TP'd, so it's the same. I was short there for a while. Well, by not being long, I was kind of short. Yeah.
Oh, here's some breaking news. Elon's pay package was approved. So he's gonna remain the CEO of Tesla.
Do you think he can buy some Bitcoin with that money now?
Does that make him a trillionaire now?
But that was the big thing on that was
Not
like
yet.
weighing heavy on Tesla, that if it didn't get approved, he's gonna step down from Tesla.
You have to meet expectations in performance to get the actual payout still.
Yeah, there's metrics to it, but at least it was approved. So like,
Yeah,
now
I was just asking if somebody just asked if he gets the payment now. Yeah.
No, I'm saying like if he was to get the payment, I don't know what the value is. Would he become the first trillionaire with that if he
Yeah.
was to meet? Crazy.
Unless somebody else became a trillionaire before that happened, of course. But yeah.
Which is possible, I guess.
It's on paper, you know. He can't have that trillion in the bank.
Oh God, Zeus, let's not start that again.
No, seriously, it's.
I know, but I'm talking about what is it?
Imagine
Non-liquid
the
assets.
impact on Tesla if he was to exit $1 trillion. The market cap of Tesla is less than $1 trillion anyway, no? Or well, I mean, it's not less than $1 trillion, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but he makes money off of what, SpaceX and whatnot.
I don't know if SpaceX really makes money.
It does now. What?
Really?
Yep.
I thought he had goals among further than just making money with SpaceX, but
they
they're
just got
also
a
investing
contract.
a lot.
They just got a contract for to assist with the Golden Dome for the U.S.
Oh yeah. Must be juicy.
Anyone
I think
think
he
Bitcoin's
should
gonna
sell
break?
his. Now that he has even more Tesla stocks, I think he should sell Tesla to buy some crypto, which is what I did recently with that spike to all-time highs on Tesla. You know.
Anyone here think Bitcoin's gonna break below 100 before 5 o'clock?
If you want confirmation to stay in your short because nobody else thinks it can go down.
No, I'm in a long short, buddy. I shorted XRP when it was at 236. I'm happy chappy. I sold all my XRP at 236. So it can go back up. I can still buy back in and still make a massive profit. So I'm happy about that. I'm just wondering with Bitcoin, is it going to break 100? Because that's going to be a lead for the rest.
If only I knew and I could reply. We're back at 101, so for me, this is a high low right now, but it's gonna change in
It's
10
just a quick.
seconds.
I don't know. We came
It's
down
gonna
a
change
long
in
way.
5 seconds, though.
What time?
It didn't change. It's still above 101. Oh, Bitcoin is very strong, recently. It's like... Nah, it's still weak, right? Like, when you look at the bounce here after putting that low, yeah, well, we need to develop... How about a bigger ascending triangle, and then we can... More bulls will join us. Well, right now, there isn't a lot of people interested in crypto overall. Which is a good time to buy, no? It's down 25%. Yeah, maybe it'll go down another 25%. But you're still buying a 25% drop, right? Like,
this has been going about 11 o'clock, Sus. So it's been a long time coming. It's been working its way down since 11 this morning here in the US.
Well, since
Strictly
beginning of
speaking,
October,
since
we're
10,
going down.
Yeah.
Even if we drop to 75k, this isn't a bad buy, is it? Maybe it's a bad buy then if we drop to 75. Now we'll come back up here to... Well, yeah, it should try to go back up, no? Like, you won't be stuck from the all-time high, basically, right? So at least there's that.
Yep.
Well, like, what's wrong about being stuck at 100k from on Bitcoin?
Like, why would someone sell here though? Like if you were in the game and like you were selling, wouldn't you have sold at like 124?
Exactly. That's why I
late.
sold higher. You can't sell now. Now you're not sure.
Because it's been 4 years and it's not too late to sell.
If
Yeah,
they're
but if you
biased,
sell, you sell for a short.
is that it's going to dump below 93k, which is kind of the last stop before we go way lower, and then
Yeah.
we might sell. You know what I mean? So it's not an invalid choice. It's not maybe going to be the best. Maybe you should have sold earlier, right? But
Yep. If you sell earlier, but now it's a bit risky.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it may be less risky than the other option, which is holding it and then potentially dumps down to 80, 70K. Not saying that that's where it's going. I'm just, that's, you asked why would somebody do it? I could see that.
I sold my Bitcoin at 107K 2 weeks ago. On the
And
way
even
down.
that's late, right?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like when it was
Yeah, I sold it.
124.
Yeah, I mean, I was holding through 124. My base case was 150 to 175K, but then looking at the distribution patterns on the daily and week, when we hit that 107, I'm like, you know what? I'm out. I sold all of my altcoins on October 11th, the day after the big scam wick, because I knew that wick was going to fill in. And then I sold all my Bitcoin on October 26th, and my current working thesis from the charts is that in 12 months from now, Bitcoin will not be at 75K. It will be at about 48K in 12 months.
Yeah.
Hey, man, who
congrats,
let you in here?
Congrats on your trades. It's exactly the right way to have traded it. Yeah.
Who let this guy in here?
So, Quinn?
Honestly, 48K is optimistic. Like, it's optimistic as a bear market bottom target. If we really
Based on
topped here, 48K is you're not expecting anything bigger than last time.
I mean, 48K sounds great for a bear market. If that's really where it goes only, that'd be awesome.
Based on your thesis, that's a pretty solid, at least solid risk mitigation at this point. I mean, there's a lot of time between now and 48, so his thesis could change. But
Yeah, I don't think I can't tell you. Would it be unusual for Bitcoin to hold here and then rally back up to like 115, 117K before dumping back down and breaking 100? Sure, that could happen. But the reason I sold is because the risk reward dynamics were no longer there, and I did not believe that we were going to get another all-time high. So on a pretty fundamental Elliott wave correction, your classic ABC, I think we at some point, maybe not until December, January, we do break 100K and we head to 75. We probably consolidate on some dead cat bounces between 75 and 100 for the next like 3 to 6 months. And then the final C wave is going to be a rejection at 100 or 95, whatever. And boom, all the way back down to about 50K, 48K for the next.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Coin need to do for you to change your bias on this being like the last leg of the wave, or more,
Simple. Reclaim 108. Elliott wise, it's wrong once you trade back above 108 here.
So
you could easily go to 100.
That's why you sold at 108, right? Your mic is cutting off.
Uh-oh, he's roboting.
Yeah, I can't even hear him.
Yeah,
They got him.
You're roboting bad, dude.
I'll bounce out then. Yeah, I'm driving.
Oh well, now we can hear you.
Either that, it's a bullish mod beauty display.
No, honestly, the Elliott idea is very interesting. Like, would be nice that you don't robot so we can hear it. I'm thinking a fifth leg up is still possible, honestly. In an ending diagonal way, and we're looking here for the low of wave 4.
Do you
I mean, what?
guys do,
Go ahead.
do you guys know Static, the man, the myth, the legend?
No, but when you said who let
He-
that guy in here, I knew there had to have been a story behind it.
He's so back in 2021 when we were all in Thames,
Static here.
he came in, yeah, he came in and said like, okay, so like first Doge went
Shit.
to I forget how high it went, but he was like Doge is going to 25 cents. It was like way up in the 60s. And he was like Doge is going to 25 cents, and they were all like, "Nah, no way, dude. Get the hell out of here." Everyone like legitimately got pissed at him. And then Doge actually did go to down to 25 cents. Like nobody believed him, and then Doge actually did go down to 25 cents, and then from then on, everyone always wanted to hear what he had to say.
That's why I asked. I didn't know that, but I always ask because it's like it might sound outlandish, but I want to hear your, if just because it's not a number that I'm looking at doesn't mean it's something that could be correlated or that could be predicted, right? Everybody thought Galileo was crazy until.
Well, it was really like a lot of people were like just super permabulls, and it was really like it was super euphoric stage of the market, so nobody wanted to be bearish.
You could get screamed at if
And
you came in there bearish, man.
yeah, like you couldn't even
Like-
get bearish yet, and he was coming in and he was like, "Hey, listen, guys, this is a bear flag. It's going down. Like it's we're in a downtrend. This is a bear flag. Like it's very likely to go down." And they're like, "No, it's not. You gotta buy the. You're afraid to buy the dip." And, and like just I don't know, man.
I
Like
mean, if it
he would try to get bearish TA, and he's just like no, and then he kept being right, and then like slowly people stopped arguing with him, and then after the 25-cent call, like Doge did bounce, but it put in a lower high, and then he started calling Doge to 8 cents,
I mean,
and then it ended up going 8 cents.
but what he
Everyone
just said though doesn't
was like,
sound
what?
what he's just
And did
said
he
doesn't
sell?
sound
Did he sell and
unreasonable
buy
though.
in?
Well, who just
Yeah.
said what?
Why 48 static? Because 48 is your dead cat bounce high of last cycle, right? Like why 48?
He probably
And
is
did the
taking a
guy?
measurement of like a 75% drop or something.
I know, but didn't he say 12 months from now though? Like, dude, there's a lot of stuff that can happen.
Yeah, because
Static made a
it's
call.
supposed to be like usually by the end of the cycle, which we're technically at time wise, like a lot of other metrics haven't hit, but time wise, we're technically at the end of like the Bitcoin 4-year cycle. So then it starts with another bear market year, like where you go down for a year, and then it used to be like you kind of went down and then sideways for like a year, but then it just turned into like down for a year and then it recovered. So like this last cycle, it just kind of it didn't consolidate for very long. It just like after 15K, it kind of bounced like immediately back above 20, and then
So-
like 20K was really kind of the bottom, and then like 25 to 30 you reaccumulated, so you started going back up then like that whole year, when normally I would have expected it to go sideways a little bit more, like between 15 and 30K maybe for another 6
Okay.
months, but it didn't do
Okay.
that.
Okay, so what I'm saying is I don't think what he said is really that much different than what Dbloc is projecting. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it's that bearish. I think it's just realistic.
46,000
he sold and
is
he bought
actually
back
the that's the point of control if you make a fixed volume profile range from the last cycle bull run. That is the point of control of that.
Yeah.
46?
So like the top of the last cycle was November 2022, and then the bottom of this the bear market, like the exact bottom was like in exactly a year later.
Don't do it on
You know, if
Binance.
he
because
sold
if
high
you
and
do
he
it
bought back low,
Yeah, they're 12 months.
on
What'd you
Binance,
say,
POC
Zuzi?
is at 22.
It depends where you draw your range from, Zuzi.
Well, the whole thing since bear market bottom. On Binance, I don't know why. Like
You
nobody's
have to
trading
don't
Binance
extend your
above
range.
50.
Draw it from exactly to where the main drop was. Like start
No,
at.
no, it's
Hold
normal.
on. Start at December 20, and then end your fixed range at around June 22, and then draw it from there. That's your POC's at 46K on Bybit. I promise.
Yeah,
looking at it.
on Bybit, I agree. Do the same thing on Binance and just look.
I'll do it in a second.
Binance USDT spot. Yeah, it's at
I'll take
22.
Bybit over Binance though.
It's at 22K. But honestly, if Bitcoin only falls to 50K this cycle and it has stopped at 126, damn, we're not going to make a lot of money during the bear. Just a 2x on BTC.
A question about the guy's prediction on Doge. Do you know if he sold and bought back at that low price?
No, he just sold. He's not trying. He's not buying yet, or at least I don't think he's planning on buying yet. But I'm sure if he sees something that would change his mind, he would pivot.
Who's that? I'm sorry.
Or he might. I think he was asking about Static. Static
Okay.
is like
Yeah.
he's coming in and out. I don't think he's got a good enough connection yet.
Gotcha.
I think it's because they banned Bybit in Europe around that time, so the volume dropped off drastically on USDT. So that's why I end up with a POC at 22K on that chart specifically. But yeah, overall it's higher than 20K, of course. But in most of the bitcoins were transacted during the bear market at the bottom. So during that 1 year bottoming structure there, because
That's,
now that it went up in value. You play with less Bitcoin overall.
I'm looking at Dbloc's chart there, and that kind of looks like where it's rejecting from the 50 EMA and the 5-minute. Looks like an inverse cup and handle.
My prediction
Inverse
is
cup and handle,
if
baby.
there's going to be any utility for XRP, I think it's a different story. But if not, and everything just goes on like it does now, I think in the bear run, we're going to sit between 140 and 180 for the bear run.
On XRP?
Mm.
That's pretty optimistic too. It's an altcoin.
Yep. I don't think it's going to go below 140 again. Just my opinion.
Support is $1 now on XRP.
Am I back, Paul? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're still a little bit fuzzy, but we can hear you.
If what you guys both say ends up true, then we're having alt season during the bear market, because you end up with XRP doing less than 50% downside and Bitcoin also doing roughly 50% downside. Because 48K is 50% lower than current price. And 140 is also roughly 50% lower than current price on XRP. That would be odd.
Did you say Coinbase or Binance? I'm sorry.
Binance USDT.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll check it in 1 second.
Yeah, but it's a nut chart. Like, honestly, there's no point. Like, it's just I happen to have that one open, so I looked it up on that one. But
I just like charting, so I'll just do it for fun.
yeah, look at it's a very different volume on that chart. Because they banned it in Europe after, and they switched to USDC, a lot of stuff, and so the volume went down, right? So it's a bit hard. You would need to do it on like an aggregated Bitcoin chart, like the all-time history chart, or something that represents better volume through time. Because like we're talking about analyzing volume of the last 4 years, and some of these exchanges even went bankrupt, right? Since so they closed, they switched to USDC. Like it's not only USDT, so it's a bit hard to.
Some of the aggregated crypto trading view charts won't even let you do volume profiles at all or view ups.
Really?
Yep.
Oh. But yeah, to guess where bear market bottom is, that's a good idea. I return to the mean on a 4-year time frame. Yeah. Is it what happened last cycle?
What's up?
Like last cycle, did we bounce from 15.5 because it was roughly the POC of the previous run? Just wondering. I know it was much lower at 10K.
Did you ask where we bottomed?
No, you know, last cycle the POC
Yes.
would have been at 10K and we bounced from 15.
Yes.
So we couldn't get all the way down to POC. If something like that was to happen this cycle, then freaking bear market might be over way sooner than we think, and then we might get a new all-time high, confusing everybody, and then we could start a real bear market. I don't know. There could be some trickery going on. Would you call it a bear market if we went down to 75, bottomed, and then started to go back up again? Like,
If it starts to go back up again, no. But if it just stagnates there, I guess for a year or two, then yes.
No, I think we can go as low as 88 without actually, or 85 without entering bear market space.
it was there 6 months ago. Right?
I'd agree with that. Although I would say that I think the further we go sub 100K, just because of like how people think, because that's a big number. That I think it's harder and harder to reach up. Not that it's impossible.
If we
Right.
get below the range that we started on in November 24, the last two I've placed at February 25, and we've been bouncing off that range ever since. Now we've just got to step back into that range. If we get below that range, and that range bottoms at 92,579.9 on Bybit, you will start to see if we're going to a bear market or not.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I just I do think it's going to be a harder journey up the further south we go of 100K.
Maybe.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, psychologically, more people will capitulate below 100, I guess.
Yeah,
I do expect
But,
the POC of this range at 96K though. Like, I do expect that. We've dodged it twice already, and we keep front running it.
Yeah, I think it. I unfortunately agree because I think we're gonna have to dip down. I just if we yeah we're
we just did people
further this time. If we do go lower than here, like if we don't recover here, I think we're gonna have to go lower down to like 96, 97.
We've been front running this POC in this range since June 8th, 25. Or this year, I mean. Like, you gotta touch it at least once. That's what she said.
And we'll probably have to. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. But yeah, I would agree.
Every time it gets back below the previous low, the Bybit liquidation week low, you can assume a zigzag down or a flat corrective move is complete. Yeah? Now, you're definitely right when you say that Elliott-wise, this could just be the beginning of a much bigger corrective move that would correct the whole cycle. So a bear market, right? It's what we did last time. We topped at 69. We went straight down to 34, back up to 48, and then straight extended leg down to 15 when you zoom out, right? So the whole thing was just a down, up, down. As simple as that, just an ABC. Huh? Down from 70 to 30, up to 48, and then down to 15.5. And the whole bear market was just a correction of the previous bull run. In an ABC fashion, defining an SR at 30K that we took months to break back above, and we never retested that breakout, by the way. 30K got never retested. So for me, bear market bottom around 30K makes sense, right? Because it's the resistance that we spent 2 years to break out above. We had trouble, reclaiming it, but we eventually did after Elon sold his Bitcoin and this and that. Like, plenty of stuff happening in the news there. So I could see next bear market go all the way down to 30K personally. But yeah, from level to level, there's gonna be plenty of bounces upward during the down move because of how much SRs we built on the way up. We spent a whole year going sideways. That 50 to 70K area is going to be really strong. And also, 75 to, 85K actually is going to be really strong. But yeah, currently we lost the previous high, 105-ish. That could have acted as support. And personally, this is the third Elliott wave. So we started it at 48K. And you could expect like ending diagonal. I've been saying that for now a year. For the third up move, you have your first up move from 15 to 30. Then you do a flat at 25. So first move is a 2x up. The second move, which has to be the biggest, is a 3x up because Bitcoin pumps from 25 to 75K. That's amazing performance, 3x up. And then we do a whole year of correction again, complex corrective move there. Like lots of ABCs, zigzags, ABC down, ABC up, ABC down. Like, that was a lot of sideways price action during the whole year. But it ends up, finding a bottom at 48. SR wise, it's more at 52, 53. It's even higher than the wick to 48, right? So that is probably going to act as support on the way down. And after that second up leg, which did 3x up, we started the third up leg. And, Elliott likes to see ending diagonals on the third up leg. And the size of that third up leg, could be 61% of the second leg. It could be many things. It could be 132% of the previous up leg. If it's it could be many things, but overall, that's what gives me bull market high targets. It's just comparing how much up we're going since 48 compared to what we did from 25 to 75. It did 3x up, so if we just did the same size move, 100%, then you're multiplying by 350K, it gives you 150 as a target. And the way we would go there is not straight up. It would be an ending diagonal with three upward moves too, right? We saw the first one. The first one was 50K to 105. 105, then 108 as a topping, then correct down. We saw the second move too. I think that, now that we're below a lot of stuff, it's obvious that the second up move is over. And so that one was pumped from 75 to 127. So that's also percentage-wise pretty big. 70% up, right? It's smaller than the first up move, of course, but it's still pretty big. And now I'm kind of looking for. I mean, I agree with Dbloc when he says, this isn't all-time high, isn't in, because you could get that third up move in your third up leg.
Well, Zusi, not to interrupt you before you continue on, but keep in mind that CBBI is at 66 right now.
So it went up a lot.
No, it went down.
66 is high, no? Isn't that from 0 to 100?
Not for the end of a bull run. It's not, right? Isn't it in like 90s, like upper 80s, 90s?
I would have expected Fear and Greed, CBBI, and all to be down at 0 right now, but no, I guess it's still in greed.
I'm just saying, like, if we are heading into a bear market, like, I don't know if we are. It would have been I would assume it would have been up in the 90s before we dip back down.
So as long as the current dip doesn't go below 75, there's a potential still bullish market structure where you could get a last fifth ending diagonal up move.
For sake of argument.
I mean,
It's going to break the cycle though, because it's been 4 years.
I have a
and it's too
counterpoint
late.
to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you go to 75, you've broken the entire angular support line for this entire run significantly. So
like we did last cycle,
anytime in the past that we can, anytime in the past we've broken angular support. Well, last cycle was a little funky, but
all right, now imagine you get the
I mean,
retest of that
it
angular.
would be tough.
Yeah, but it's the point, right? We are breaking that angle. For me, it got broken at 108. That angle is already broken. Now imagine you get the retest of that breakdown. You have that upward angular that started at 15K. Me on my charts, it's broken already because I didn't draw it correctly, or I don't know. But anyway, it got broken at 108 already. Now imagine in 6 months, you get the retest of that breakdown where price goes back up to retest if it can get back inside that angle, right? It's going to give you a higher short entry than when it broke down at 108, right? And depending on when it happens, you can try to measure how high Bitcoin could go, right? Like if it happens in, I don't know, in April 26, then you're talking 160K. Huh?
Yeah,
If it
I was
happens in June, before summer, you're like at 200K almost.
for sake of movement to CPPI did get up. I think we hit 80s, right? At last all-time high, I believe. So I mean, it is more than possible, right? That I know it wasn't 90 or whatever. That that is pretty high. It is possible that that was the top. If you're basing it off of CPPI.
Look at what happened last cycle if you went with the same idea of an angular upward, right? Well, in summer 2021, we really break with strength that upward angle, right? Which was very steep, by the way. But it's your sign of weakness of the uptrend. And then you do get a retest of that angle breaking. Now it can't really reach as high as the angle, but I guess it maybe.
Is my mic working?
I've got a question. What is for people who's been in the previous bull run, what is the main differences for you between this bull run and the previous bull run?
Alts, no, overall altcoins for me. And the regularity in Bitcoin.
So
absence of a blow off top, absence of.
And the length of the bull run?
yeah, can I just say a couple of things before my mic drops out again? Sorry for this because I'm driving.
Please.
Yeah, I mean, this cycle is a little different than the last cycle, but I don't think it's in the way that people think, super cycle, that whole narrative. This is the first time we've had large adoption of institutional investment. Granted, it's not like institutional investment controls 50% of Bitcoin or anything like that. I think last I checked, it's like 17% and climbing. If you notice previous cycles, looking at the monthly chart, RSI and our friend Plan B is always talking about his 90, 95% RSI. He's waiting to see that. That's not coming anymore, I don't think, because institutions are not 90% RSI on a monthly chart type of people. They're 70%, a little bit more conservative. Probably on the bear market side too. We're not going to see like 20% RSI. We'll probably see something more reasonable, like 30%. And if you look at this cycle, there has been way more structure to this cycle than previous cycles. The first two cycles, blow off tops, parabolic runs, very hard to see any type of Elliott wave. It just like started going and never stopped, and then all of a sudden it died. Last cycle, you could argue it was a double top. I mean, it's clearly there. Was that the plan all along from the market maker or the composite man? I don't know. Probably a lot of FUD going on there with China banning crypto at the time and FTX. But this cycle, oh my God, it's like the structures, the first wave on ETF news, the second wave on the Trump pump, and now if you look at where we've been for close to 6 months, it's the clearest distribution pattern possible to see. And if anybody has gotten their charts and they've lined up vertically where the halving is, where the bear market bottoms have been, where the tops have been, and you see that 4-year cycle, you know that we hit that a couple of days ago. And I'd encourage you to put your chart on the daily and look at what happens every time we hit a market cycle top with Bitcoin within 2 weeks of that line, the demarcation line. There is always a giant drop with a big, huge wick up, big scam wick, right? Like we saw on October 6th or whatever it was. Usually they only average about $2 billion in liquidation. This time around, $20 billion in liquidation. My working theory on that is because altcoin season never really came. And the people who are, the powers that be with the money are like, we didn't get to make money off of our altcoins. So the CZ and Binance, they dumped the shit out of it, gobbled up everybody's positions, and what they've been doing since October 6th, and they probably plan on doing it through the rest of the year, is redistributing the because they bought this shit. Some of these coins dropped to a penny, and now they're right back up to whatever 20 cents. And every time somebody purchases one of those coins, they're buying it from the powers that be on a 19-cent profit right there.
Yeah.
I believe that the bear market is in, and what is going to happen to 80 to 90% of meme coins and shit coins this bear market is they're all going goodbye. I think they're going to go to zero. My base case for Dogecoin, for example, I think it'll make it through this bear market, but it's going to probably about a penny to 5 cents. If you look at the weekly chart for Dogecoin going back to its beginning, you will see that the 2017 cycle bottom to where it made a parabolic run twice, running up to Saturday Night Live with Elon Musk in May of 21, there is a giant gap there that never got traded through. There's no reaccumulation there. There's no, test backs, retests, nothing. Just a giant gap between a penny and 5 cents. And right now, if we were talking about angular support, if you draw that same angular support on a Doge chart weekly logarithmically, you'll see that, I mean, we're literally breaking the entire angular support going all the way back to the beginning. Once that breaks, that gap is going to get filled in, and Dogecoin is going to a penny to 5 cents this bear market. If Dogecoin's going to those numbers, think about what Fartcoin is going to, and Peanut. Sorry, Kwai, I know you're a big Peanut fan. I mean, they are going to absolutely pop. And this is a good thing, because the reason we never got an altcoin season this time is the market is completely oversaturated and not enough liquidity to deal with 19 million different pieces of shit. We need like a majority of these things to go away so that like Netscape, if you get my .com reference, so that when the dust settles, there's Bitcoin, there's XRP, there's maybe Dogecoin, but there is no fucking Gala or Atom, or that crap.
No F word.
What's
And
up,
think
David?
about it.
Word on YouTube.
Once those coins go pop, and
Is-
there's only a good amount, decent amount of guys that have remained. Now the liquidity can start pouring into those.
It's not
those
going to happen
coins.
like that. That's a good dream, but it's utopian. It's not going to happen like
Well,
that. Sorry, because all these alts, they're here to stay. Even Fartcoin, it got more volume than like 80% of the coins out there, and you just got to get used to it.
Yo, someone's drinking that bear juice hardcore, bro.
For real. I mean, that angular support is way below us. I mean, Static's always
literally-
bearish. Yeah, not always, but when he's bearish, he's bearish. So we got to give it to him. But that angular
He's the
support
king
is
bear.
still way below us, even on Bitcoin. We got down to like 88K to not break that angular support. So
Well, hello,
we
Drew.
chilling.
How are you, sir?
Yo,
I'm
bro,
doing great. How you doing, Static?
Easy on
This
the
is
gummy bears. Easy on the gummy bears.
Kwai, this is very deja vu, right? 2021. And not always bearish, Drew. I mean, when we were at 15K and some people were calling for 9K, I said, well, you're out of your minds. And I called the bottom and was accumulating all through that. So
you got a YouTube replay on that? You got a YouTube replay on that?
I have an Instagram page you can go to right now, and you can see that in November of
It's absolutely true.
2023, I posted bear
You got a
market.
portfolio?
Bear market bot. Yeah. Oh, I made
Hey,
6 figures. 6 figures this cycle, Drew.
6-figure hell, that sucks.
Yeah, good. We don't all have as much money as you, but I do have for the gentleman who asked YouTube if I have YouTube evidence. I do have YouTube evidence from 2021 of Drew telling me I was out of my mind that we were going to 25 cents. Then he said it will never go to 16 cents. Then he said Doge will never go to 8 cents, which was another call of mine. I mean, I can.
Chill, yo, the
Oh,
gummy
he's good. He's
bears
good.
is
Let him
kicking
cook. Let him
in.
cook. Let him
Chill,
cook.
the gummy bears, bro.
He's good. He's good.
I
Let him
got
cook. He's
those.
good.
What, Drew? Am I lying? You know I'm not lying about that.
No, yeah. I mean, of course, I had a big bag of Doge. I have to be bullish on Doge, right?
Well, sometimes it's better to be bearish and bullish at the appropriate times.
Well, it
I
depends. I
think
mean,
I think
the
you.
way I approach it, the way it's like I'm a long-term investor, so I mean, I think the way I approach it is better than the way a lot of people like try to risk it and just let go of their positions and then usually end up losing position.
I don't
So
think so. I mean, I accumulated my average position on Bitcoin this cycle was about 29K. It's most of it was held for longer than a year. So I ended up selling at 107K. I didn't sell at the top, 124, because I had some hopium there. I
Yeah,
thought we
but
were going to
in
150,
between,
170.
but in between, you can't knock like the alts that are getting a lot of love, a lot of volume, because those
I mean,
like that's like your leverage play in
it.
between. That's
I
not
had
going
an
to take you a year or 2 years. You know, you get on something like Mudang at like 20, 30 million, right up to 100.
I mean, take
200
the
million,
Doge.
that's a much bigger move than you can do with Doge, Bitcoin, or anything else. But a lot of people hate these alts, and they're like, man, there's too much bullshit out in the market. All the love's going to come back to Bitcoin and Ethereum. It's like, yeah, it happens, but there's a lot of love out there for these other shit coins that people are shitting on. And look at the volume. So I think there's, a lot of the shit coins that people shit on are going to get most love actually off the market.
just because it can
Possibly.
move up like a large amount
I
doesn't
do
mean
agree.
it's
There is too many.
gonna.
There's too much
Yeah,
shit out there.
it doesn't mean it's going to sustain itself through the bear, especially like if we're talking such a big drop with not enough assets in the market to support all of these coins, right? They're not all going to survive. I think that's
Oh, yeah, of
fair.
course not. Yeah, of course not.
Now, I was gonna say, so I wanted to correct myself from earlier. I did say that we hit 80 when we hit all-time highs. That's incorrect. We hit 80 before all-time highs at about like 19. At all-time high, it was at 78 on CBBI. I know that's like a bit low for top, but I do want to also point out that over time, so since 2018, the tops have been lower numbers, right? The top in 2018, I think, was 100 or up there. It's pretty much at the top of the chart. The one in 2021 was 97. Now that's a pretty drastic drop from 97 down to 78, let's say, right? Or 82, I think is what the highest it got. But if there is curvature over time, especially with some of these factors like institutional investors coming in, who's to say it's not the top? Okay. So I just wanted to correct myself and kind of reiterate.
When you sold your Bitcoin static, I felt it. I knew it was old Bitcoin getting sold around there. Like it felt like really old time traders. People who bought it years ago were starting to dump it. Like I felt it.
Can I do something here while we've got everyone on here? Just a yes or a no. I'm just gonna go down the line that I've got here. Static. Do you think that we've reached all-time high now at the 124 of Bitcoin? Do you think for the
120,
season?
126, I believe, is all-time high. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get another all-time high. Is it possible that from here we hold 100, go to 117K, somewhere in that distribution range that we've been watching for 6 months? Yes, that's certainly possible. But
Okay.
the end result
Drew?
is I do not believe that we're going to any new all-time high like 150, 175K.
Okay, Drew? On your Bitcoin,
I
what do you
believe
think?
that Bitcoin found a nice comfy range between, 100, maybe we breach 100 a little bit here and there, but I think this 100 areas, nice little comfy pocket that there's new money that came in that's supporting, old money's already exhausted that went out. So I think a lot of selling pressure, pretty much this, the old selling pressure, the majority of it's pretty much gone. So I think we're going to range between 1 and 125. Maybe we'll hit a 130, get everyone all excited, 131 just to drop it back down at the bottom of range again. But in the meantime, while that happens, while Bitcoin ranges between 1 and 120 for another like 4 months, I think the alts are going to blast off. Some of the really good alts, not all of
You
them, of
think
course.
they're
I
still for
think
the hope
Doge,
they're still, but you think Bitcoin is done?
yep.
for now?
Not done, because I don't think Bitcoin's gonna like collapse right now or anything or
No,
hit
no, no,
like some
not by
major
that.
bear
I
market.
just mean done for all-time
Yeah,
high
I think right
for
now,
now.
I think it's gonna more barcode. It's just gonna be kind of ranging up and down, a little bit of fake moves up to like let people think we're breaking out, hit that 125 area, 130, and then drop it right back down. While Solana, Ethereum, Doge, and a lot of the micros are gonna start picking up. You're gonna see coins that are like 10, 100 million market caps go straight to 1 billion. Like that's just the way the market's going to be, I think. And it's just,
Your
they're going
theory
to
is
be pumped.
basically
They're going to
what's
be
left
bumped.
over in Bitcoin is going to dribble down
Yeah,
to alt.
exactly. It's going to get so
Okay.
volatile too on some of these alts, and you just got to buckle up and ride the roller coaster, in my opinion.
And Rendell, what do you think? John?
Sorry, what's up?
So what do you think? You think all-time high on Bitcoin has been reached now? Or you think we're still up for more?
I'm not sure at the moment, to be honest with you.
Not sure. Rubber, are you there? Qui-Gon Jinn?
All right, guys, I gotta
Yo,
bounce.
yo.
I gotta bounce. Sorry for the bad mic the entire time with my driving, but
Okay.
I am at my destination, the girlfriend's house. Drew, nice talking to you as always.
Nice
Little
talking
deja
to you,
vu.
but don't be
Little
knocking that
deja.
Dogecoin because we're going to $1, baby.
I think you and I will both admit a little deja vu for each of us, right?
But love, man.
Static, just the ending diagonal. You mentioned Elliot, right? Ending diagonal could surprise you.
Ending diagonal. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's the only Elliot scenario where the all-time high isn't in yet.
I mean, I would argue that we're not only have we completed a 5-wave pattern, we've probably completed a 5.5-wave pattern at this point. Trump pump wave 1 would have been 15K bottom to that cup and handle.
Yeah,
on
we all
ETF.
agree about all of that. But start counting from 50K, right? So you have your first leg up, retrace, second leg up, retrace. We're in the third up. Like everybody is going to agree we're in the third up leg. But the structure inside that third up leg.
Yeah, well,
there's no third up push. Huh? There's 1, 2, and that's it. I see 2 up pushes since 50K. There's
I would
one up push.
encourage you all. I would encourage you all to flip the Bitcoin chart, look at it on the weekly, logarithmically, and pretend it was a bear market we just experienced over the last 3-4 years, and start drawing impulse down, bear flag out, impulse down, bear flag out, and then look at the pattern this distribution pattern on the top side, but flip it to the bottom side and ask yourself if that looks like a good accumulation. And to me, that looks like, it looks like a
You're
good time to buy.
100% right. You're 100% right. This is the question is: did you distribute the whole up move since 50K, or did you just distribute the 75 to 125 pump? Right? And the only scenario where we only distributed 75 to 125 is if you get a third up push, and
if we didn't take
ending diagonal. It's just an ending diagonal inside your fifth wave.
Yeah, if we didn't take the fundamentals in consideration, I'd be like, yeah, man, technicals, of course, you'd be crazy to think we're going to hang out here much longer. But just the fundamentals, and because everything that was bottlenecked the last 4 years is slowly finally getting loose. And I think, just the macro bullish environment and like the regulation, how it's pro crypto and the administration is still in for another 2.5 years or 3 years, whatever, is that we're not going to experience what we've experienced before, because the downside and the downturns were accelerated a lot more back then, I think, because we had real FUD. Now it's like we got to look for FUD to really FUD it out. Like you got to.
I totally agree with you on that. I'm glad you mentioned that, Drew, because the administration is on our side now, and I think for this circle, that's going to cycle. That's definitely going to change things, and it's not going to be the same as we normally experience.
And we still have institutions coming in right now.
Can I ask you before you go, if my original question, which was what would you need to see from Bitcoin price to change your bias or your thesis and become bullish?
Yeah, that's a good question.
What would I need to see? I mean, for me to get back involved. 1 second, let me kiss the girlfriend. Hi, babe.
Naked women falling from the sky.
Yeah, that's right. For me to get back involved, because I don't think anybody should chase green candles. I would need to see a break above 126 and some structure built there, finding support for me to consider reallocating into Bitcoin. But just because we spike up on some parabolic move to, like, hypothetically, I
No.
don't even
What about a drop?
139K.
What about a drop to 88K?
No, I probably
It was
wouldn't
a quick
start.
drop.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't start reaccumulating there. I mean, listen, Drew. I did my allocation of capital when we were between 15 and 30K. I did that with Dogecoin at the same period of time when we were around 8 cents. I sold my 30% of my Dogecoin, and I sold in December when we were in the 40s. I sold it at 38 cents. And then I just kept the other 2/3. Was
Nice.
hoping we'd go back up again. Really didn't see that pump. And based on what I saw the other day, I sold October 6th
Boo! You sold it all.
at 19 cents, I think.
That's a good
But
sign.
yeah,
That's a good sign. That's a
Well,
good
guess
sign.
what,
yeah.
man? It's
Listen, man, I
time.
made.
Watch out. Elon gave the signal, man. So be careful. Not being in Doge these next few days because something might pop off.
But Static,
All I know.
if you say
Well,
all-time high,
I leave you with this quote here from a famous guy in the 1920s. A stockbroker was asked by a reporter, "How did you make your fortune?" And his response was, "I got out too early." Have a good night,
Hey,
guys.
taking profits early. You never go broke taking
Yeah,
profits
we
early.
all
I
know
agree
that.
with
We
that.
all know that one. I'm gonna entertain his bearish sentiment for a little bit. I do have a hypothesis and absolutely no evidence to back it up. But the next bull run is due at the beginning of and end of Trump's next presidency. So we could go into a bear only for him to be like, see what I did like 3 years later, and we're like all rich. I don't know. Just a thought.
that would be cool.
We just did that with the tariff scare, right? He reset the
But
charts.
I also go with Drew on this one. This is the first time that we have administration that is 100% behind crypto, and I think we're going to have it might last longer than we think.
Yeah, I definitely can agree with that. And also, sorry for step. Is going to be kind of everything if we're going to see it, right? Timing and catalysts.
All I know is
Breaking
within the next few months, I'm either gonna be balling out of control or working twice as hard.
We balling, baby.
Might as well work twice as hard, anyways. That way, if you're balling 4 times.
Drew, I wish you seen my portfolio right now. You would be like, damn, homie's got balls.
Word, you're in there like swimwear right now, huh?
I mean, I was gonna get rid of some of my coins, but I'm like, ah, screw it, man. I'm just gonna go for it. Yeah, I got like 20, 25 altcoins. It's pretty,
Damn.
yeah, it's pretty bad. So this is either like the smartest.
Ew,
This is the
shoot. Be
smartest.
careful.
This is the smartest thing I've ever done, or the dumbest. We're about to find.
But you still got your Pepe?
Oh yeah, yeah. No, the majority, like if not all, like the majority are like top 15, top 10, top 20. I don't go less than like top 20.
Okay, so you're not doing anything like random low caps. All right, you
Oh
should be
nah,
good. I
nah,
mean,
nah,
as long
nah.
as Bitcoin hangs out at 100-ish K, even if it breaches 100K, I think we're going to be safe. We still got that angular support that's way below us. I'm still comfy in my odds. Even if they stretch down 20, 30, 40, even 50%, they're going to stretch back up, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, anytime Bitcoin bounces back up, my alts go up hella. And yeah, I just need like one more structure up and I'm out. Like happily out.
The escape boat, right?
Yeah, exactly. And if
Well,
we go
so ICP gave it, right? It went much higher than everybody thought. Filecoin is giving it currently. We'll see if it goes higher than everybody thought. Maybe not on File, but it's happening on these small alts. Like
Yeah, a lot of
one by
alts
one.
getting big pushes.
Yeah.
Zeus, you had
I mean,
a nice position ICP, right?
yeah,
I remember that was you liked that one.
yeah. But
Did it?
I mentioned it at $3 because it was back
Nice.
at bear market bottom, and I bought some and I sold some too. But I still have plenty. Yeah. I mean, plenty.
Nice.
I still have
Hey,
more than 75%.
Yeah,
yeah,
you
ICP,
guys,
ICP just added a really good use case finally to their blockchain where like you can go in and pretty much build anything now. You just got to type it in. It's pretty cool. You should check it out.
you guys think if we see a strong alt season here and we range, that's bullish for Bitcoin or bearish for Bitcoin? Or that's an indicator of a bull of
It's bullish for Bitcoin because anybody who buys an alt is actually also buying Bitcoin. He just doesn't know it.
Yeah, I think it's bullish for
It ends
Bitcoin.
up
Like when alts pump, it's good for Bitcoin.
it ends up in Bitcoin, right? Like
A
profits
lot of
in
it.
my case, profits from ICP straight into Bitcoin
Ethereum and
without
Solana too.
without
Yeah,
even
the money
looking
goes
at
back to
its
Bitcoin.
price. Without even looking at its price, yeah. I'm okay selling Bitcoin to buy alts after a 20% drop. I'm also okay buying Bitcoin after a 30% pump. You don't care if it comes from another alt. So it ends up in Bitcoin, whether the alt pumps or dumps.
Freeman, we're only talking about alts because we got a lot of alts. It's good to trade in
Except
alts as
BNB,
well.
maybe.
Nothing wrong with that.
People, except BNB. It looks like people keep BNB. They don't buy back Bitcoin because they need BNB to trade Bitcoin. Same for Mantle. You now need Mantle to trade Bitcoin. Same for Crow, I guess. Same for some of these exchange tokens. Yeah. Like right now, I could sell Mantle to buy Bitcoin, but I'm not doing it. Maybe I should, but yeah, I'm not doing it because I need Mantle to trade. Simple as that. Now, maybe I don't need that much. Yeah. But you need now on Bybit, you need to have at least some Mantle to pay less fees. So it's like an incentive to buy some, and I think it could put the floor of the next bear market higher than typical. So we're probably not going back down to 30 cents. It's at 120. Fundamentals matter.
I'm still locking and loading. The big boys are still coming in. Their bags aren't filled up yet. Even JP Morgan, they're still filling up their bags. They're trying to be conservative, saying it's going to get to 170 in the next 6 to 12 months. Kathy Wood's funny. She's been trimming her Bitcoin predictions. She says her target's down to 1.2 million right now. But her reason is because of growing stablecoins. It's going to take some of that market cap away from Bitcoin. It will during the bearish times, but bullish times that stablecoin will actually help Bitcoin. So it's a two-way street.
I also get a lot of Uber rides from this financial building, and when I picked up this dude yesterday, I was like, "Hey man, would you say it's a green light for risk on assets?" And he elaborated for about 10 minutes. But long story short, yes, green light for risk on assets,
Let's go. See,
according to
that's no,
someone, a
that's word on the
multimillionaire.
street,
Yeah.
man. That's where it's at, man. Word on the street. That's a good word right there.
Yeah, and this dude's like under contract. He can't say a lot of things. I'm like, dude, I'm just asking for your opinion. And he's like, yeah, dude, it's a green light. And he elaborated, and this is a multimillionaire, so I'll take his word on that.
But Russell is proof of that, right? It was able to stay a bit in price discovery. However, it's now not in price discovery, so it's a bit cancelled. But seeing Russell pump like SPY and Nasdaq would be a bit proof that it's risk on already. it would be late to buy up at that point, but it's confirmation to stay in or not, right? And right now you're back below the previous all-time high of COVID. Russell is trading below COVID all-time high again. Not by much, but well, all we have to do is pump back up a bit and, you know, just one green day and you're back above COVID all-time high.
So, following the idea that that the market's primary function is to facilitate trade by seeking a price that encourages the maximum amount of interaction with buyers and sellers. What do you think is a good price or good value to set that at right now for Bitcoin?
Depends on your time frame, time horizon for when.
Talking
Since when?
intraday, I think.
Just look at EOC, it gives you the answer. It's where the most transacted already, right? So
What's up, Drew? What you holding, man?
you know, since 75K, the VWAP was at 108, so even the VWAP was high up there. Because we
I
spent
don't
a
know. I
lot of
just try and
time.
keep it as easy as possible. And at the moment, there's just still a lot of liquidity down there that needs to be grabbed on Bitcoin.
Like Static said, we spent 6 months, well, a bit less, 4 months high up there distributing. So you end up with the average transaction price being much closer to all-time high than to the lows at 75, where this up move started from. So whether you look at with a VWAP, an anchored VWAP since 75, or a volume profile of what happened since 75, yeah, you're gonna end up with everything high up there. Because we went up quickly to 100K and then it's of sideways since June, yeah, even before, I mean, even since May.
And for me, there's just too much resistance. Lots of liquidity to be grabbed down under. I think we're still going to go down before we go up.
Unless we get some news.
Yeah, I was gonna say a catalyst would change that.
Any
Like
trading
what?
news will be good now.
Well, we already know what the news is going to be. It's about reopening the government. It's about that liquidity injection from the Fed. It's about cutting rates. It doesn't have to be like specifically crypto bullish. Unfortunately, I don't see how you could come with more bullish news. We have Trump chilling crypto. Like the president of America is crypto friendly. Like what else? What can be more bullish than that? It's become a commodity. It has ETFs. Like what else can you get?
Well, I mean, what would be a black swan event at this point, right?
A lot of
Well,
imagination for bullish catalysts on Bitcoin. Like what else?
and anybody got news on China? I heard they're supposed to like legalize this thing again.
Yo, I got news on China. I
Bitcoin is
love
banned in
China.
China. It's not banned in China. What
Right
is
now,
it?
we go with China. CZ Binance is good. China is good. US and China, they're going to make sweet love. They're going to be French kissing each other.
Hey, Drew.
They're going to be
Question for
making
you.
babies. We're going to have Chinese American babies. There's going to be love in the air, and the tension and the trade wars are going to be over, and prosperity will flourish behind the golden eagle.
If America first, what number China?
Hey, yo.
No, they're both number one. China and US number one together, holding hands all the way, baby. Let's do it.
Communist Republic.
Yes, we might as well. We got that guy in New York, so we can do it.
I mean, you know, better to be friends with our enemies than enemies with our friends, right?
Hey, they're not our enemies anymore. We good. We about to make some money.
You know, they're not our enemies, although their economic system is a bit counter to ours.
Well, that's why we're going to complement each other, you know, because it's
Yeah,
going to be like good
I
cop,
agree.
bad cop, and we're going to take on the world together. You know?
Frenemies is
I
a real
actually,
word. You know.
I actually do agree. I think like the best scenario is yeah
How do
a
you feel
strong
about it?
alliance
Good.
between the U.S. and
Yeah,
China.
yeah, we
Yeah.
just stronghold the whole world, just like good cop, bad cop, you know, and like we'll have China to push really aggressive, and we'll be like, hey, but you know, we can do this and then.
Yeah. No, I say that I don't. I'm not advocating for all of the things that China does, but that is, I do think that would be a good strategic alliance.
I don't think it sounds like you're advocating for anything.
I think
Alex, it looks like a wobbly W bouncing off the 100K. Just
The only thing
answering
I'm
Alex.
advocating. So sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
So 786 higher low potentially, you know.
Yeah, the only thing I'm advocating for is for like more zeros in my account.
Follow to that,
Go.
bro. Me too. But yeah, it is hard to be bullish right now, but that's usually what happens before takeoff.
Yeah, that's the thing I like. Like if when Dbloc shows that kind of macro of Bitcoin, like I see that we're in the right place in terms of percentages to potentially pump or have another step back before a pump. I just time's a bit different, right?
I hate the idea of having to sell after a 30% down move. I don't care if the weekly closes below this or that, honestly. You gotta front run it. It's risky, but so a lot of people did, right? Aesthetic sold 108, front running the bear market metric of closing weekly stuff below below.
Grand Theft Auto just got delayed.
It's a good catalyst for further dumpage. People pissed
Yeah,
they can't game. Why not sell Bitcoin?
their stock price went down like almost $40, and it was at 250. So that's a pretty significant loss for them.
They're marking price up currently with limit orders moving higher and higher, and will.
Yeah, they fired 30 of their devs, just like goodbye. So the community in general is just mad.
But yeah, who needs devs when you have an eye?
I was about to turn 28 years old. I was 27 in my last 1 or 2 weeks when that came out. GTA 5 came out, and I'm 40 now. That's crazy. And that still hasn't come out. Wow.
Isn't it? It's taking about as long. Like the only other thing I can think of is like what was that movie, The Boondock Saints?
That, Tron, many other movies that took 20 years to come out.
Yeah, Tron. Well, I mean, does Tron really count? Because it took some time. But I feel like it was more like a remake they came out with, right?
It was a sequel. I'm not talking about the one that just came out like a month or two ago. I mean, like 2010 to 1982, or I believe the first one came was 81. I forget.
That was a sequel? I didn't know. I never
Yeah, it's
watched
a
the
sequel. It's a
more
sequel.
recent one. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought it was a remake.
You could call it a quasi remake, I guess, because it's mostly new characters. But I guess it depends how you look at it.
Well, and that, so like, because if it's like, I mean, That's a lot. Like I feel like yeah, because is it even the same studio? Is it the same?
Oh yeah, same studio, same everything.
Okay. Well, yeah, then I guess that counts. Yeah, it's not technically a remake. Just a very delayed sequel.
Lucy, this is good beacons for trading. Go up to 103,800, go down to 100,300. Up to 103,800, go down to 100,300. Brilliant for trading. Boring trading, but good for making money.
The idea of having a range here before
It's
we
like
put
Hansel and
up or
Gretel. Just
down.
follow the crumbs.
You lose opportunity on your last trade, though. I don't like range trading.
Are you talking like potentially that we're reaccumulating after
Yeah.
distribution?
Yeah.
I mean, I was very excited to say see you guys at 98K. Now that excitement's gone. Now I'm very excited to say see you guys at 120K. I'll be right back.
I'd love to say see you guys at like 180K.
Yo, and Drew is never bullish.
You say Drew's never bullish?
Yes, he is. He's like almost always. Oh,
Yeah,
it depends on if he's in position. If he's in a position, then he's bullish. If he's not
yeah.
holding, then he's bearish.
No,
Oh, I
it's,
haven't been in it.
it's
Maybe that's
definitely
why.
Drew Bull. Drew
The
Bull.
the
Drew
s-
is always
the
bullish.
second that he sells, like the second he hits the sell button, right afterwards, he'll be bearish.
Yeah, he'll be bullish right up to it though.
But then, yeah, like he'll be wicked bullish about something, then he'll hit the sell button, then all of a sudden he's bearish.
I got some exes like that.
Yeah.
And
Well,
right
this
after
was
he
the
hits the
first
buy
time I've
button,
been
he's
this
like, "I'm
bullish
all in,
on
let's go."
So when we were talking earlier about like the stables no longer being a good moniker of, or potentially no longer being a good moniker of tops and bottoms. What if like does that not bring kind of like the opportunity a stable to be created that is explicitly traded within crypto?
stable that is stable.
Well, I was thinking something that's like a trading tool for us.
No,
You
I
know,
know, I'm just joking.
that would allow us to track money in and out.
If you can get a few thousand people and you're all on the phone, you say, okay, let's sell 3, 2, 1 now.
Put in like a 500x short on like 3 Bitcoin. Be fine. Or like 300. No, not financial advice.
If Bitcoin can just go down to 1,500, then I'll be happy.
Someone just dropped the biggest sell we've seen since the previous lowest point.
Which one? There has been a bigger one.
How
About
much was it? How much was it?
9 minutes ago.
No, 9 seconds ago.
No, 9 minutes ago there was a big one too.
Yeah, but not on Binance spot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, how much was it? Like 1,500?
Wait, it's still developing a bit here. 150 Bitcoin market sell, price absolutely not moving, getting fully absorbed, but it's still going.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of tapping up on this on the 50 on RSI. So, and if it shifts over, this would be kind of an interesting pivot point.
You can drop another 150 Bitcoin here. It's good for bears, they can exit without slippage. I'm marking price up, right, with limit orders higher and higher. At
We're
the same
still,
level as yesterday.
yeah, we're still a bit shy of like that 50 EMA cloud on the 15.
Does it show a big buy now, Sus?
No. Price is going up though.
Showed.
But no. No, you don't need a big buy for price to go up. You just need price to go up, huh? On low volume. But here you saw aggressive sellers sell, but they failed to bring price lower. Huh? Like it just went completely flat. They're filling a limit order, and now you're getting the reaction from that aggressiveness. I guess on almost zero volume going back up. Yeah. But I mean, we're talking $100 higher on something with 6 digits. You know, it's like 0.1% up. Like 5 Bitcoin market bot was enough to bring it up $100, while 150 Bitcoin market sold couldn't bring it $1 lower. And now the limit will move a bit higher. It hasn't yet, but it should. Otherwise, this bull isn't that bullish. I mean, you know, he wants to buy, he sees price fill him partially and start to go back up, so he should move his order higher now.
It's a crazy spot to do it, though.
But that was, you know, they've been very patient the whole day. Haven't seen Bulls FOMO like they did yesterday. Well, yesterday first they really absorbed all the bearishness, and then we saw a bit of positive CVD and some FOMO above 102. But these these whales, they can't FOMO right now. Anyway, there's nobody selling at these levels. Like if they want to buy, they have to absorb what people sell. They can't market buy 500 Bitcoin. It would make it immediately spike up.
I don't think 101 is a spot to FOMO. I think if you get to 100, that's where the FOMO really is going to come in. Are we going to drop lower or are we going to go back up? It's just got that psychological imprint on you. Oh, we're at 100.
Yet most of the transactions are higher. For now at least. We'll see what happens next. But here, most of the transactions are higher than 100.
If I
It's
zoom
between
out,
101 and 102.
if I zoom out, we had a 103, a little bit of a at 102, and now 102 again, 101. So
Is done buying where it's over anyway. But he's not done. He's still here. Patiently waiting for people to sell.
what platform was the big sell that you saw? Binance.
Well, it wasn't that big. It's just the biggest we've seen in the last.
What was the amount?
The biggest single sell we've seen in the last.
What was this around? How many?
6 hours.
No. How big was the amount roughly?
150 Bitcoin.
Oh.
It's nothing
That's
huge,
money
right?
to play with.
Like BlackRock sells 300 Bitcoin every hour, but it's not huge. But it's bigger than the others we saw.
Yeah, well. So looking at what, about 11 between about 11.5 million that you're trading with? Peanuts for those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that last 15-minute candle saw 66% buys, 30% sells.
Wait, 30 plus 6, that's 36%. Where's the other 64?
Sorry, 66% plus buys to 33% sells. Did I say that wrong?
Ooh, look at this.
BlackRock actually bought some Bitcoin
Yeah,
and Ethereum today.
Oh, it's him. It's BlackRock buying 101.
They bought Ethereum today. They bought more
Look
Ethereum
at the
than they did
resistance at
Bitcoin.
101 too. There's a lot of resistance then.
Yeah, they bought more Ethereum today than they did Bitcoin, but they bought today instead of selling like usual.
So there's 24 hours delay, right? Because Bitcoin went up yesterday, not today, right? So
This was
you
8
see.
hours ago. 8 hours ago, so this morning.
Yeah. But BlackRock has to keep that one-to-one spot ETF running, and it doesn't have to do it right when Bitcoin pumps, right? So you see it with delay, right? Like you see the transaction 8 hours ago on the blockchain, but that doesn't mean that the whoever bought $10 million of Bitcoin in his ETF yesterday, well, he probably did it yesterday, not today. Huh? Makes sense. It was going up yesterday. It's going down today, so they're buying what got bought yesterday today.
Well, and it's Ethereum, and if you consider that a lot of folks in Legacy were taking profits yesterday, kind of adds up, right? DraftKings is down. I'm listening to the guy talk about how he doesn't think it's prediction markets that are taking his money.
Oh, that was an even bigger sell. It looks like it achieved something, no? 210 Bitcoin market sold.
Yeah, it's looking like pretty thick old candle right there.
Yeah, and this time alts will drop more now.
Yeah, but I mean it's 8 minutes till the close of so
And 40 minutes for the daily. But the bull is still there, yeah? Doing 85 Bitcoin buy wall, ready to absorb again if needed. Well, he's hoping someone sells so he can buy.
yeah, on the
It's all
daily
noise, man. It's all noise. There's a battle
yeah,
happening.
and this
We're above
daily candle
101, right? It's
just
above
above
101, so
it's in terms of
can
buys to sells, it's just reverse of yesterday. Yesterday was 51% to 48.9, and it's 48 buys to 51% sells. As of now, still got 40 minutes.
compared to 2 days ago, the bearish pressure is cooling, is dying a bit. No?
Yeah. Well, actually, technically, it was much more volume 2 days ago, but there was we're technically a little bit more sells than buys, with about half the volume.
The thing is, with all the Bitcoin getting sold here, these are not fresh Bitcoin. Like people who can TP at 100K are those who bought below 100K months ago, right? I'm having trouble seeing the end of the bearish pressure because you see also, the 4-year cycle. And I know this can just not stop for 6 months. But there's RDTA that says they should still be able to outpower the bearishness, but we'll see. Typically, you would see bears. You would see the market sellers fade out. That's when we start pumping. When people stop pressing a sell on market. Well, bears being less aggressive, getting rid of their Bitcoin in a hurry. And then slowly they'll build a bullish structure, maybe an ascending triangle, maybe a bull flag, whatever. And then the bulls will take control again. You'll end up with a bullish CVD for a few weeks, not just 2 hours.
So Elon got turned down for a few $1 trillion. So hopefully he has no choice but to pump Doge or something.
Yeah, I'm saying bulls absorb that sell.
Think he's gonna spend it? He'd be broke if he spent it, right?
Well, no, he's not getting the money. Like he got denied.
It was approved.
No, it was approved.
Like 100%. I want to live.
It was approved. Are you serious?
Yes.
At least like
Yeah, dude. Where are you coming with this denial from?
I can't say what I want to say, but okay. Thanks for the news.
It's dependent on performance, of course.
There's another bull stepping in front of the other one. I'm sure there's phone calls in between the two, and they're like pissed at each other. I'm the one who wants to buy first. Screw you. Maybe they plan it right. They're like, okay, you'll be buying around 100K. Me, I'll be buying around 80K, and the third one will be buying at 50K, and then next cycle they reverse order. And then if one of them misbehaves and doesn't do what he was supposed to, well, he gets like punished by the other two. Or it's like I was supposed to buy 50, but well, screw it, I'll buy 80.
That's quite a conspiracy.
There's got to be some phone calls between whales, right? Like those early investors in Bitcoin, they probably know each other. Like, there's got to be some stuff happening there.
Yeah. Until one of them front runs the others.
Maybe they even communicate through price.
I think that's pretty likely, actually.
Hey, look, I'll put you a topping ABC. That'll be your signal to buy or to sell.
Maybe they do it with the portions by which they buy at a time. Well, everything that ends in 50 is one guy. Everything that ends in 30 is another.
It's easy. It's in Bitcoin code, right? Like when you think about it, it's very simple, right?
Here's the thing about the halving is it used to have a huge impact on the bear market because it's like there used to be a lot more coins coming into circulation after the halving.
Less coins off.
Or well, yeah, it's less after, but like you know what I mean. There was a lot of like before mining was going on, like you could probably easily mine like 10,000 bitcoins in a day or whatever. Like I don't know what the rates were, but it's like that would it used to be flooding the market with a bunch of extra coins, like and diluting the supply. Like you'd be adding to the supply with the ease of which like the mining was happening. But now that the mining has slowed down so much, you're not really flooding the market with as much of the supply anymore by mining because the mining process doesn't yield as many coins. So you're not
Well, it's not
diluting the supply as much.
it's not just that it doesn't yield coins, it's that it takes a lot more process that amount of coins. And so like the equipment expensive, so it's priced out a lot. Like you can't mine with a graphics card. You have to mine with the ASIC. So that's also priced out a lot of the plus fluctuations in energy prices as well. In regions where they were mining. So
Yeah, but see that also kind of self-corrects is like the more people that are mining, the more difficult the mining becomes for
yeah,
each person. But the fewer there are people mining, the easier it becomes for each person.
because they're not like competing against as many other people.
Sort of, but also the amount of equipment it takes. Like so,
Yeah, like you need to be able to
so
keep up. Like so you have to invest money like in better equipment to be able to keep up with like to be able to actually mine Bitcoin that's worth the amount of time and energy and money that you spent.
well, and a lot of that mining is consolidated to these like supersized, mining farms that wiped out a lot of the smaller
Yeah.
miners or even medium miners, right? And a lot of them, they're not gone. They other assets like Bitcoin Cash or Litecoin that's a little easier to mine, Raven Coin or whatever.
Yeah, anyway, like the logistics doesn't really matter. All I'm saying is that there used to be a lot more supply flooding the market than there is today because of
Yeah.
the halving cycle. But I also don't know if so the bear market might not be as bad, but it also might mean that the bull market's more boring.
Well, the curve is flattening out as well, right, over time, and that's a direct correlation to what you're talking about, I would say. Uh, and then I'm not sure, but I would imagine that some institutions, as they accumulate more Bitcoin, are going to try to uh, suppress tops and so on and so forth. Someone was saying it earlier with where their targets are based off of RSI for
little bit of price action. What's up, everybody? Well, Filecoin did okay so far. Might be a rotation though, right? Filecoin into Litecoin, and then maybe ICP into, do I dare say Polkadot? I did. That's just a possibility. buddy, $2.
The 15-minute 50 EMAs we're just rejected. And then we rejected off the 200 on the 15 throughout this whole thing.
On Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now this looks like a bear flag on the 15-minute, starting from 103.4. Crazy. These wicks on the 15-minute just wicks right up to the 50. Boom, boom, boom. There's 3 of them. Sell pressure here.
What's going on, everybody? Jeez, what did I walk into?
You might be getting ready to spit and turn around. Who knows?
There's 800 Bitcoin sitting at 100K. And then it's all staggered here, like the lowest. They are kind of trying by putting 2,000 Bitcoin at 1018.
If you guys don't mind me asking, what's your conviction right now with the way everything's looking? Where do you guys stand?
You go first.
You want me to go first?
Yeah.
I asked the question though. What you mean?
Yeah. Well, you go first. Answer your own question first.
Fine, fine. Yeah, okay, all right. But you have to go second though.
Okay, deal.
I think they're trying to shake everyone out. I think. I mean, I know we don't go off thoughts and things like that, but I think they're trying to really break the unbreakable. Something I heard, I think it was in here when I first joined, was the, what is it, the slingshot effect? You got to go real deep down to go real high up.
Yeah, they're trying to get people to think that we're going to do crazy dumpage again.
That's where I stand. That's my answer. I still think they're just trying to scare everybody out, shake out the unbreakable.
My opinion is that they, like, every time you think it's gonna turn around, like right when that hope enters your body again, and you're like, okay, this is feeling a little bit better. It looks like it could turn around here. When you start feeling that little bit of relief, like, don't believe it, because they're gonna, like, I'm used to, and I'm saying they, but you know who I mean. I'm just calling, I'm gonna call the red candles they. They just like will keep driving the price down, and whatever the bigger picture may be, like maybe somebody else wants to jump in that has a ton of money and like they want this specific price and they're like, all right, bet, like just give us some time to bring the price down there for you. And but like I've seen, like you mentioned the slingshot, I've seen those V-shaped recoveries. They're totally real. The whole round tripping, that's new to me. Like the last few months have been a lot of round tripping. You get a good entry and then eventually it just rounds off like a McDonald's M, and then it goes right back to your entry, and it's been like that for months. So either they're trying to make good on the wick on 1010 and like give everybody a chance to get in wherever the prices like fell to. They're like, okay, it went here 1010. You were complaining that you couldn't buy. Wait, here's your chance. You can buy now. With all, here it is. Here's the prices. That could be a theory. That's one of my theories. The timing, I haven't been through this part yet. This is my first time at the end of a bull market, so well, no, technically when I entered trading 5 years ago, it was at the end of the bull, and so that was 2021, I guess. So we, for timing purposes, we could still get that last blow off, whatever. This like movement down seems a little quick. It doesn't seem like it just seems like it's coming down kind of quickly rather than a slow bleed off. So my opinion is that it's the beginning of November, and I think we'll know in a couple weeks. Yeah, that's my opinion. I'm buying.
So you okay? That those last 2 words kind of answer my question then.
I've been buying.
All right, I like that. And you telling me this whole round tripping thing? This is not like the norm. Shit, I was born into crypto trading with the round tripping thing. I thought that was a normal thing.
No,
I like taking profit.
like you could buy and hold for years before, and then the price goes up. But round tripping a whole position constantly is aggravating, and I'm not used to seeing that. I mean, it's been like that for half a year or something like that. But I mean, maybe more so in some coins. The rotation too, like going from this narrative to this narrative to this narrative, and it's all using the same monies. It's like, where is the new money?
The interesting thing about the round tripping, because like it kind of what you were talking about with them basically playing our psychology, right? Is if you batter people down with round tripping and like you never the upside targets, right? The bigger ones, the ones that people are really shooting for. Once you get people kind of exhausted from that, that's the perfect time to pump, right? So it may not be here. We may still have a bit to go before that. But like if I were the folks on the other side trying to preserve my wealth, or to grow my wealth and to get a bigger piece of the pie, it would kind of make sense to suppress price from the higher targets and get as many people exhausted with the market selling as much Bitcoin as possible, and then rip.
So that's where you stand. That's your conviction.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not convinced that we're in a bear market yet. I think we still have a bit to go, but also, I guess it depends where price goes. I'm not. It depends on where price goes and what kind of structure we make along the way. Like, I guess as of now, I'm pretty neutral. I'm looking.
It just doesn't feel like max pain yet.
Yeah, I agree.
Might go here. Just SFP made you sweat a little right here.
It doesn't feel like max pain, and you know what? I was thinking about this earlier. The all-time high at 126. That didn't really feel like top euphoria. Like I don't really know what that feels like, but it didn't feel like as much euphoria as some of the other highs I've experienced have been. And so like I'm not really convinced
I thought
yet.
the same thing when we were up there.
Yeah. Like the euphoria was there, no. Didn't it just didn't feel like
Is
max
that
euphoria.
because you were more in alts than Bitcoin? So I feel like if you're a Bitcoin maxi, it could have felt pretty euphoric.
I mean, I was in Bitcoin more than no, I was in Bitcoin more than all. And this also could be like that my mentality, the knowledge I've gained here and kind of the mentality that I've shifted into. But like I also I didn't see it like I didn't that like they say like when everybody and their mother and sisters talking about Bitcoin, that's when it topped. It's like, yeah, that was there. It wasn't like nearly as like it wasn't a lot. Like I only experienced a little bit of that. And maybe that's just my personal isolated but it didn't feel like a top to me.
I'm gonna cut in
It
if
felt
you
like
don't mind.
a top for that time. Sorry, go ahead.
Just something you said. What is Max Payne supposed to feel like then if this is not it? I mean, what extents is it supposed to go to get that Max Payne feeling? Because this is not Max Payne, bro.
I mean, we're still
I
like 100.
I feel
right?
like I felt worse when it was at 74.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah, we're still like above 100 right now. You know what I mean? Like, um,
I'm curious because I started when it was at
When
74.
Bitcoin hit 74 earlier.
Mm-hmm.
so like if you look,
Did you go long when it hit 74? Did you go long? You should have. Yeah.
if you look at like some of the macro charts, see, put up.
I'm back, y'all. What's going on, everybody?
What's up, D?
Chilling. Food. ODing on caffeine.
There's this butthole that keeps spoofing the chart with 2,000 Bitcoin, and he goes this way and that way, and this way and that way.
Yeah, you gotta ignore him. It's the same dude that had the split order last time. Like 1,300 and 700, and there was two orders used to move together.
But yeah, to answer the person's question about Max Payne, it's like if you look at
The mic is breaking up, bro.
copy that. I'll hold my thought.
It's just choppy, it seems like. Unless it's just me.
Yeah, it could be. I was just gonna say it just they were, I think, significantly bigger dips next top previously. Like if you look at the monthly chart, we've only retraced what. Yeah, we're not quite at 30% yet, right? Like we've retraced like 23%. Yeah, I can still go down from here. You know what I mean? Before a pump potentially.
Okay, now you said down, and now that candle turned red, so it's your fault.
All right, I'll shut up then.
That's what you get for looking at it. That's cool. D, do you mind if I ask you what's
up?
Your conviction at the moment?
It hasn't changed.
Still the same?
Yeah, still the same. I've got my invalidation points. They haven't hit yet. Sentiment is the only issue, in my opinion, right now.
Yeah, that's kind of actually what makes me feel a little bullish, if anything.
I don't think anybody should be too on board in one direction right now. I said we invest in the probable and we hedge against what's possible.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty neutral, but I'm a little bullish.
Yeah, I'm not beaten up, but you know, I added to deep instead of foul, but I had foul or deep, and it was like a toss up, right? And then now you see foul, and I have foul, but you know, it's like the day before, it's like I'm biting my fingernails. No, which one I'm gonna add, and I guessed wrong. Oh well, but it is what it is. That's my story. I'm done.
Well, what's the coin count you're trying to get?
What on deep?
I mean, you don't have to divulge it, but I don't know if you have like a goal of how many coins that you're like, okay, I'm cool with that many coins, and then you stop buying it.
Y'all keep playing
No,
with these alts like it's safe.
Yeah, I'm just if I could just double what I have, I'd be good. I mean, I ain't nothing heavy. Just harvesting some more ammo.
I was gonna ask if anybody here has seen sentiment being this bad before. I
Oh
mean,
yeah. Oh yeah.
I would assume with COVID and like crazy stuff like that, right?
Usually it happens. See, there's so many metrics that we're hitting right now that are bear market metrics, but they are bottom of the bear market metrics. Largest liquidation event in history, fear, extreme fear. Like this is shit that you get at the very bottom of the bear market. For the first half of the bear market, people are still euphoric. But these sort of levels, yeah, FTX levels, COVID levels, Luna Celsius levels, very similar.
Yo, D, I was gonna ask you yesterday. You know that psychological like chart that people always reference, the one that has
Mm-hmm.
like complacent. Where do you think we are there? Like it can't be euphoria, right? That'd be the peak.
No, guys, you don't ever have to question, are we in euphoria?
So I think we
It's
potentially could be in
obvious when we're in
complacency.
euphoria.
Do you think we passed euphoria and we went to complacency, or we skipped euphoria maybe? Because I know we.
Thanks to Wall Street. Static explained it well, right? They're more conservative. Like they'll TP earlier, they'll also buy back earlier.
Because I was looking at that chart and I was like, man, we never got euphoria. There was thrill, there was belief. Feels like we skipped euphoria and now we're in complacency.
It's just that we didn't get it at the same time, but we got it on every coin. You know, XRP had its moment, Solana had its moment, ETH had its moment. They all got a bit of euphoria at one point.
Yeah, you're right. No, when ETH was crossing almost 5K, everyone was pretty euphoric.
Yeah, it just wasn't as explosive as last cycle, but
This is where I
we can't
think
say
we
we
are.
didn't get any euphoria.
Right after belief. Optimism, belief, time to get fully time to get fully invested, made to pay for your convictions, not at thrill yet.
We have to look coin by coin, right? Because they don't pop at the same. For example, if you take mental, I felt euphoria. I definitely felt euphoria on mental.
Well, you can feel these on 5 minutes. Like you can take
it's
a
on the
trade
weekly.
on a 5-minute chart, and by the time you get to your TP, that's. But what we're talking about is all together, right? As a whole, the sentiment of the market itself.
When XRP hit $3, people went euphoric too. Wow. So on a coin by coin basis, I think some of them are way more to the right. I mean, we got Doge at 50 cent. That was euphoria too.
Yeah, hey, wait, can you explain the disbelief phase? You meaning that they don't trust that this is sustainable, so they get out?
Yeah, disbelief meaning like that's it, it's over.
Yeah.
Even when there starts to be a recovery, you're like, this is just gonna be a dead cat bounce.
I broke even, so I'm out, or something.
Suckers rally.
Yeah, totally.
But
I
if you look
feel
at
that.
Doge,
I feel that.
if you look at a chart like Doge, all of that has happened already, and we, like Dbloc said, we're more like at the bottom of a bear market potentially, whether it's sentiment, whether it's price action too. I mean, we're at 16 cent, right? Now it could be much lower at 5 cent too, but that's only half.
I know this doesn't mean anything, but I just kind of noticed that the yearly high on fear and greed was 88 exactly, almost exactly a year ago, November 20th. Right now we're getting close to the yearly low on March 10th. I got for 15 extreme fear. We're almost there exactly a year later.
I mean, I feel the disbelief part, but my disbelief may be a tad bit different. I know it's like funny. Lindo was like, "It's a scam." This is where they start calling it a scam, but like for me, it's more of like, "This is too hard. I give up. This is too hard." Like it's like
I mean,
you can trade a scam, right? You can trade a scam.
We haven't
Capitulation.
even gone into disbelief. We haven't even gone into rally. Like if we rally from here, then that would be disbelief. But we're on we're on the downside. We haven't even.
Oh, so you
No,
think
we've
we're in the
had no,
we're in the
we've had disbelief. We had disbelief at 49. 74 was
Oh yeah,
definitely
100%.
disbelief.
I'm saying right now where we
yeah
stand,
right
though.
now. So are you thinking we're in the anger phase?
I think we're in the complacency phase where it says we need to cool off and wait for the next rally.
That's the thing. If you're gonna look at this though, you have to see it as an entire cycle.
For me, if we
Like
close
like a 4-year cycle,
Like
or
like an entire cycle. Right? Down here was our bear market bottoms. Denial, capitulation, FTX crash. This was Luna, Celsius crash. This is FTX crash. Panic, depression, the disbelief starts. Is this just a sucker's rally? Right? Then it comes over to this side. Then you get the hope. Oh no, it actually is doing something. Optimism, belief. This is where everybody gets in and gets wrecked for the first time. Right.
That's at 40K, right?
Then when
With
it
that
starts, I don't know. I really think it was down here. I think this was 49K. I think this was 74K, and this is down. I remember these very. I mean, this is World War III. The world's over. Every one of these, we felt these emotions. What we haven't felt is thrill, right? I'll buy more on margin. Start telling everybody to buy, and then that euphoria.
that's true. That's true. I haven't felt thrill or euphoria.
Everything else we've
I
basically gone through. Now, bears will
I
say that we're in complacency, right? Bears will
I
say
def.
we hit euphoria at 124. Probably bears who haven't been here for real euphoria, and that now we're in complacency. We just need to cool off for the next rally.
Of course, High Def says we're in anxiety phase.
You know
I
what?
think we just, we lived through panic even.
You can feel
Look at
every
the
one of these emotions in 1 day swing of chart prices, right?
look at the
Falling
month.
knife, you get the panic and all that. Then
The
you buy
knife.
and it's not recovering yet, so you got depression. Then you finally get a bullish engulfing, and you're like, "Oh, I know this is gonna fail." And eventually, you get your measured move and all that. And you take profit.
Spark, what did he say about the 2019? What did he say as a comparison? I didn't see his latest video.
Look at the monthly chart and look at April 1st, the candle there. I feel like we're having that same feeling we're having in March before that candle dropped down and then wicked back up, turned green.
This is
Like
similar
if
to
we did
2019 Spark because we're going from QT to QE, so it's that spillover. Probably what he's talking about.
Don't you need like 6 months to go from
Yeah, it's not an
disbelief to
immediate. It's
euphoria?
not an immediate thing. To go from what to what? I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about QE to
Well, I
QT.
don't know, from one of the downsides to euphoria. What was before euphoria? Like it needs time. No, people can't just become euphoric in November.
You know what makes
Even
people
if price
instantly
pumps.
euphoric?
Even if price pumps, nah, the harm is done.
You know what makes
They need,
people instantly
they need time.
euphoric? Going through shit like this and having it recover. You get to euphoria very fast.
But it
Hell
failed,
yeah.
right? The recovery failed at 116. Like we all of that happened.
That's not what we're talking about. You asked, what does it take to get people? You always move the goalposts. Good at that.
No, we
just
could have
scoots
seen
it over
euphoria
to
if
a
it was
more
too quick.
convenient place.
If it was quick enough, we could have had euphoria after that. No, but now I feel like it's gonna need more time. Yeah.
I
he does
think
it to
they've done
himself.
a way better job during this dip than they did during 49 and 74 in convincing people that it's over. The recovery from this, I would expect, would induce way more FOMO and way more euphoria if it sustains itself than any of the prior ones. just because of the contrast between expectations and, you know.
Interesting.
I know, Alex. I refuse to talk about that shit until they actually make some buys, bro. Whatever. That's just the wallet where you keep all the Bitcoin you seized, as far as I'm concerned. 112 would start it, and then 120 would really seal it in. On.
Well, Drew says Elon gave the signal to go into euphoria. Not really happening yet.
Hey, listen,
Dbloc.
if it happens the other way, then this will be the first time in history that retail nailed it and got it right. Which, you know, hats off. That would be amazing. Seriously doubt it. Yeah, what's going on, brother?
Doesn't that light work on your eyes?
Nah, I'm actually pretty chill right now. The vibe.
Is it
Retail.
soothing?
Yeah. More
Retail
like a
good.
pastel sort of vibe going on in the room. Right?
The camera probably makes it look more pronounced. He's probably getting so soft light.
Actually, I've got the camera like blackened out because these Govee lights are crazy. If I turn it up all the way, it'll look like the room is glowing, but that's not what it looks
Yeah.
like in the
Oh,
room.
wow.
That's closer to what the vibe is in the room, what the camera looks like right now.
Okay.
I
Okay.
got some Gobi lights too. Those things are no joke. Like those are like commercial grade, but they sell them for cheap.
I've got the brightness set all the way down.
It's still so bright.
What's going on, Gunta?
Yep.
I'm Dbloc, by the way. Welcome. Yeah, anybody that's been here for a while, we've been following M2 for levels to risk and de-risk at, right? So we got into our positions heavy for that move for Bitcoin up to 126. And then we DCA'd out on the 9th, right before that big drop on the 10th. Right? Got back in at the end of October to Halloween. Then we had our next DCA out level on Halloween. And now I'm waiting for global liquidity to level out. We've got a couple more days of reduced liquidity here. And then I'm looking forward to riding this next wave of liquidity up. And then taking my profits and kicking my feet up. But yeah, I'm proud to say that in this group at least, there was months of warning on when we should at least start to de-risk. So I would like to think that this group ended up with a lot more dry powder than most. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible, Gunta. We're watching this excuse me. We're watching a macro chart here for this. We lose the 50 on the weekly, it's going to be an issue. If we hold the 50 on the weekly but can't get back above that support, it's going to be an issue. So we're definitely on high alert right now. If either one of those two things happen, we see lower prices on Bitcoin. That's the EMA. We've got 3 days to close, right? If you want to be really bullish, then you want to close above support in the next 3 days. Our base case is as long as we're above the 50, right? As long as we don't close below the 50, we're good. But the chat can tell you we've been looking at this green path, yellow path, red path for months now, at least a month. Just letting the market take its course.
You know, the way you said that there, was it about a month ago? Yeah, a month ago, we had that back-to-back Sundays of shit just popping off early, 6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that might be in play again this Sunday. You know, because that early Sunday Yeah. Not saying it will, but I will be up that morning early, just in case.
For me, it's pretty simple. Until there's three things that have to happen, catalyst wise. This rate cut, as low as the expectations are currently for the rate cut coming up. Remember, the bullish or bearish potential of news has to do with how far it is off of expectations. If 99% of people expect a rate cut and you get a rate cut, nothing happens because it's already been sold in. Even the opposite, sometimes people will sell the news. Right? But if you can knock the expectation of a rate cut down to the 70s and then you actually get a rate cut, then there's something that needs to be priced in. Right? So we've got that. We've got the government opening back up, right? Which opens back up the reverse repo, which lets the TGA start to spill out, which goes back into bank deposits, that whole shit we talked about the other day. We've got that last large increase in global liquidity from the 7th to Christmas, basically. Right? And we've got the overwhelming bearish narrative. I mean, I'm talking about like, it's like walking through mud on Twitter, bro. You can feel it in the air. Right. And remember, I told you guys a couple weeks ago, when it goes from bearish to disrespectfully bearish, we're close to the bottom. Meaning, like, when people are just starting a fight, just all out fights on whatever side you're on, right? Calling people stupid, and you know, once it gets to that level, because you know what that is, that's bear euphoria. Like we were just talking about this, the psychological, you know, levels, right? That's euphoria for the bear. Max euphoria for the bear. Everybody's stupid. Have fun, you know, staying poor, blah, all that shit that you start to hear. And then max euphoria for the bulls is the same shit when we're on there talking about, oh, you know, grilling bear meat or whatever.
Should have bought the dip.
Yeah, all of that shit. It's just all that same toxic shit.
Yeah, we also
So
got
for
China.
me, when it comes to liquidity, it comes to sentiment, it comes to mostly more than anything liquidity. But between liquidity and sentiment and bullish catalysts that are still question marks ahead of us, it's well within my risk metrics to still be in position for one last move up.
The question is, who's
Yep.
going to finance the marketing campaign for bulls this Christmas?
Not
China,
me.
U.S. together. We're forgetting, man. China and U.S., man, they're starting to hold hands a little bit. Pretty soon they're gonna start, you know, kissing each other on the cheek, and then it's gonna be a full makeout session.
Hey, look, I'm not selling my positions. All right, that's the most I'm willing to do for the team. They better be happy with that.
It's
Oh, yeah.
fighting the cycle too.
Yeah, yeah. Which, you know, for me is like not an easy task. I might make it seem like I'm taking it with a grain of salt, but please believe I've had a lot of soul searching sessions in front of this chart without the headphones on. Really questioning my bias and digging in and fighting because you know how I feel about the cycle. So when you hear
That
me
means
say that even if
frightening.
we're there by time, there could still be a little bit left, no, like I didn't come to that easily, you know?
I was counting on you to help me sell, but that's definitely not what you're doing.
What I'm trying to do, just trying to get it right. Listen, there's absolutely nothing wrong with, because I know you've been here from the beginning, so the profits are there to be had. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, but Dbloc, your approach is humble in the sense it's like, well, this is what I'm doing, and I always appreciate that. But no matter how many times you say that, it doesn't come off toxic, and yet people, if it does go into a bear market while you're still in position, even though you were not toxic, you'll still get the toxic response.
I
Like,
don't care.
I warned you, I blah, 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 you know, like I love your approach. You stay true to that, like, non-toxic approach, even though there's a high probability you'll be right.
So
You're not going to rub it in people's
when
faces.
I turn this camera off and I walk into my house, there's tons of mirrors all over my house. I've got to stare myself in the face and be happy with the decision that I make. That's all that, you know, all that matters.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
also have, like I said, the responsibility to make sure that I'm clear about what I think, because I know that people are interested, but still have to warn people that we have different risk tolerance. Right? This could go bad for me and it wouldn't go bad for me. But that's why I keep coming back to this chart and letting you guys know exactly where my lines in this, what I'm willing to risk, what I'm not willing to risk, to see if this plays out.
I just feel like we've been here before, man. I feel like we were here at 51 or whatever. I
And
feel
we'll
like we
be
were at
here again.
74.
Yeah, rest in peace for Nancy Pelosi, bro. I mean, obviously she's
Yay.
not dead.
What,
but
did she die?
No, but
No.
they got her out of there, and now who the hell are we supposed to
Good
follow
riddance.
for
Peace
our?
out.
Yeah,
See
but
you
who the hell are
later,
we supposed to
alligator.
follow for our trades, bro? That was such
We got
easy
it.
money.
She'll keep trading, dude.
That was
She's
such
gonna keep
easy.
trading.
Yeah, but she's not gonna have this. It's not gonna be the same edge, man. She's
Or
not
she
gonna
might
have
have
the
marked the
same.
top. She might have exited at the top.
She's not
I
gonna
don't
have
even
the
think.
No,
same.
now she's going deeper in because she's really able to fill up her bags because
All
everyone
those
was
lugs,
She's not gonna
dude.
be able to
charging.
do as well unless without all the insider
That's what I'm
information she was
saying.
getting.
She doesn't have
She's
the
not gonna be a good
same.
trader.
She's not gonna
She
have
still
the
got
same
those avenues.
access.
Is she
Yeah.
completely out of government now?
Man, she good, man. She's got
She
her.
announced her retirement. I think it's like the end of the year.
I mean,
Well,
not for
so you
nothing
can't
though. If
follow
that
her because she's
was
not in public service.
if that was my aunt or my grandma or whatever, I would have told her to retire a long time ago.
Yeah,
There's a couple of them in there that just need to, and not even because of anything political, just like I'm just too damn old to be working every day, man. Go relax.
Yeah, come
You've
on,
done
like
enough.
take it easy. It's not a good
I mean,
look, It's just like, yeah, it's
Oh,
like
Gloomy
go
said
relax.
2027. She's gonna wait till the bear
Oh
market.
God. Oh God.
She said, "Hold up, man. There's still a couple plays. I still need some
Dude,
access because there's a couple of plays that I need to take care of."
her
What if she
dentures
runs for
fell out
president?
on CNN when she was talking. Did you guys see that? It's crazy. Probably AI though.
Yeah, she's gonna run for president.
The same shit happened
I
to
don't
Dame
think.
Dash the other day.
I
Just
don't think
crazy.
she's no longer like one of the biggest traders in
I'm just
in
talking shit.
government.
I've never followed any of her trades. I just know people like use that as a thing.
Swear by it.
But I wonder if you can track that metric. Like, I wonder if like the ones that have been around bigger.
Your
Yeah, your
mic is
mic's
still
been cutting in
breaking
and
up,
out a lot.
bro. Like that's
Yeah.
it's just yeah. Like you're out in the woods somewhere.
Like it sounds good, but it just mutes every now and then.
Like not fades. It literally mutes. It like cuts off. Like completely cuts off.
Yeah, it's got to be my noise canceling somehow.
Nah, Gloomy. She'll probably just
Sometimes
retire from trading. It's like when you're a professional gamer and you've been cheating and now they got some new like cheat detection and then you just like announce your retirement. No, I just want to go out when I'm on top. Like, no, you about to get busted. That's why.
But it's like like I feel like she's already at the blow off top. She's not at the top. She's at the like like I have nothing personally against her. Like I obviously don't politically agree with her or whatever, but I think the younger generations are so tired of these people holding on forever. Like just let's get some people that have a heartbeat in there to be energetic. It's crazy that they hold on so long. Just go enjoy your life. Sit on a beach.
Yeah, did you guys see that Tesla shareholder thing? So supposedly they're supposed to give him like what, $1 trillion worth of shares? Like all the shareholders are about to approve a plan that's gonna grant
Yeah, we
Elon
talked about it
1 trillion.
earlier.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't mean to say that to shut you down. It's just that the question I had was, I didn't know the details, and somebody clued me in saying that he has to meet some metrics for that to, like, completely fall into place.
Would
A
it
lot
be
of metrics.
bearish for Tesla though? Wouldn't it be bearish for Tesla?
I
Getting
think it'll
rid
be
of
bullish.
Elon would be bearish for Tesla.
Oh, okay.
If
Look,
Elon
look at the metrics he has to
resigned,
meet, though.
it would be a wrap.
Concentrating
Now,
those
now
shares,
that
I
he's
think, is a good thing.
now that he's angry at his other shareholders who didn't want to pay him or whatever happened there, he might be willing to sell his
Wait,
stock.
no, it was 75% vote. 75%. So only 25% were against it.
They've been trying to
If
put a
he hits
leash
those,
on Elon for a long
Okay.
time, so that's like a golden collar, right? They
if he
need to
hits
make
those
sure
targets,
that
he
he's
deserves.
focused. Exactly, yeah. They need to make sure that he's focused, and they're going to incentivize it.
Drew, did you
Yeah,
watch the interview?
I watched the shareholder meeting, like the first half of it.
The If you watch the Rogan interview, you can feel, man, that he's taking a pivot. I'm not saying he doesn't care about his cars or whatever, but dude, that's not his focus anymore. He kind of, when he's asked about the cars and like what is he doing, he can talk about it, but it just feels like he's pivoting onto something bigger and better. And we all know what that is, but it's like the cars are like, okay, I'm bored. I want to move on to something cooler. And I
The
think they
robots.
all know, yeah, they know what that cooler thing is. Like people talked about there's no way you're going to get a freaking electric car to go 300 miles on a charge. There's no way you're going to get it to, like all this tracking vision stuff. And he made it happen, right? So for all the people that are naysaying about the robots in your house, like dude, like they probably know, even though that they probably dislike him personally, like a lot of people, they just know his track record is like maybe he might pull this off and everybody will have um a droid in their house helping them with things.
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
he's
I
gonna
really
sell so
think
many cars for robo taxi. He doesn't care about selling that many cars.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
it just seems like he's moving on. I don't know. That's what that I got from the interview, that he wants to talk more about AI automation
if
robots than he does the cars.
if I was a major shareholder, I'd just be like, all right, Elon, I know your mission is to get to Mars. Now, are you going to extract from my shares somehow in the buying power to try to get there? Or are you going to add on to those shares to get there? And I think Elon's going to find an angle to add on to shares instead of extracting from shares to do his mission,
Every
whatever it is.
shareholder gets a free ticket to Mars.
Yeah, something.
Screw that. I'm good, man. Y'all send me a postcard. Let me know how it is over there.
Yo, straight up, what was that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie?
The what movie?
Oh,
I
Total
think his
Recall.
goal. I think his goal is to put a robot in everyone's house, and if you go anywhere, you take a robo taxi.
I mean, dude, if he pulls, for one, out of all the robots that are coming from China, the Tesla bot's the only one at that price range that has full hand deck. It's dexterity. Like it's the only one that can probably, from what I can tell, I don't know this 100%, that would literally be able to do things that you do with all your five fingers. Let
Yo,
your imagination.
Masus's jobs are gonna be pretty much done, huh?
I mean, dude, just think about elderly care, which is a huge problem in this country. It's really expensive. I don't know, man. I just think that's a huge. It's like a something like a $400 billion industry, and I don't know, man. I see all of the work that nobody wants to do, that they get paid crap for. They'll end up doing it.
But their stats, AI just took out how many jobs? I think 1.3 million jobs. They calculated this last year, something like that. So the bots mixed with AI and everything. I mean, you're not even gonna have to like pick your own nose pretty soon. You'll be
You
like,
guys
yo,
know
pick
how
my
I
nose.
feel about all of that shit. For me, they're all proof of concepts for the Gigafactory. Whether he's concentrating on the vehicle proof of concept, or he's concentrating on the robot proof of concept, or he's concentrating on the SpaceX proof of concept. The point is, and where Tesla's true value is, in my opinion, is when he starts to license out those gigafactories.
I get it, man, but
That's the true product. Like that's the
I
real
get it,
product that makes him legend.
but when he got the patents for Starlink, he did not envision it to be commercialized, and now look where it's at. It always starts off with his own personal pet project, something he wants to solve, and then he realizes how he can. Like I don't read the guy's mind, but all I know is Starlink I didn't have a lot of hopes for it, man. I was like, freaking those things going 30,000 miles an hour. Russia threatening to shoot them down. Down now, looking at people in town that already have fiber are like, oh, I think I want to get Starlink. I mean, it's crazy how it goes from his vision to a commercialized product. So I agree with you. That might be the intent at first, but man,
Did you guys hear about Barron Trump shorting Nasdaq? At like
There was an
10.9 million in
insider.
the short.
There was an insider they were blaming on it being Barron too, which I'm not sure it was, but had
Now they're
went
saying that he
long
got
Bitcoin
doxxed.
and ETH.
Yeah, on gate.com saying it's Barron. Who knows that? So he put app options, what, 10.9 million options? Expires December 31st.
I
a
mean,
lot of
even
people.
probably Barron's assistant, right?
You know, that'd be hard. Like you're connected and you know what's about. You like the Kentucky Derby, like Mystic Dan won, and like if you already knew that, and you couldn't help yourself. Like I'm going all in. Mystic Dan, baby, he's winning.
I
Dbloc,
don't
are
know,
we
man.
having 2% swings because of liquidity?
We're fighting against it as far as I see it. The buy pressure is just getting absorbed by the fact that we're still contracting on liquidity until the 7th. So the fact that we're going sideways tells me there's a significant amount of buy pressure, or else we'd still be dropping, especially because we're hovering above this vector gap. Could easily get taken. But you know how I feel about these slow breaking W's. If we don't get above 1023 soon, the longs will pile up and we'll sweep.
It looks like it's curving. If you could draw a curve at the top of those, it looks like it's curving over.
In France, it's already the 7th.
Yeah, well,
We
tell
just
us
had
the
the
future
daily
then.
candle. No, you said liquidity will
Yeah.
go down till the 7th. Well, it is the 7th. Also about retail being wrong at, catching tops. They were right at catching bottoms this cycle. Like we saw the amounts of small Bitcoin wallets spike during the bear. So it happens that retail is right too. I don't know. They can't be always wrong.
It's not a few people being right or wrong. It's the majority. Like the vast majority is like convinced of something. Like for instance, like almost everybody thinks that the top is in, which is why it's probably not, because the majority is typically wrong about these sort of things. Like basically to say that
Static here.
once the vast majority of people are convinced that it's bearish, it'll probably be bullish after that.
I mean, can't
Yeah.
both be right and wrong? Like, look at last cycle. It went from what 64 to 30, and the whole time from 64 to 30, everybody's like, "That's the blow off top," and then the damn thing turned around and went to 65 or whatever. So how do you
Yeah, but there
explain
was weird.
that?
So there was some weird shit that cycle too, because they started the futures ETFs and they opened the short ETF way right at the bottom, and then they squeezed people out of the short ETF. Like at the bottom 28K, they released the short futures ETF, and then they squeezed people out, and then at the very top they opened the futures long ETF, and then people thought, oh, this is going to 100K. But because the Fed pivoted and because we got the war with Ukraine and Russia, and then a bunch of other stuff happened like Luna and Celsius or whatever, like it ended up just topping out there and it double topped. Like because of the things that happened at that specific time, like Q1 of 2022, a bunch of, and the whole, like it didn't just cause crypto to pivot, it caused the whole, all three major indices to go into a
I
major bear
know, but
market for
when
a
you're
whole
in
year.
it, you don't have that self-reflection, right? So what if we're sitting in something that's unique properties or parameters that's causing let's go down to 69K or 65, and then we scream up to 140. Like, both people will be right. Someone will say, I called the top. Well, technically you did, but then there's going to be another top. Like,
Well, some
that's why
people do say,
predictions are crazy, man.
some people do say we're
Honestly,
gonna
that
go down before we go up, or we go up before
I'd
we go
rather
down.
be
Of course.
rich than right.
your scenario of your scenario of getting a very strong bounce for 75 is very likely. It could even end up in a short squeeze where you go put a new all-time high. Yeah, that would be nuts. But you know, yeah, actually, that's I like that idea. So everybody's right and wrong at the same time. Yeah.
All I know is whatever
get-
decision you make here, you need to drill it into your head and be sure and have it the conviction so strong that no matter what anybody says, it's just noise. If it's hard for you to find that conviction, then you need to de-risk.
You either believe or you don't believe.
That's the only thing that's important, and there's no right or wrong answer. Like I said, I'd rather be rich than right. Right? I don't care how many of my calls, if my 90%, 95, whatever. Doesn't matter if I lose everything on the 5% I got wrong. Right? And that's exactly what'll happen if you're too stringent. You've got to have your invalidations. Do I think we get a brand new top and we keep going? Yes. Do I think it's enough of a top where we even spill over into some of the alts? Yes. Do I have a very clear invalidation underneath me of what can go wrong, when it will go wrong, the sign for when it to go wrong, and a plan on what I do when it goes wrong? 1000%. Right? To not have that would be a perma bear or a perma bull, you know. Less predicting, more reacting. Best thing you could do right now is predict every possible scenario and have a plan for that. There's more value in that than picking the right scenario and being, you know, putting all your chips in.
Yeah, like have conviction, have a bias, but at the same time, think of every scenario that could happen and just have a different plan for whichever one plays out.
Invest in the
And when you can't think of it, I think just think back to 1010. Anything can happen.
Invest in the probable and hedge against the possible.
I think the only thing that's been working for me is, and I know this is going to sound elementary, is just have dry powder. That's the only thing that works for me. Don't go all in. Don't go all out.
Should be a base rule.
I know, but you know, I don't know,
Well,
man. Sometimes I
if
break
you
it.
are all in, you know, if you're all in, just make sure you're generating more dry powder, because, like, you know, you can be all in and make a check every week and keep on going on if you're loco, as long as you keep on making money.
That's right.
And if you felt
But you
like
don't want to do that in.
if you felt like you needed to close all your positions at 98K when you were down there, like, think there's people that, you know, broke 100, that's it, I'm out, I'm gone.
Yeah.
That's a decision that can be made. Another decision that could have been made is to move your stops and lock all of that in and sit on your hands and see how this plays out instead of being too one-sided. Still protecting yourself from the downside. You're still willing to take that profit, but you're not out of the game.
Like me looking back on all the major, you know, let's say the big boys, the coins like Ethereum, Bitcoin, Solana, XRP, anything looking back, it's all about coin count. Like, especially in the long term, if you're like, yo, I'm in crypto for a while. I want to be here for 5 years. I want to be here for 10 years. I think, yeah, it's, you know, it's good to release and scalp. And when you feel markets are, you know, doing their thing and you might get some bearish activity, but it's very risky to lose that coin count. And I think most players that instead of selling, even bear markets, they just keep generating money, buying, DCAing, buying, just, you know, pulling a Michael Saylor. It's like they end up, you know, the coin count usually ends up being the most important. Because me looking back, it's like, all right, it's always like I had this metric 10 months ago and it was all about coin count. Now, 10 months later, I used a different metric, but my buying power is less right now, you know, so. But it's all, you know, it's a wave, so it's you know when you trigger that metric, I guess. But I think in the long run, especially if you're in it for more than 5 years, you should focus on getting as many coins as you can.
No, you can't just invest in shit because you gotta have some level of diversification. Like even within crypto, hold some Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever to balance it out.
But you feel
I
me?
wouldn't
Like on the
just go
coin
all
count,
in.
but like that
Yeah,
number when you're like, oh man, I wish I had like $1 million. Say you got that 1 million. Then it's like instead of
I'm
like
not.
you go to 2 million. It's like you got to keep on fighting. You want as many as you can without risking like the whole batch. So like,
Yeah,
it's
I'm
like
not
just
even
keep
worried
on.
about making when prices are down. I'm only worried about making more coins. Like I'm worried about collecting more coins right now. When the coins are up, unless it's gone up like 300%, like I'm not really worried about making money yet. Like I'm not worried about making money until they've gone up and like gone into like
Yep.
a good take a profit zone. Like with my whole with my approach to it, holding spot for a couple of years, like I can trade the scalps in and out on leverage, even if I'm only using really low leverage, like 5x or even 1x. I can trade swings that way to like sort of, you know, scratch my itch, but or even little scalps, whether it's a swing or a scalp or whatever. I just know that I don't have to touch my spot bag because it's like I can let that sit until it matures. Hopefully it does. Some of
Yeah.
them will
Yep.
probably never do anything, which is why you can't just invest in like all into one thing, like because it might end up being junk. But have a few promising things and go with some blue chips, and you should be fine. You might not make like if you're gonna be like a straight degen and just want to gamble, then whatever, go for it. But
The whole
if you want to
idea
But
have a
like
of a
even
sustainable
diversified
portfolio,
portfolio screwed you this time, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
it
You gotta
did,
pay
but
attention to where we are. There, you know how I always say I hate hard fast rules because all of our environments are so different that you know concentration and real diversification is what helps. Meaning a concentration in Bitcoin and a true diversification into legacy, into metals. That's how you ended up winning on
yeah,
this. If you're
like my whole
diversified but it's all crypto, I don't care if it's utility meme. If it's all crypto, you're not diversified because if Bitcoin's not moving, it's not moving.
yeah,
So you're
but
really
also
in
the thing
one
is, it's like
basket.
Oh,
with
also geographic.
what I was kind of saying more, like real quick, Lucy. What I was kind of more so saying was, if you're if you're in crypto, that should be one part of your entire portfolio that's diversified. Like that should be one section of your fully diversified portfolio. But then also within that sector, you should be a little bit diversified. And I don't mean having a ton of coins. I mean just having the major like 3 or 4 blue chips, and then having like you know 3 or
Anything, even
4
like
that
local,
are really low cap, or
even like
in
local
somewhere in
investments.
between.
Oh
Sometimes you
no,
can even find like private investments local, like even that,
But
Like I got a hot
I
sauce company.
oh hell yeah,
it's
I've
risk.
got
The way you diversify is diversifying different levels of risk. If you're all high risk, I don't care if it's 27 different industries, you're not diversified. And I know
well, I mean the way that I have to
we consider the top 10 less risky. Like I mean, I don't know. Like I said, a Bitcoin only portfolio with a third in Bitcoin, a third in gold and silver, or a third in just gold and a third in S&P, it's
Housing.
really hard to beat that portfolio during this type of environment.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. I have like with my whole broader portfolio, like I have long positions on the major indices, like the Nasdaq and S&P. I've got long positions. I've got short positions. Like I've got ETFs. I've got leverage positions on both sides. Like I've also got leverage positions like long and short on gold and silver. Like I've also got long positions like long and short on like the semiconductor sector, like individual stocks and stuff. It's like I've diversified amongst like, probably 30 different things that are, I can make money no matter what because I'm hedging both sides. So like even if one position's losing, there's going to be something that's making me money. Like, and so if a high risk thing, I'll still have as much of the low risk stuff like gold as I would the high risk stuff, like a leverage position or on a leverage long position, like a leverage ETF or a
a small cap stock. Like I'll have those risky stuff, but I'll also be diversified amongst the
It looks
more
like
conservative, safer stuff like gold, and I'll be long and short on that as well.
the daily bearish engulfing on Bitcoin helped it stop going down.
Yes, sir. Nice little technical move here. I like it.
We can finally start to draw out our W pattern that we've been waiting for 3 days.
The daily bearish engulfing stopped it from going down. Reason?
Well, you know, candlestick patterns have a percentage win rate. But you need for tomorrow's close to see that.
I don't think that's what stopped it. I think it's just it had an engulfing day, but then it just the price
It's been trap
didn't
after
keep
trap
going
after
down.
trap, right? Like I feel a bit that way because it's been trap after trap, and they do it on purpose, right? Like we pump the last
Yeah,
hour
for
of the
sure.
weekly close, we pump into the daily close, you know, like while the average of the candle is lower. But this time it failed. Like they failed. We tried a little bit there, but it failed to avoid a lower daily close, right? Like this candle close is the lowest close we've seen in a while. It's still closed above World War III. You know, when you look back on the left, yeah, World War III was 100,900. This one's still closed above World War III, but it's below yesterday's candle. Huh? Like we closed below daily open of the previous candle. It's the lowest close we've done since World War III. June 2025, when we were literally afraid World War III would start.
But
I mean, we knew it wouldn't, but you know, was the Fed out
That's
there?
the last time that I was super close to fully invested. I was about as deployed as possible during those times. Everything. World War III, you can't beat that type of fuck, bro. You know how
But it's the same now.
how
We
long
have
we have to
Venezuela,
wait
right?
for FUD that delicious?
Yeah, but then it's not. If it didn't end up sticking, so like if it actually happened, it would have been a lot.
No,
It
that's what
would
was
have been
good
a lot
about it. That
worse.
it was bullshit. It was we understood we understood what the issue was. We 1000% understood that Iran wasn't going to choose total destruction of themselves, right? So it was one of those highly emotionally charged events that didn't really have a lot there.
And in the end, it
Yeah,
was
plus
useless
it's
because
like
they're now closer to having a bomb.
And it wasn't an end that was like slow. Like it was one bam, done. That's the end. One big event marked by a large explosion. You know what I mean? Like a very clear defining point in the sand.
You know, they created Bomb USDT when that happened. Like the next day, we had a way to trade that was named the Bomb. It still exists.
Bomb USD.
I can't wait to the bear market so I can show y'all some of the videos that I've been saving up. YouTube. I watched one the other day. This was from a couple months, about a year ago probably. And it was a 30-minute video on how to rug pull your own meme coin. And just listening to this guy talk, he's like, yeah, you know, you can probably get like, you know, $600, $1,500, maybe like $5K, you know, in about 15 minutes, depending on how it goes. And you do that a couple times a day. I was just so nonchalant about it. And he built some bullshit meme coin and pulled in. I mean, but I think that shit's important for people. Just think just because they see the coin on deck screener, they assume that there's some sort of team behind it or something. Some dude in his boxers.
Yep, sitting on his couch.
Yeah, why you doxing me?
Nah, it was bad, bro. It was
God, no, man, it's
dude was
terrible.
just wide open with it too. He was like, this is what I do. Just, you know, pull them and go to the next one. And he was shameless too. He's like, you know, some people research what the trend is. They just go on deck screener. The one that has a little fire emoji, just copy it. Copy the name, copy the ticker, copy the website, just copy everything. You put it right here in this blank, blah, 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 blah. Alpha Soul, boom, you're good to go.
They got the whole motion down.
Here
Hey,
we are.
scammers.
Here we are trading, doing TA and all this shit, right?
It's hitting levels.
The dude bringing
Crazy.
in 10K a day, just rug pulling
So
noobs.
the CC is actually useful to avoid that, right?
Yeah, I mean that.
Dbloc, can you
The thing is,
send me that video?
the thing is the snipers, right? So like, when he created the coin, the first like 1 minute of the coin, all the snipers came in, and then the snipers sell off, and then you saw the wave of new people, and he's like, okay, now the new people are gonna come in. These are the new people. Then he started seeing bigger whales come in, but one or two red candles, and he was like, nope, that's it, I'm out. Yank liquidity. But he was doing all of this like literally from an app on his phone. So the importance of the video isn't to teach people Qui-Gon. It's to show them how big the risks are, right? How easy it is to do. How sort of
Right. I just wanna.
widespread and rampant it is.
I just want to be aware of it. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
You know. I definitely don't want to use it to learn from it so that I can do it myself. I just want to be aware of what people are doing so I can avoid it. Yeah.
Oh, it's Web3
I've
stuff. Exchanges normally don't list those tokens.
Look. I
Oh,
would
they'll list
never want to
anything
make
if you pay them.
making 10K a day sounds super.
You don't
boring.
have he doesn't have to go to exchange.
He said, I'm
Yeah.
not here to rob your bank. I'm just here to make sure that your bank.
It's usually like Mexi, they'll list anything if you pay them.
10-20 minutes and they're gone, bro. They don't need anybody
Yeah,
to
dude.
come
You can get freaking BFUD on Mexi. There's a way to do it.
But that shows at least some seriousness level, right? Because you had to pay to get listed.
No, they had this like in this way that now that I guess you can connect to like DeFi stuff and buy
Wait,
shit like
so do you think money equals
from peer to
seriousness?
peer.
No, but I'm really
It's an
thinking, how much would it
investment.
cost?
It's in the reason that pump.funds, we've always had meme coins, right? The reason that they weren't this sort of widespread and this silly, I guess I should say, is because you had to have a dev team, right? There was an initial investment that went into you starting a coin. And then that initial investment, even if you were gonna pull, right? Even if you were just in it for the money, that initial investment had to be recouped. And even if you knew it was a shit coin, you can get in there and make some money before the team made their money and then got out. But if the initial investment is 0.5 SOL, then after 3 people ape into your coin, that's profit. That can be pulled at any time. You know what I mean? Like there's nobody to pay. There's no dev to pay. There's no marketing team to pay.
Yeah, I'm thinking there's like slowly a new meta coming out with all these launch pads. And some of these launch pads are giving curated launches. So like some of the launches get curated and they have an in-house team that helps kind of guide and, escort the token on its way to greatness
If they want to
and to
clean
make
up their
sure.
act, but you know how that's gonna
Yeah.
end up.
Well, they,
The person that pays
like
the
a,
most, the person that gives the most
well,
coins will get the backing.
yeah, I mean, but
Yeah,
at least
Filecoin.
if you go
My
ahead.
bad. Sorry. No, my bad.
No,
My
you're
bad.
good. You're good. No, you're good.
No, I just looked. It's like $2.30. It's like shooting off. It was like $1.30 yesterday.
Oh, what? Filecoin?
Yeah. Should have bought more. Doing push-ups, man.
Oh, damn, girl, get on those push-ups.
I mean, I got some, but it's like, damn. I bought.
You can't
Could
win
have had
them
a
all,
lot
man.
more.
Don't worry, I've got 10
Man,
more push-ups. Man, you're trying to do push-ups all night, aren't you?
I know. The sound in your voice, man, you need to do some flutter kicks too.
For real.
Oh, I do that. I do it all. I love leg day.
Yeah.
What the hell's a flutter kick?
When you sit on your
Sounds like a
back,
drug.
you lay on your back and you put your hands behind your back, like sit like the
Pause.
small of your back, and you scissor your legs up in the air,
Hey,
but
yo.
not too high up in the
Whoa,
air.
hey,
Oh,
yo.
yeah.
What's wrong with scissoring?
Not scissor in the horizontal
Bicycle.
direction,
You
you noob.
bicycle. You bicycle it.
I didn't know
wasn't
you were in the air like
Snip,
that,
snap.
brother. No.
Snip, snip.
Flutter kicks are painful, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it sounds painful.
Just look
All
it
right,
up on
someone just
YouTube.
dumped a
The
big bag
soldier
of
thing.
Bitcoin.
Scissoring can be
Yeah,
painful.
the higher high got punished.
Getting a little bit of sell here, but I'm not scared of you, Carlos.
Dude, they've been doing this pattern so much. They go up thinking it's gonna rip, and then they just
But it's so sweet.
Yeah, leverage trading this is very, very, very hard.
Leverage trading, you guys got to just quit it. Just give it up.
It's
Just do it.
awful.
Cold
It's like
turkey.
not
Just get it
fun.
out your
This
system.
is
Cold
not fun.
turkey.
Never.
Do it. You can do it. I'm telling you. You guys can
Well, I
do
get
it. I
it. You
believe
know,
in you. It's like quitting
those
cigarettes. It takes at least 2 weeks, 3 weeks to really get back in the groove.
Yeah,
Like
just,
the first 2 weeks, 3
just,
weeks, you're like, what am I doing in spot? Oh my God. But after like 3 weeks, you're going to start getting the groove.
yeah, just stop leverage trading immediately. And while you're at it, kick the smack habit.
Yeah. Because smack and
no,
leverage basically the same thing.
no.
I love how Drew, he knows someone's getting ready to overtalk him, so he gets the mess. He speeds up his comment.
Mhm.
Just like a drop mic. It's like a mic drop moment.
Scissoring.
Yeah, I've slowed down leverage, but I like how leverage teaches you how to see moves in spot because you kind of see the same thing in slow motion. Just zoom out further and kind of see it. That's what I kind of like it all.
Kind of
You
like
know?
with drugs, right?
Yeah, I do it all.
I think I'm gonna have
True
to open up
smoker.
the Leverage Anonymous channel again. Would you guys like to join me in a new channel downstairs? Leverage Anonymous channel here in the Crypto Cypher.
There's already a DGen channel. Isn't that the same thing?
No, we need one that's like, we're gonna try to exit the dirty ways and find something bigger and greater in life than leverage trading.
Oh, I look for some of them Mudang trades. That's what got me homed in on file. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like, when it
Wait.
went down to $1 something, it's like, okay, it's time. Why not? I'm willing to buy some and it go to zero. Oh well.
I quit leverage and I started doing scissor kicks instead. Every time I
Don't you feel
think
much
about
better
taking
with
a trade,
yourself?
I think
yeah,
we can hold
every time I
101
think
on
about
stage.
taking a trade, I just get on my back and just throw up a couple scissor kicks.
Sounds like the scissor kicks is doing
Scratch
you.
his dick.
Oh, what's going on with Filecoin? That thing's up 60% for the day.
Yeah, that's what he was just talking about.
Yeah,
Who
You
needs
tell me,
leverage when
buddy,
you got
because when
Filecoin?
you tell me, news, because when I open Filecoin chart, I'm like, okay, short squeeze going on. But maybe there's news like ICP had.
yeah.
Right now is a good time
But let's wait
for the alts that you're underwater in to like be popping up, like a little popcorn every once in a while. One goes, another one goes. Really bad time to
Yes.
be chasing them now.
Yeah.
Cool.
Best
If
time
you're
to be
in it,
chasing.
cool.
What?
Thank God you got a little pop. You know what I mean? But if you're not in it, just don't go chasing the flash in the pans right now.
Yeah, but there's still bullish setups to activate on Filecoin, right? Like you're still below $3, you're below your micro SR still. Like you're chasing, of course, because it pumped a lot today. But overall, you're still buying it cheap. Huh?
In a vacuum,
Like
yeah.
Cloud
it's below
storage.
December 2022, and that
This
like trading above 2.4 would activate a much longer time frame bullish setup.
This is like Saturday morning cartoons. You got Dbloc on the right shoulder telling you to be careful, and then you got Zeusy on the other side. Nah, it's all right. Just go for it.
No. He's 100% right. I'm just saying that file is still low here, even with this pumper. Like if you go,
Bad company.
it's not the case on
Your
ICP.
file. That's your example.
Yeah, Filecoin is still low now. Maybe the supply tokenomics and all. Like I don't
This
know.
this completely dead coin is
ICP is not.
is still cheap.
No, but like if you buy ICP
Those
here, yeah, I think
dinosaur,
you're
listen,
chasing
those
much higher here.
dinosaur coins.
They do good too. They do
We
good.
just saw FAL go, we
Well,
saw
yeah,
ICP go, we saw Dash go, we saw Zcash
yeah.
go. It's almost to the point where we're on a
Old
dinosaur
school.
coin narrative right now.
Remember
Oh,
Bat
yeah,
ran too?
No,
Bat
because
kind
they
of
haven't.
set it off with a Bat run, BAT.
Yeah, exactly. Bat
Mhm.
went crazy for no reason.
Yeah, yeah.
Zcash is still going.
It's been a lot of dinosaur coins
Solana is the
lately.
Solana is the best example. The one who dropped the most, pumped the most in the end.
Yo, Bat
Well,
was
On
my
the
first
top
crypto
10.
after Bitcoin. That was my
Top
first
10.
alt was Bat.
We're talking about the current narrative right now.
Aw.
But it's
like
Solana is the same
Yeah.
narrative as Filecoin for me.
right.
Is Solana
Oh,
pumping?
how?
No, not now.
Storage.
But it's the same type of price action.
Not the same narrative though.
I have to confess, I sold my Solana to buy more Doge. Elon made me do it.
When you bought Sol at $8 or
You
10,
say that like it's a bad
well,
thing.
it's not
I'm
because of the
surprised.
narrative or anything. It's just because it dropped. But these are people who bought these coins not because these coins have any good narrative or anything. It's just because it dropped enough. Like it's.
That's
Yeah,
3
you never
years
know, man. You
ago.
got to dig into. You got to
It
dig
was
in.
for a
Maybe
short squeeze at least, right?
some of them get they get a takeover, and a community takeover happens, and bang bang boogie woogie.
And
Boogie
you know
boogie
they
Yeah,
boogie
what
boogie.
survived.
happened with that Cadena? What happened to them?
No, but yeah, but Cadena is less old, right? Like these old coins, like ICP and FAL, you have proof they
Yeah,
survive a bear market. So
I'm wondering if
Cadena is
anybody took it
it's not the
over.
case.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if anybody took over Cadena, like if anybody's buying it, like if there's a whale that's like, oh yeah, I'll take the profit.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm
Kadena
just
counts as
waiting
a
for
older
LTC to
token.
pump. LTC is the king of the dinosaur coins.
Mm.
We're gonna get a
Yeah, for
dino
real. I've
coin
got a ton of
narrative.
Litecoin.
Litecoin needs
Yes,
to pump.
Litecoin,
Yeah,
yes.
but do you see how it didn't drop? It didn't go below $40. Like it could, of course, pump too, but it didn't do like Filecoin or ICP, right? It
I
didn't
think
put a new bear market bottom. If it had dropped below 22, we would get that technical bounce upward, but it didn't, right?
All I want is for Matic. When Matic starts pumping, if we see Matic above
Matic, is that still a thing?
I'll be like,
Yeah, it
well,
made
it's
new
called
bear market
Pole.
bottom and it's still down.
Now
Pole?
it's
You
called
mean pole? When
Yeah, now
pole's
it's called
pumping?
Pole.
What's going on, EK? Enjoy your flight,
When
brother.
we're pumping Pole.
EK
Pause.
got his feet up
Mike.
on the private jet right now. Eating caviar with
Nice.
crypto Cypher up on the screen.
Let's go.
Who?
EK in
So,
YouTube chat. He said he's a couple
whoever he is,
thousand
he's
feet in the air on the way to Miami.
whoever he is, he's winning.
EK.
Shit, yeah.
You don't
Does
even know
ZK
his.
think?
He could be sitting down with his feet down. That's crazy.
Private jet. Who is that?
Yeah, Matic
If
at
you
15 cents.
you put your feet down on the floor of an airplane, your feet are technically still in the air.
It looks juicy, but no, it
I feel
hasn't
like the
done
more
anything.
that I smoke, the higher you guys get, and I'm not still trying to figure out how that works. How that works
Yo,
exactly.
he said he got his feet up, right? But even if you had your feet down in a plane, you'd still have your feet in the air.
That's true.
Don't come around here with that logic. That's crazy.
Your feet are constantly in the air.
You know, I'm just saying, I have the documents.
My feet, my
Nice,
legs,
that's dope. You
my
can
hands.
try to hit some of those parties after the game. Some of the game parties are crazy. UM parties go hard.
I don't know if I don't get us pullback. I don't know. I'm not going to sell this foul coin. I'm going to let it go.
You want to sell it because it's not pulling back?
No, I mean, I'm
This
just
economy?
like, I'm not selling it. I think, whatever. It can go back to
I've
my
been holding
entry.
Filecoin for so many years, dude. The thing, it's like never gonna do anything. It's probably gonna rip now that I say that, because it looks like the Zcash chart did a little bit. It never even
That
made a
Yeah.
shot to $20. I was expecting at least that. I probably would have sold it $20 if it did that, but it never did.
Yeah. The only reason, I mean, because it was so cheap, but just like it has a partnership with Solana, and I'm like, that Solana ecosystem somehow or another, whatever. That's why I like PIF.
What?
Number of reasons, but just like, I don't know. It just
Filecoin has
intuition.
a partnership with Solana.
Something Solana and File had some news about a year and a half ago or a year ago when that's what made File shoot up to about $8-9, and then it died. It was something to do with I don't know exactly what. It was just something, and it had some hype on Twitter. And that was when File shot up to about $8-9 and then died.
Currently, Filecoin pumped to the previous bear market bottom of December 2022 when Bitcoin was at 15K, and imagine the loss compared to just having bought Bitcoin, right?
Dude, yeah. So look at the weekly candle
Like,
from the low of that candle to the high of that candle. See how small the weekly candle is, but look, that's a 77.9, almost 78% move.
yeah,
That's a
it's double
78%
today.
move. Like that's the kind of bear market moves that I'm talking about, like where you don't need big price movement to have huge percentage gain. That's what I love about like trading bear market stuff. That
It's
type of
gonna
stuff
go down,
happens every
go up.
day.
Now, if it can
Cool.
reclaim that to well, just below $3, 2.6, yeah, 2 point something.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, but
Then the
heating
next
up.
resistance is like $8, huh?
We're starting to see more and more run.
They don't have like this thing's not ever even been close to anything I'd say is in a bull run for a long time, but
It did
still,
Forex up like a lot
like
of alts.
it
Like ETH, it had the same performance as ETH.
it hasn't done
So
that
I don't
big
know why it
expansive
played that.
move where everyone wants that big move that does like insane performance, but this one weekly candle, even with how tiny it is almost 80% move. That's what's cool about these really low price things. Except if it's low price, there's a good chance it's a low market cap, and then it's easier for it to drop as well. But then you can short it too and get the same big type of move out of it.
I think a few people bought some to have it survive the bear market. Like if your alt isn't doing this after having made new all-time lows, bad. And that's time, right? Bitcoin is still, well, potentially. Oh, never mind. But there's not a lot of time. But there might be a bit more time for your alt
That's
to.
what's so hard about being at this point of the cycle, right? It's like
Yeah.
there isn't a lot of
You know it's over.
reassurance that you can give people because technically you are at the end. Like, you know,
Yeah, and price is starting to come down, and with the weekly 50, and like, yeah, no, it's really hard. Well, I mean, I don't know
it's
why I
just the
haven't
days
sold.
of being able to tell people you're still early, like, are gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, but that
Yeah, I mean,
behavior,
some of these
buy the dip,
altcoins, man, I feel like
has to
I
stop.
mean they haven't started going up yet, but once
It's
they
not
do,
about where they
like
are. It's
gonna
about how
bring
much
Zcash
time is left for them to get
moves.
there. That's the problem.
Does it really matter
Well,
for the
you don't.
altcoins though? Because even shit even pumps during the bear market. Like remember last bear market, there was like quant was always pumping,
It does
like for
matter. It
whatever
does
reason.
matter
And
because
injective,
we're cherry picking. So let's say that's true, right?
yeah.
How do you pick it? Out of the 10 million alts, how do you pick the one that's going to do something during the bear? You either diversify
Maybe
into
you
a
can't
lot
pick
of
the one.
there's only two ways to do it. You either have insider information, or you're like seriously into this coin and you know something's coming up or whatever, or you've probably got 10 or 20 coins, and when that one coin does go, you've got 19 others that aren't doing shit, and it eats away from
Yeah,
those
but I'd be okay with that.
those gains. You shouldn't be okay with that.
There's only one. It's called mental.
As long as
It's in the top 50, and it might go to 30 cents, but
well,
I think it's gonna be fine.
because it's like Zcash is one of the 20 coins I bought. Then it's like now that's ripping.
Yeah,
It's
but
like okay, now now I
you
only
can
have to focus on that.
again, but that's because
And then
it's
if another one
Zcash.
does it, I can just rotate. I can rotate the profits I take from Zcash into something else, and then what if that thing goes, then I do the same thing to another project. I would consolidate my whole crypto portfolio, but probably just really very slowly until eventually all I had was cash and Bitcoin.
Nah, Gunta, I haven't gotten stopped yet.
It looks like Bitcoin, after having put a higher high, is trying to hold 101. It would be very bullish to hold 101 eventually. We went below it 2 times today, or 3 even.
There are definitely some coins, some positions like that I'm holding on spot that I'm not gonna diamond hand. It's just when I get back into the profit, I'm just gonna sell them probably, and then put them into other stuff that I have higher conviction in. I just don't want to sell them for a loss. I'd rather sell them for a gain or break even, and then apply that to something else, another trade that is going well,
Welcome
like
to my
another
world.
position.
Welcome to my
Looking
many
for
stock
an
trades world.
looking for an escape ready.
Little rescue ship.
But we just got it. We just got it. That 116 double top was a rescue ship from the 9th of November, right? That happened already.
No.
Damn.
Yeah, it's hitting levels. That 1018. But would you possibly the midweek reversal might be on if we get a past 102 with some strength, retest around there, then go? That would be like, hey, this is it.
As long as we
That's what
don't,
I'm
as long
thinking.
as we don't go lower, I'm not expecting much for today. But what we needed was to stop the price action of the week, which was very much to the downside. So our midweek reversal is fine. Tomorrow is what we've got to look into and see. Any pump up from here, I'm just going to assume is our trap longs. Any fall out from this level, I'm going to assume is the trap shorts once we get past midnight. We're still, it's still too early.
All right.
But once we get into like UK session on Friday, then yeah, I'll go from there. If we sweep the lows on this, then I'll assume that's the trap shorts. We pop up to like the 200 EMA or the 800 EMA, I mean, and reject, then I'll assume trap. More than enough gas to trap some longs around 105, 106, and to trap shorts around 97, 98. So it would look something like this. And trap longs, trap shorts. You can flip this. The more bullish play out that would be a trap longs, drop the trap shorts, and the more bearish play out of this would be a
No
drop,
gapping this weekend.
and then weekend trap underneath support.
Oh boy, yeah, a bear trap. Basically, just a typical
Let's not do
standard
that
bear
one.
trap below
People that are new in the
100K
chat
this
and they're like,
weekend.
what type of prediction is that? You just told me 3 different things. It's less predicting, more reacting, guys. We're
Good
covering
stuff.
all angles so we know
Yeah.
exactly how to react when it happens.
It's if this, then that. If this
Especially
happens, I'll do
especially
this.
during these
If that
times.
happens, I'll do that.
Especially during these times. Don't get me wrong, I love calling targets and predictions and all that shit, but there's a time for every tool. Yeah, Tonka. Just how the trap longs or trap shorts could play out tomorrow.
Whatever the chart gives you, like as so, like when we're going back and we're looking at points on the chart and connecting things, we're looking for clues. If the chart's not giving you enough clues, then you're not really going to be able to come to a good conclusion.
For me, it's simple. For me, the move, the next upcoming move isn't technical. It doesn't. The next upcoming move is going to come from some stupid news announcement, or from the shit reopening, or the whatever. So with that many variables, you've got to trade momentum, and you've got to take every possibility into consideration. Right? That top move is good news. Trump comes out, peace deal, trade deal, government back open. Woohoo! Sentiment changes. The one to the bottom is, obviously bad news. That's why it's hard to judge right now. Because I could tell you technically where I think we should go. Right? Technically, we have vectors and we have imbalances to recover all the way back up to 104. Easy.
Elon, give me some good news.
106. So.
Save our asses, Elon. Save us out of this misery from 1010.
The 1010 vector, it got cleared with the 115 pump, right? So we didn't leave anything there, right? 10th of November, yeah. Maybe around 120, there's something left.
Motivations, technical motivations are to the top side. Sentiment-based motivations are to the downside right now. People trade off emotion at this very second, they'll sell.
That was Wednesday, right? To emotion panic sells. Oh, it's more the thought process panic sells. Like we just saw Bitcoin drop 10% in 48 hours with panic, and now, yeah, it's down 2% today. People sold again today. The bearish order flow resumed. It just did like 18 hours of pause.
Are you whispering?
No.
Oh, okay. Let me check this.
Maybe he's just low on baguettes.
Nah, I had him low for some reason. I had the overall Discord volume kind of just happened. At some point, we'll be back in a section of the market where everybody agrees. That's going to be a weird feeling, huh? There's like a very small time during bull markets and bear markets where both bulls and bears agree where we are in the cycle. And then we go back to war. Tops and the bottoms.
In the end, it doesn't matter if we make a new all-time high or not. In a few months, everybody will agree about downside, and whether it's downside starting at 100 or starting at 140.
And it matters if you put your entire reputation on the line. Some of these guys who see it's out of control, and I know how it happens, right? Like you have an idea and you say, look, guys, I think the bull market might be over, right? Very simple, calm sort of message. I don't like the way this looks. I think the bull market might be over. But you're one of those people that like lives on Twitter. So now all the people on Twitter are like, "Ah, stupid bear, da da da," and then they trigger you, and then you come on the next day after price went down a little, and you're like, "Look, I called it yesterday. Who's stupid now?" And then you start going back on. Then you put yourself in a corner, and then something happens like a new all-time high, and then now you're sitting there with your, you know what I mean? Like
You have to hide, right?
they're playing a very dangerous game. These guys, man. Let me tell you. So over concerned with their thesis being right. Like if we can predict any of this, right? Like the best we could do is predict the moments where there aren't unpredictable things happening. the dead times,
But the
and
problem is,
there's enough money to be made in that. But we know we live in an environment where anybody can come in and drop any amount of money or sell any amount of coin or say any stupid thing on social or influence the market in any which way. To be able to,
if
to pin
people
yourself in a position like that is just dumb.
if people really did what YouTubers tell them to do, then it would work, right? Like if you have the most view the YouTube crypto video that tells you to sell and everybody actually
Self-fulfilling
sells, it would work.
prophecy. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is people don't. Like half of people who watch a video telling them it's gonna dump just don't sell because they find it more
That was
interesting
about the
reading.
number here. I found that interesting with the poll the other day.
But it's normal. It's
Yeah,
because
about 40. I think
it's the
47.
same with politics today.
47 or 48% of the people de-risked going into Halloween because of the TA. And the rest
And
didn't.
then,
Again,
well,
not saying
it's just
anybody's
random,
supposed to
basically.
do, like I said, what I said. It's just interesting to see the dynamic of.
But I think that poll is skewed, man, because most of the people are underwater in alts. Most of them are in alts, and they're underwater. How are they gonna DCA?
No, not DCA,
But
de-risk.
you can exit
Yeah,
underwater.
we talked about that, but I do think I have to pay more attention to explaining that part of it, though. Because
harder
most of
to
the
do,
people
but
that didn't were because they felt like they didn't have anything to take out, right? But me specifically with the alts that I had underwater, I consolidated them into alts that were on rotation, and then a good percentage of that into Bitcoin. That's how I de-risked things that I was underwater on. You don't necessarily have to sell positions for a loss. One of my favorite things, and not favorite because nobody wants to be in this position, but you get those situations where you get 2, 3, 4 coins that are down 30% in your portfolio. And 2 of them you got really strong conviction in. And the other 2, maybe you got caught holding the bag or you bought it because somebody else said, but you don't really, those are the times where you can consolidate those positions because you're already down 30% on both. It's exactly the same as if you would have sold it at the top and bought that coin that you rather have now. And you get the little wash sale sort of deal going on too. But there's definitely ways to de-risk when you're underwater. It's just uncomfortable to do it. And sometimes doing absolutely nothing pays out in the long run, right? If you're on spot anyways.
I'll give my example of de-risking. I did not have the money to buy most of these dips because of awful trades that I had done when we were very bullish. So my way of de-risking was having to actually wait a really long time to build up any sort of bag, and then every single time I had a small bag, it wasn't giving me anything in return. Like there was no return on investment, and then I would just need the money for real life, so I had to take it back out. And so that happened like 3 times, and then eventually I was like, forget it, and then I ran out of time anyway. So that's how I've de-risked, is by not having any money.
It's like losing weight because you can't afford food. It's like being poor is the best diet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. I was in shape when I was broke.
I can't do what you say because the alt I have the most conviction in is also the highest in structure price. So currently, so there are no.
But if I did have my money in the one thing that I had conviction in, which was deep and Sui, I would be down on it because my spot
Yeah.
bag was a little higher than this. So if I had held that and the one thing that I had conviction in, it would have been down
This is
probably.
why
So
I keep.
selling it for
This is why I keep trying to stress the rotation. Like, it's the most boring part of the market, but it's what's helped save people's money, you know, if they listen to it the most. We know that we haven't got to the part where ETH is outperforming Bitcoin yet. We're not even there yet, which means holding anything outside of ETH is a pretty big risk. Now, I'm doing it, right? I'm taking a calculated risk, and I hold some Sol and I hold some Sui, but at way lower numbers, right? Position sizing is what's important here. Like, where most of your dollars sitting? Are they sitting on where the money's going to, or are they sitting on where you hope the money trickles down to?
I think that one, I think I was thinking, well, I'm not going to make much return on investment being an ETH with my monies.
But that's where I think the fallacy is, right? Because everybody's like, okay, ETH only has a 2x, but we're not talking about sitting in it the entire time. We're talking about where's my money going to give me the most bang and save me from the biggest loss right now, right? So we know before that alt,
small climb.
before that alt that you want to 5x is going to 5x. ETH is going to go up 10%, 20%, whatever it is when it goes up, right? But that's a sure bet where you can have, I don't even mean a sure bet like it's going to go up for sure. What I mean is you have your money in one place instead of 10 places that you hope all go up 10%. So even if ETH only goes up 7%, it's 7% of all your dry powder going up instead of one coin going up 10% with like a little bit of money in it, the other one going up 50% with like a little tiny little bit of money in it.
Mm-hmm.
And then when that rotation happens, then you start going into the other shit, you know? But it's the most boring shit ever. Nobody just wants to be sitting in Bitcoin and ETH. If you're excited that the bull market's going to continue, you're thinking about alt season, multiples. If you think the bull market's over, you don't want to be in Bitcoin and ETH either because you think it's over. So, like,
yes,
I don't know. And then if everything goes wrong and it goes down, right? They're like, why would you de-risk into Bitcoin when you know Bitcoin's going down? Like, you called for Bitcoin to go down. Why would you de-risk alt into Bitcoin? Well, because you hedge against the possibilities, right? You invest in the probabilities, meaning I'm taking profit from my alts and I'm locking in that Bitcoin gain. And then I'm hedging against the possibilities of being wrong in the market continuing to rise by being in Bitcoin and not being in stables. Knowing that if Bitcoin goes down, if alts go down 15%, Bitcoin will go down 5%. Yeah, I know, Gunta. I know. I try to repeat it over and over because it's not a natural way of thinking of it, right? Because everybody's so sort of tied to the dollar value of things.
I think I was thinking, the first part of entering the crypto market was very influential for me in my trading style. And so buying dips and the only one that actually worked for me was Doge, but that's because I bought it at a sub penny. But that being said, I think I was thinking, well, I've ruined my portfolio so many times leverage trading. Let me get spot and then let me scoop up some good prices of dips of the altcoins that I, foresee doing well. Because I feel like I've missed the boat on Bitcoin or ETH. So me thinking like, oh, my $1,000 is really gonna do a lot for me in ETH. I probably would have much been better like sitting in a more stable environment with that rather than like losing half of it. I would have lost half of it. I'd been down 50% at this point. And the rotation, I think I misunderstood some things. Like I was thinking some inflow of new monies was going to be coming in, and then I thought I guess I just kept thinking wrong.
That's what I keep saying. Until Bitcoin can hold an all-time high ETH won't be able to hold an all-time until ETH can hold and like break an all-time high and hold it. That's when the money spills over.
I guess to me, Bitcoin holding an all-time high is everything above 69K from the last market.
No, we
So
take we
um,
take them and like we took that all-time high, but we didn't hold it, right? We lost it. So we didn't hold support above it. The
Failed
times that
breakout, swing failure.
yeah.
That 127 was a failed breakout into price.
But we're like consolidating up here over 100K, which is kind of sideways for an all-time high-ish
Yeah, but
range, right?
that's like an old all-time.
Yeah.
Like, what have you done for me
Really?
lately? Sort of deal.
We lost
But
that
like
one
countries
too,
are still buying it at 90 something K.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a wealth effect, right? So think of it like this. Think about what the psychology of getting above all-time high is. When Bitcoin comes up, breaks an all-time high and consolidates, these people start to feel comfortable with that price, right? That wealth effect kicks in. They go further down the risk curve. When ETH comes up and does the same thing happens. Right? ETH is stable now above all-time highs. We were right. Now this starts to get spent on ERC20s. Right? Bitcoin will start to get spent on ETH and Sol and some other things. And then Sol breaks all-time high. These people get comfortable and they start to buy Solana projects. Right? But it has to happen in that order. Right?
But then
People
all of
aren't
that
gonna
already
jump
happened.
here.
Yeah, it already happened, and it didn't happen in that order even because we saw ETH pump first.
That happens multiple times. That happens multiple times during a run. You see it at a smaller degree. What we're talking about is what sets off the quote unquote air quote alt season.
Last cycle, we had an alt season when Bitcoin during the bear bounced from 17 to 24, and then spent a whole year going sideways down.
As it consolidated, yeah.
Yeah, like we had literally a mini alt season at that started when Bitcoin bottomed at 17K. We saw ETH pump to 2000. Now ETH is coming back down towards 2000 while Bitcoin is at 100. Yeah, we're not at 2000 yet, but 3000. Well, we touched 3000, right?
I mean, but it's fooled everyone, right? Even the Bitcoin dominance, the moment it came down, ETH went all-time high. I mean, remember you also had that dot on your chart on the dominance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been wrong on dominance a couple times during this run.
So
I think liquidity is coming to.
Well, we knew. You remember 3 years ago we talked about this when the ETF started to be mentioned. We were like, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens with dominance with this much money coming in to only one part of the market. But it's been interesting to see it play out. Our stablecoin balance here is looking like it's bottoming out. We're starting to see some sort of change of character down here. See if it lasts. We had a similar change of character here before it continued to fall out. But these are stables, like I said, coming from the bank. As we go up, it's stables coming from the bank and stables. The downtrend is stables going back to the bank. See, tomorrow we'll see if we get that. You can see the effects of that liquidity injection. If tomorrow comes and we get to the bottom of that, if tomorrow comes and we get to the bottom of this, and we get into this pump, and this chart right here is not uptrending, then it's not coming into stables.
Yeah, it's going elsewhere.
It's going elsewhere. So this will be like the canary in the coal mine.
Military funding, maybe.
Gold, silver, who knows? People buy the dip on metals. Yeah.
But Dbloc, that dominance argument with Bitcoin ETF, the thing is now altcoins also have an ETF, right? So it's less valid now. Like
Stables are also going to balance it out also a lot. As stablecoin balances grow, it's really going to balance out that dominance.
And the stablecoin dominance, well, because now stables are not only crypto, like you're going to be able to use them to buy stuff or whatever, then it also causes an issue. So actually, we don't want CDBDCs, right? Can't they just cancel that whole idea of having USDC as a CDBC? What was the point? Like, oh, mixing fiat with crypto now?
Give me
I
a
just want
second,
to
yo.
trade USD.
I gotta go check on grandma real quick. I'll be right back.
If you're a true crypto maxi, you're not happy about this stuff.
What's a crypto maxi?
I don't know. I just said that like that. I really don't know, honestly. I guess someone who would denominate in Bitcoin everything. You go out, you want to buy a car, you think about how much it's worth in Bitcoin. If you're at that point, you're a Bitcoin maxi. Like, you don't think of it in dollars, huh? You think of it in Bitcoin. You go shopping at the grocery store and you're like, damn, that was a 0.001 Bitcoin.
And you jump out of airplanes and bungee jump. You do that too, right?
I guess it just depends on how much Bitcoin it cost.
The prices have only gone down in Bitcoin. You know? There was no inflation. The opposite. That's deflation. There's huge deflation going on. It's a short squeeze going on Filecoin, right? I think it's just a short squeeze. Now, if they want to continue it, you need you need to pay some journalists to come up with an article.
Yeah, even RV moved up. I mean, is there something to do with storage happening?
Well, not you know, some of these alts had really a lot of shorts hanging above, and yeah, the question is to sell or not, right? It's not to buy or not; it's to sell or not. I'm gonna risk it on file. There's still potential. Continue this short squeeze. Especially if it stays above 190, then there's still 199.
I mean, what price did you buy that you're even thinking of selling?
Actually, yeah, you're right. I'm still in a loss, but it could still be a sell. Because if I think the short squeeze is over and we're gonna come down, I can sell here, take a loss, and just, if price pulls back 10, 20%, I'll just get more coins.
That's right.
And I'll still be in a loss, right? But if I'm in a 20% loss right now, even with the spike up, it's probably worse than that. I didn't check it, small amounts. But I should be in from, well, my average should be below $3 because I bought the previous ABC. So, like I'm probably at break even here on Filecoin. Because I know I bought some before it dipped, so I know my average is like I wouldn't have bought any before that anyway. So it should be around 250. Wait, I'm a bit too far from 230 should be my average. Well, right where price is getting rejected, huh? When you play it good when you are at a SR and where you bought becomes resistance, but you're getting that escape boat to sell where you bought if you change your mind. But typically I never do, and then it just continues much lower.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, so now it's resistance, right? The previous support that in 2022 Filecoin's lowest point was $2.3. That was support. It pumped all the way to $9, even 11, 13. So yeah, 11. I need to change the font size on my chart. It's too small. When I lay on my chair, I'm having trouble reading it now. What happened on Bybit? Like something changed and I lost all my settings again. Because I'm pretty sure I made the font bigger. Well, anyway, so you could come up with a plan to sell now what you would expect being resistance. To then just buy it back. You don't necessarily need it to come all the way down to $1. You could just buy it back after a 20% drop even, and you'll have 20% more coins. Well, you could expect a retest of the breakout at 1.8, right? But that doesn't happen in short squeezes. You just don't get any retest because it would liberate the short side. Like if the idea is to trap shorts by pumping price higher to liquidate them, either you're done liquidating them and then this is going to come all the way down to where it started from, so 1.3, right? Or you're not done liquidating them at all. They're adding to their shorts or they're collateralizing more. And in that case, you cannot give them opportunity to take a smaller loss, right? So it just has to continue going.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You don't know which way because it could just shoot up 200% more from here. Or go down back to break even.
SR-wise, as long as we don't reclaim it, it's more of a sell, I think. But once you reclaim the support, then it becomes a buy. Like, even though the same way you can still sell lower than where you bought, you can also buy higher than when you previously bought. It's allowed. So you could very well buy the top, and then maybe the top won't be the top anymore. It's that $3 psychological round number. I don't know why these alts like to go to $3. So potentially you'd hold till 3. Courtier, just look at numbers. It's simple. Works pretty good sometimes. 7 also is a nice number. 11 also.
But what about taking partial profits and then re-entering again lower?
It has its risks too.
So basically, do nothing is the best strategy.
If you're not sure, yeah. If you're not, if you don't know what you're doing, yeah. Overall. And I don't know what I'm doing, so I try to trade as little as possible. No, I'm joking. But yeah, sometimes doing nothing is not a bad plan. On Filecoin, if you bought it around, below, while it was going sideways there between 1.3 and 1.6. Yeah, maybe doing nothing is going to end up being a good plan. It's just we don't know, and the most probable right now, it broke out. It's pumping. It's that it just continues.
I mean, it's got something to do with the stool.
Can we at least get like a topping formation on the 15-minute, before we call it over? Like, put a lower high, or I don't know. Like for now on Filecoin on the 15, you just have like 3 red candles, but that's it. Like there's no. Maybe if you go 1 minute, you can find something, but see any real reason to exit other than I've made enough profits and Bitcoin is about to crash to 80K, so I'll just take what the market gives me. And yeah, on a few alts, it's giving something. Look at the volume; it's higher than it's higher than on the 10th on leverage on file. That really smells a big short squeeze. And people shorted this more like at 240, 260, $3. Like it's been shorted probably from very long ago. It's not even on the 9th that people shorted it from before. I guess they forgot to TP. They probably like just kept their shorts open and that's why it went up. While on other coins they TP'd, so other coins had no reason to go back up, or they didn't drop as much as file and they didn't have shorts that were open for months. What's Melania doing? Makes me think of Melania. Did it do a bit of a short squeeze too? Not really. No. But at least on Melania you have a topping formation, right? That 13 cent with a higher high there. Yeah. But Melania didn't drop after the 10th. But Trump, maybe Trump is in a short squeeze too. Trump on the daily, you see, at least you have something like you do have a lower high today. There's a few arguments to consider its technical bounce after a crash is over. Like, yeah, there's been enough. It found a top at 8.6, started to come down, and then tried to go back up, and for now it failed to break that high. So there's some arguments for like double top at $8 roughly for selling $8. Yeah. Which I did on Trump. But I still have some to sell 16 and I want to buy 4. It's very simple. Goes to $4, I'll buy.
Yeah, VJ can be another one as far as maybe go from where it's at to back to 2.5 cent, maybe, or 2 cent.
Vet?
Yes, sir.
That's an altcoin too. Yeah, from 2018. Yeah. Yeah, well, you see, it made a new bear market bottom on the 10th, right? And now the opportunity is below 13 on vet. Like that's when you have a huge down up down move, and for my strategy, for ABC strategy, like that's really but I mean you had to wait 2 years though. I can't have that patience, right? But when you saw it bottom and then go up to 8 cent, if you were just patient enough to wait for a C down, then yeah, you know, you're buying right now, you're not selling. With a very clear invalidation, like Dbloc says, you know, just 1% below that previous bear market bottom, doesn't hold, get the hell out, because yeah, it could go all the way down to the next support, which we did on the 9th. Like, if this one doesn't work, then there's a bit of a patience game again to wait for our lower low below the wick of the 10th, which is at 1 cent. We're at 1.5. Like that's 33% down. Huh? And if that doesn't work either, well, you have the all-time low at 0.001. And if that also fails, well, you're unlucky. You trade too long a coin that's about to get delisted.
What's getting delisted?
Plenty coins,
These,
hundreds of coins.
I was gonna say, never mind.
Let's say VeChain's not getting delisted. They have a massive upgrade that's getting ready to come out. I think it's going to hit everybody on the side of the face. They're going to go, oh my God, a Dino coin.
If it goes below 0.001, it will get delisted. But that's more like in 1 year.
Like I said, big upgrade coming right now. Look it up. Plus, actually, we talked about utility recently. VeChain is one of the alts that's actually being used, man. The UFC's using it. And I think another thing people don't realize about that coin, Dana White, actually, that's one of the only coins he owns. And he is really good friends with the guy that owns VeChain. Little down low secret.
Coinbase had a learn to earn on VeChain last cycle 4 years ago, so I have like $5 of it on my Coinbase account. So I should go look at what it's worth right now, but I guess it's worth. Well, they probably did that at all-time highs in April 21. Coinbase stopped to learn to earn stuff. I haven't done any in years. I guess I got tired of doing those learn to earn stuff.
Hey man, if he knows Dana White, then he also knows Donald Trump because they're tight. And I guarantee you the crypto thing, they all know each other.
Technically, VeChain is ready. If it's a good coin, useful and all, let's go. It's really ready. You are. Yeah.
Not financial advice, but I really think that thing is a massive sleeper, man. And they really do. I mean, look it up. They have a big, big update, like within this month.
Yeah, but the same way Bitcoin went straight up, and if it loses 100, you know, you could see it go all the way down to 75. I mean, 85, let's say at least. It's a bit the same on VeChain. If you lose this area, which was your bear market bottom, when Bitcoin was at 15,000, right? Then yeah, there could be a straight down drop, and we even have proof of that because of what happened on the 10th, where there was not enough buying orders sitting at bear market bottom.
That's because they cleared the order books, man. That's because they cleared the order books.
No.
We already know what happened.
Yeah, but it's different from one chart to another. And for all I know, Bitcoin didn't go all the way down to 40K. So Bitcoin had enough orders sitting there to stop whatever bearish attack was going on. While VeChain also had orders, right? Because it didn't, like, it's not that crazy on VeChain, the 10th. We dropped 60%. It's not like what I've seen on other alts.
When you have volume come in a big way,
sorry not to cut you off, but when you have volume coming in a big way, all that TA goes right out the window. You know that. Everybody here knows that. And all I'm saying is that there's some things that people don't know. Did you know Dana White was really like best friends with this dude, with Sonny that owns VeChain? Probably didn't know
No,
that. Maybe
but
most people didn't.
no,
Did you
no,
know
but
Dana
I
White
was.
owns VeChain and that's the only coin he owns? This is like an Elon Musk thing, man. This is like an Elon thing.
No, look how that
I
turned
think
out.
people are sleeping, man.
I
And
mean,
they have a massive upgrade, and they're really actually being used. What other crypto is all over the UFC octagon, man? Nothing. What other crypto is really being used by the UFC? That.
if they're yeah, but I mean, if they're friends, right? And they got a sweetheart deal, that still doesn't mean that right.
That's not
Like,
the one
you
that
can,
they promote though. They're promoting crypto.com.
He sits on the board as well.
yeah, but
Oh,
if you
that
can
nobody knew
explain
that
what
either.
the utility, I mean, all that's all fine and well, but that's profit one way or another. But
Dude,
if
your
you can
mic,
explain
man.
the utility that it has within the that might be
All it takes is a Google. I'm not here to be a reference for it. I'm just letting you guys know that this is something I've been looking into. I've been looking at some certain coins. There's others too, but this I think is going to have some massive news coming in, and they are
So
actually
thanks.
being used.
You know,
Google it right now,
V-
and see what they're
VeChain
doing with
is
it.
it's a pretty big market cap, and I'm sure it has a lot of bullish catalysts for itself. The only problem is they don't always show in price action.
Exactly. Nobody cares about narrative anymore.
Well, no, technically I really like where it is. Like this is you had it's a bit like if at 1400, yeah. But the problem is that's going to be true for a lot of alts, and invalidation will save you from a huge 90% loss potentially.
Just
But right now
remember,
it's
I'm the one that was
it's
saying
above.
I was the one that was saying buy XRP when we were in the bear, and everybody was going, no, bro, why you getting, bro, why you getting into that? And it did very well. It's been one of the best
Oh,
performers
nice,
of the
nice, bro. It
alts.
took it three. It did take it 3 years though.
A lot of people had to eat some crow. Just saying, this is just something to look into. If you don't want to buy, don't buy. I'm just telling you what I've been seeing. That's all.
Yeah, it's got 37 million in volume right now. It needs to pick up more volume in the next 24 hours, but not saying the next 24, but yeah, the volume needs to pick up.
As long as it's above 13 cent, it made a lower low, potentially wrecking everybody who bought it during the bear market. And well, now it needs to bounce up on the weekly.
Yeah, I can kind of see a W. Yeah.
The longer the base, the higher in space.
It's really all about holding bear market bottom, yeah. That's all it is for VeChain. Screw the rest. The rest is noise. Just are you able to stay above December 2022? This retest of Wednesday said yes. So for now, for me, it looks like a potentially a good setup.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Find some more.
For about 45 minutes until he gets pooped on.
That's true. It can happen.
Yeah, but we have to, some like if you like VeChain and you've been trading it like this, you have to try. You have to take some opportunities, and this one on VeChain was.
I know, but he was trying to talk like it's a good investment, dude. None of these coins are an investment. If you're
I
a
never
good
said
trader,
anything
great.
was a good investment. You don't have to be so negative, dude. All I'm doing is saying this is what I think. This is my opinion. This is what's going on. They're having. Did you know there was an upgrade coming? A massive one. You know what? Who knows on here that you might maybe listen to a little bit more to look into it? Lighten. He knows a lot about VeChain.
What is the
Just
date
checking
of
out.
that
That's all.
upgrade? Because technically we need that upgrade to break a bit the downtrend that started in December 24, right? It's true for every alt. Like alt stopped in December of last year. They've been going down since overall, including the big ones like Soul and all. When do you know when is it's supposed to be date-wise, timing wise? Because we're gonna need it to break that downward angle that started in December 24, like a bullish catalyst on a single. Yeah. Did they tell? Did they give a time horizon for the upgrade? Because I mean, I remember waiting for years for ETH 2.0, and then they released it after a crypto crash.
Well, ETH, you know how ETH is. They're full of it.
Do you have a date for?
Don't
Do you
be so
know if
negative, bro.
Dude, it's
Ah,
let's
jacket.
Google. Let's get
Relax.
our Google tips going. Let's get our fingertips moving.
What else do you
Yeah, I just
trade?
like when somebody's trying to sell me something.
Oh, you want me to say something? Let me tell you what I'm in. This is what all you can buy. Up my back.
Yeesh.
Before beginning of December would be a good time to come up with the upgrade. And you would reclaim lost support at 2 cent or 1.8 cent. Or maybe just a short squeeze like file. You know? Maybe this thing is heavily shorted and someone who knows about the project wants to, well, pump price up so it attracts investors because people tend to buy what's going up.
Zeusy,
What's
you know
going
I
down.
love you. I love you, man. But every time you talk, it sounds like Groundhog Day. Like we've been here before. I really get deja vu vibes. Like I feel like we've been here. You ever get that feeling?
Well, yeah, deja vu's, yeah. But
Isn't
please
isn't that
go
French?
ahead. Yeah.
I look at total
But
3.
basically, you don't want to trust this reaction at bear market bottom because you get a deja vu of them failing.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like goes down another
Yeah, yeah.
notch. We discuss it. Goes down another
That's
notch. We discuss
that's
it. Goes
disbelief.
down and
Yeah, but that sounds like disbelief, right? It can
no,
still
it
give you
it
a
it it
3x
means
up.
I'm neutral. It's like eventually it's gonna get caught, right? Eventually we're gonna catch it. But I'm just saying, you look at total 3 and you look at all the utility tokens, man, and they've been just absolutely destroyed.
So VChain is partnered with Big Pharma. Interesting.
Ooh, some VeChain FUD. Nice. Well, yeah, it's down 85% from that high of last year, right? So yeah.
Not but that's directly from their website. One of their enterprisers is Bear and Bear. Another one of their
You know,
enterprise partners.
today it just doesn't sound cool to be partnered with Big Pharma, so that's why I said it. That sounds like FUD to me.
Sounds like a COVID coin to me.
And DaVinci. DaVinci, so big money's behind it. I guess that's good.
I traded. I'm looking at the chart. I traded an ABC at 2 cent all the way back in March 23. Well, man, being stubborn with your entries it would have paid out. Like, yeah, I guess I gave up. Took a small loss and then never reopened VeChain chart since. That was 2 years ago. Now that you mentioned it, that might influence what I'm gonna do. But let's wait for Dixie to really lose 100. Let's wait for the stock market to finish its downturn. And honestly, it still has a lot to go potentially. Like, let's wait for dominance. Actually, dominance is ready for me. Like it's been going down since. Yeah, dominance is for my standards. It's okay as long as it's
You're
below
not buying the dip.
64%.
You're not buying the dip on the stock market, Susie.
No, I'm selling it. No, I'm still selling on stock market. No. I mean, especially France. We have a triple top, and Bitcoin just gave a triple top. So how could I not sell, right? Like it's psychology. Like after having lived through Bitcoin's triple top at 124, seeing it happen on the French market and not do anything, like I couldn't. I wouldn't have pardoned myself. So no, yeah. But oh, well, we'll see. We'll see. It's nothing very aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know nothing about the upgrade. Just the old coins moving. I'm just looking at old stuff, and I kind of saw that W in there, and just seeing a possible setup. Just scrolling through stuff.
No, I sold some Tesla this week because it put hi.
Yeah, dude, I got rid of all my Tesla. I'm gonna get back in when it, if it keeps going, great. But it was a good run, man. That was fun.
Yeah, I got 472. Now it's not a new all-time high, so I couldn't like.
But where
Maybe
it
I ran out
was,
of patience. But
where it was a few months ago, though, holy.
yeah, but ABC wise, that's the trade. That's gonna be the next setup. Right? It's when it manages to wreck people who have their stop loss at 490. Like we're not
Dude,
doing a seed that.
I tripled my health savings account with just Tesla alone.
Yeah, no, but well, these were for in my case, the last buys I did were like around 250. So, um, yeah.
I just kept getting in
I
and
don't know,
out, in and out,
but
in and out.
3x is nothing on these tech companies. We're just so. I mean,
Dude, but
even
I'm
my
proud of myself because I didn't sell when Elon would run his mouth and it would cause the stock to completely tank. I would just buy more.
when it was going down in the French news, they were saying that when it was going up in the French news, they were saying, "Well, we hope you have some Tesla stocks because it's doing good or something like that." And then on the way down, people were boycotting Tesla, but it didn't care. It just technical stuff
Yeah, man,
override that
it's
retail
complicated. It's not,
sentiment.
yeah, it's not, I mean, it seemed like it was easy to trade because it would always bounce back. But I want to say I was a little degenny with it. Like there was some more like stubbornness in it. Like screw this, it's down, I'm buying. I didn't put a lot of thought into it, and maybe that's why I did better. I don't know.
Mostly, I have PTSD from Nvidia going up this much this cycle. So selling Tesla but lightly because who knows. But yeah, it's definitely a sell. We're coming to all-time high potential. SFP coming, maybe with a higher high above the previous all-time high. Right? Like we might get that week, that FOMO 4-week wake up to price discovery, and at that point we'll see what happens. It could very well break out, right? Especially if you don't fall below 400. Right now, it's not below 400, and 400 is the previous all-time high from 2021. So as long as we're above 400, 420, interestingly, it's 420. That's not coincidence, but anyway, as long as it's above 420, I think it can just go up, maybe for even a whole 6 months, 1 year, who knows. Still, it's a sell.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You could go up a little bit further, grab some more. For me, it's not the amount of attention that I spend. I just can't, I had to like let it go, man.
I kept some. I still have some.
Good.
Yeah, PTSD from Nvidia. Like,
No, you're right. I mean, runners totally make sense.
yeah, just to have some in case it. I don't know. But technically, so there's going to be a lot of House of Card bearish setups coming, and the first one is to SFP the all-time high, but we'll see the reaction. Maybe it'll just break out and go nuts to 700, 600, 700, and ultimately even 1,000 and well between 1,100 and 1,400. Well, could be a good area for a bullish continuation.
I just can't believe that Nvidia doubled again. That's just crazy, man.
It needs a cut soon, right? A split.
Another split?
They need a reverse split again, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's at 200. If it does another 5x, you get to 1,000. They'll split it again. Then the whole country will run on Nvidia, I guess.
Somebody made a comment in chat a while back today that was such a good point. They're like, imagine selling your Nvidia stock before GTA 6 comes out. Like implying that GTA will obviously demand more devices to have hardware accelerated graphics, and therefore it would increase value. You know, I never thought about that. And there's, I don't know why I didn't think about that. I'm not saying it's going to manifest into anything, but it sounds legit.
Trying to get some action here, or it's a fake out. Wish I'd have bought that last bottom.
Dude, I know they keep doing it. This, you can see the pattern. They just keep pumping and pooping on you.
Well, we haven't put a lower low on Bitcoin for all I know. It didn't stop me out, so it's for now it's going sideways.
Yeah, it needs to get over that 101 800 plus, and then over 102. I think if we get over 102 and retest around there, we might. Or if we get over 102, we might just really haul ass.
How about an ascending triangle on the 15? Is it not valid because there's a bit of blackness there?
Dude, I don't know if you drew a downtrend on some of these alts for the past day, and they're about to break that downtrend.
Dominance went down today.
I know, I just
I
like,
mean, when I woke up, I saw it was red and became green again, I think. But like, I saw dominance go down today. People are going directly into small cap shitty stuff. Yeah. Like File, ICP, or I don't know what else popped, Jelly, and some new launches. Like there's a few new launches also. Near also up 10% today.
oh, love it, man. I love near and render, or near at least.
It's a bit like VChain, but it's higher though. It's higher in structure than it's much higher than structure than VChain, but.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, is this fundamental or is it just because they dropped too much? Like after a 30% decline in price, it's not surprising to see them up 10%, right? Like it's just a technical bounce, right?
Yeah.
Now on ICP, it's not just a technical bounce, right? It's it managed to put a higher high than summer.
Oh. Alts are moving.
Yeah, buddy.
You think it could be a bullish weekend for altcoins with Bitcoin holding above
Dude,
100?
I don't know. I can't see it breaking this downtrend and then just coming right. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna say anything because they always ruin the party. But
What's Link at? Tell me. Hey, you know, Link is I know what Link is doing. It just retested its bear market angular again.
yeah, dude, it's hard, man. Link is really hard right now because once it starts to detect that Bitcoin's doing something, it goes berserk, but it always gets pulled back. But I'm assuming a lot of coins are doing this.
Yeah, but you know, you take the all-time high, you draw a downward angular with March 24, and Link basically spent all its time going down since May 2021 below that line, except 2 times. Except in December 24, where it tried to break out, but it failed, it came back inside it.
And dude,
except August. This summer, it found support, right? Where at the
that is
course.
why I'm really butt sore about utility tokens because it's one of the best utility tokens ever, and they don't care. No one cares. Like they'll dump it in a heartbeat.
That's priced in. Link went from 30 cents to $50 last cycle. It did 100x up, even more than that's 1,000x up. 130 cents.
So you saying it's over?
No, I'm not saying it's over. I'm just saying it's coins like Link that showed amazing performance last cycle are overall underperforming this cycle, including ETH, right? Like technically. I guess Solana is an exception. There's a few exceptions. BNB also had a nice 100x up last cycle. But I mean, there's always exceptions, right? But it's the pattern I think I see overall. It's those who really pumped too much and didn't dump during the bear enough are having a harder time.
You know what I think it
their
is?
price discovery, right?
I think they just have too many bag. I was reading something. That's why like you'll see like Zcash and now Filecoin and then Dash. A lot of they don't have that many bag holders left. You know, they've dumped so much that most of the people have already exited. Like they've either exited. So whales are they're just playing whale games. They're just pumping it and creating FOMO because there's not that many bag holders going upside.
And it doesn't cost you a lot to pump them, right? Like for a Bitcoin whale, pumping Filecoin 30% is like.
But Link, you got like the whole Link army. Like I got a bunch of Link, and it's like I'm ready to dump it. Like sounds like a lot of people are.
Too.
So it's like that. They won't pump. They're not pumping those coins because they know that a lot of people still have them. They're just gonna get dumped on.
If it had gone to like $2 during the bear market instead of holding 5, you know, like I mean, I guess I can rewrite history. It's pointless, but if it had dropped more during the bear, because Link didn't do like Solana, you know, it holded ground because it had utility pretty high, right? So that's where the price of utility went, is that it did less downside. So utility was useful for Link holders because it holded 90% of its FOMO value. It only went down 90% during the bear market. Compared to other alts, that's less.
No respect until $100.
So you can take it as a good sign for the future. You can also take it as a bad sign for the future because what doesn't dump can't really pump either. Right? No. It did. It still pumped good. You got 5x.
Did y'all somewhat see the pumping coming a little bit on BD? It I saw it kind of winding up a little bit, but it could have made the M, right? You know, but it had some little bit of wind up to it. Back at that damn level.
We get some alt FOMO. Link is. It'll go back up to 25. I mean, I don't know, but it seems likely, right?
Yeah. Like I think in the bear market, like I think that would be safe. Both the knock on wood, like both the Oracle's Pith and Link, like gun to my head and we're in the bear market and like you've got to buy something, I'm buying those two.
At least 22, right? Well, it's gonna have its first issues at 22, I think, in case alts turn for good to the upside. I mean, in case Bitcoin goes to the upside, then yeah, I don't see why Link couldn't get back to 22, where it's gonna have some issues because of March 24.
Yeah.
It's a trade setup that just tells you to stay short from ETH's golden pocket of the bear market.
Did you buy any at
Yeah,
480?
we me no, but Dbloc did. I remember that day.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh yeah, I do too.
I know Dbloc did at like 4 or something. I waited for it to reclaim the low. Oh, ABC. You don't buy the bottom of the C in ABC. You wait for price to go back above A. So A was five something. So they did good for once. I waited for it to reclaim $5 where I bought it. Yeah. 5 something, even 5.50 or 5.30. Yeah. I still have them. Waiting for the all-time high that just never happened. Yeah. Because it's the bet when you buy what you think is a bear market bottom, the bet is actually that it's going to put a new all-time high, right? So then, I mean, you can just target a fixed percentage up or retrace up, but then you're just trading a dead cat bounce, right? If you have conviction in the coin and you think it bottomed and you see that Bitcoin probably bottomed, kind of doesn't make sense to not hold some until all-time highs. Right? But you need the conviction, yeah. Or you need to know the project, do some research, like it, and feel like trust it. And then when you see it drop 30%, well, you just see an opportunity to get more. Now, Link went to $7 on the 10th, right? So in a bearish scenario, that's where I want to buy it. And it makes sense because it's the bear market accumulation range. And a lot of alts are currently giving me that opportunity of buying them at bear market bottom prices. So why would I buy Link at 15 when I can buy, well, for example, VeChain that you mentioned earlier, that's sitting at bear market bottoms, right? Risk to reward wise, just technically speaking, one is kind of better than the other. Huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I like looking at stuff like that too. Exactly what you just said.
But fundamentally, Link is better. So it depends what kind of trader you are. Fundamentally, Link is better because it was able to hold much higher prices. So it's proof that it's better. I mean, by better, I mean like more, well, it's been more bullish. It's proved that you have proof in the chart. It's able to break out upward its bear market angular. And, well, unfortunately, we're still there. But maybe it'll pick up some speed upward there.
I'd say more resilient.
Yeah, more resilient. Like, summer 2021 lows, that's where Link is. So this is the last support before all-time highs. Well, on the way down, it was the support we built before, after all-time highs. After $50, Link dropped to $15. And currently it's sitting at $15. So it's not a bad last point of support before pumping.
Yeah. It's either
it's much stronger than VeChain on the Bitcoin pair. Because you're sitting in 3x profits here, still, right, in dollars. So you still underperformed Bitcoin by 2x roughly. Like you would have made twice more money buying Bitcoin than Link. I don't know, maybe Link will get an ETF too, no? And catch up to BTC. Mantle now has a altcoin index for institutional ETF guys. And I don't know what they put in there, but there might be even Link, who knows. I think there's some altcoins in there. called MI4 index or MI4 something. So we're gonna get though. It's for now. It's only for institutions, right? But I'd really be happy if we could trade others chart directly, like someone provide an index of altcoins. So we won't bother searching for the one to that we like or this. You'll just trade the index. Same way we trade SPY to just trade all the American companies, while we can trade altcoin index. Like right now, it doesn't exist. I guess nobody's crazy enough to risk money creating that that index, because with all the scams and all the rogue pools, I'm not sure anybody's willing to create it. But maybe just select a few alts, right? That's how it'll start. And MI4 is doing that already with some alt. But we can't access it. It's only for high worth individuals, or I don't know how it works. But
I'm
I
pretty
can't
sure
trade.
Grayscale or Bitwise that it's on the docket for like an altcoin index, like a basket of altcoins.
Really, it already exists. But I think I'm
No,
gonna
it doesn't exist, yet, but it's on the deck
It's
for
on the card.
waiting for
Yeah.
approval. Yeah.
Honestly, when that comes out, I might just switch to that, because I like technicals more than fundamentals. I'm not good at choosing my coins depending on narrative. I listen to Dbloc for that, but yeah, if they come up with an altcoin we can just trade, I think I'll be interested. Bitcoin went up 1%. Cool, cool, cool. Now I will scroll up to see if ES is going up, and hopefully it's going down.
Yeah, maybe it could just consolidate here a taste and then go, or just keep just go. Don't stall out here.
Of course, it's going up to yeah. I want to see strength in crypto. Fight legacy. You went down while they went up. Can we reverse and go up while they go down now? I'm dreaming. Hope is still there.
We have crossed the 50 in terms of RSI, and we aren't overbought, so there is room if you wanted to go. But
Yeah. Did last 15 minutes did the FOMO come over any one of y'all? I know it did me. The last 15 minutes. I don't know about y'all.
not me, but this is
if you trade the 15, it's a green candle. I'd look for a short, not a buy.
I was looking at the 5 minute.
Much harder to do, but it's even gonna put a higher high here. Like we're almost at that wick. Like
It just seemed like it was time.
That's more like a short entry than a long entry, but breakout longs work too. Good luck. Whatever you're gonna do. Maybe no trade is the best plan.
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
Because
I wouldn't play it if I wasn't already in it.
Yeah, I mean, but it's fun regardless.
Oh yeah, definitely not financial advice. Just where I'm at. Only because I've gotten burnt on so many of these, buying them halfway up and end up fueling into my because I'm playing. I'm doing coin, so I'm betting my Bitcoin on Bitcoin right now.
Yeah. Well, that last
BNB had a pretty decent candle, and it usually doesn't move unless it's like not a confirmed move, but a good direction.
Good last
thing
little
about
Bitcoin dip there was like the hot dog zone, so I could see where people wouldn't. Was thinking it might make an M, but when it reclaimed up, sometimes you got to take it. Not all the time. How it reclaimed that VWAP there, that looked good.
This is plausibly should be just the market doing its thing because it isn't a vector candle. So it,
What? It has to be a vector. That's not possible. You said it's not a vector. Oh no, there's a vector here. I'm pretty sure of that.
it's not.
There's a really increase in volume going on. With a big fat green bubble up there. Well, price is already higher than the green bubble, but I don't know. There's a vector here, maybe on a smaller time frame. But that's not really good, no? Do you want a vector when? Well, I don't know. I don't trade vectors, but I watch them.
Might have some what type 3 traders entering maybe right now. Maybe. But yeah, that was neat about that Filecoin. Just having that nice move there. That was nice. It was good stuff.
I will see if it can sustain the momentum.
Right. Well, if it goes down to $1.80, $1.60, I might buy some more. To be honest.
Now you want to buy. Now that it goes up, you want to buy it, right?
Yeah.
It's so hard to do the opposite.
Yeah, it's like, well, if you think it's going to $1.80, $1.60, sell it now and then get in there. Durr.
Yeah, I know, but it's hard. I know it's hard to do the opposite.
Yep.
Wait a second, it just started going up. Why would I sell? It's been 24 hours. Okay, screw it. Actually, it hasn't been 24 hours. It's been 10 hours. It's going up. Yeah, 12 hours. Maybe it got rejected already, but it'll. Bitcoin manages to reclaim 105, then it was right to try to go up, right?
Yeah, 104 something. Then
No,
come back down.
That's 104 is easy to do. It's not. I mean, cool. It's it's higher. The issues we have are higher, and for now, it's not even able to get there. Like, that's even more bearish. Huh? But you know how it goes. As soon as market structure will shift, people will FOMO in on Bitcoin probably, and this 104 was still a lower high even on small time frames. We don't have a confirmed bullish market structure.
Yeah, if it had just shot off a little bit higher than when it stalled out there, it'd have been. I think it could have. It stalled out at the perfect time to be like, nope, I forgot my phone at the house, guys.
That's not random. They probably had enough money to prevent it from doing that, so that there are enough sellers in order to buy it up, right? Like in a bullish scenario, that's what you would look for. You want to buy more Bitcoin, right? So you need to make it look like it's gonna continue down. So continuing bearish market structure as much as possible while accumulating kind of makes sense. And honestly, it even calls for a low low, where you'll get again probably a spike of panic sell. But as soon as that bearish order flow slows, like as soon as people stop exiting, then they know it's too late, and either you have to bring price a whole other level lower, or well, it's gonna be in a hurry to climb back up. Like when things settle down, and usually it takes time. Like, can take a while, yeah. Really, Adam and Eve formation, where the first time it's more panic and the second time it's slower.
Yeah, I'm not doing no top blasting right here. Been nice to have a runner, but always nice to have a runner.
I did upward with a tiny higher high here, so then people are gonna short it. Actually, I don't know if people are gonna short it, but I would short it. I was scalping.
Yeah, I'm not taking near as many as I used to, but I definitely want to home in on those angler moves. Like I think a couple months ago when we was messing around 107, I learned some stuff on everything. The way we stayed around 107 too, and then went up and learned some more stuff. And then like that 99 or 98.9, just looking at the weekly, you could see where there was a bounce there, and at the 50 EMA. It just seemed like those moves are you're more willing, or I feel more willing to down the sword. So I really like trying to get those where if I die, I die instead of worrying about and like I know worrying about your invalidation is important, but sometimes I like to get those moves where it's like I'm willing to die here. Yep, this is a move, right? I'm gonna die here. If we don't go, I'm gonna die right here. It's fine. Just keep me
Honestly,
out of the way.
I can take another whole month of downward move, stepping down, but after that, I'll give up to. For me, the 9th wasn't such a bad hit, right? But having continuation downward after the 9th, kind of harder, and if it continues another whole month, yeah. When you know that you're expecting it to continue for a whole year. You gotta give up eventually, and we're close.
Yeah. Although, you could say we went all-time highs before the halvening. So maybe this time it's different.
There's two thoughts, right? We pumped too early, so we're gonna dump early.
Yeah. And then continuation years later.
That looks like that's what's happening. Or the other thought is we pumped early, it's really strong, so it's gonna pump for longer. And instead of topping in November, exactly 4 years after, it's plus or minus 3 months anyway. Like you can't be that pinpoint precise on timing. Well, you can be, of course, but you can leave it some room, right? So if you say plus or minus 3 months around November, yeah, it brings you to like January. I think Dbloc says December. Oh, he said at the latest December. Well, maybe I can add a month to January, but that's it, There's no more time.
Yeah, I hate that this is a true story. I met a XRP guy like 3 weeks ago, and he was telling me in November I want to see you here again. I want to talk to you, and we'll see how high XRP is going to be. Because really, what Bitcoin? You trade Bitcoin. What does it do? Like, what can you do with it? And I'm just like, oh man.
It's funny, you know. It's funny how crypto traders end up trusting banks through XRP.
What you can do with it? Buy a house or a car, put down a payment on a phone, and 100K. Yeah, it's not so bad.
I mean, but
Bitcoin or
everybody,
XRP? Yeah.
I mean,
And you know what
everybody's got
else
an
is
XRP
funny?
story.
You know what else is funny? Whenever Bitcoin maxis accept BlackRock into their world.
Yeah. They took over Bitcoin.
Yeah.
But hey, how else would have pumped to trillions of dollars of market cap, right? Like, you need those people in too, no?
Yeah, and I'm not hating on XRP. I had XRP and I sold a lot at over $3. And I thought I made a mistake, but I didn't, because it's not going to $100 or $10,000 like some people that I meet on the street that don't know nothing, but they've got a little bit of XRP and they think it's like, but some of them people think that holding just a little bit, the government's just going to send them a ton of money every month just because they hold it. And it's like, I don't think that's how it works, buddy. And it's
Yeah, I
just
would also,
ill-informed. Most
would
XRP holders are ill-informed.
I would disagree with the sentiment that you need BlackRock for Bitcoin to go to 100K. I would say it's more that you get to a certain price point and you can't avoid the attention of groups like BlackRock.
Yeah. Well, you know, just rough like we're 8 billion on the planet, right? Everybody isn't in a rich country that trades in dollar and all, but let's say on average everybody can spend $1 per day. We're 8 billion people, right? So that would be $8 billion per day, right? Well, that wouldn't bump Bitcoin that much, right? Like, I mean, it would be a huge inflow into Bitcoin of $8 billion per day. Right? So in 1 year, you would have 800 billion money coming in. So that's roughly $1 trillion per year, right? So you could pump Bitcoin by, well, Bitcoin's market cap is like how much is it? I don't even know. It's 2 trillion now. 21 million at 100,000. That's that's 2 trillion, right? So even if everybody on Earth put $1 per day in Bitcoin, you would only pump Bitcoin's price by 33% in 1 year. But you would need 8 billion people putting $1 per day. So, you know, in some countries, $1 per day is a lot of money. But I just took a random, like, I feel like that's doable because some people in Europe would put more like $10 per day. And, you know, or roughly, like, I guess it's doable. That's $300 per year. No, it's too much, actually. It's too much. Yeah. $1 per day is too much. You would need to lower that number to be realistic. Huh? So, you know, just roughly calculating, guessing here, that would pump Bitcoin by 33% per year. Without BlackRock and very rich billionaires, you know, just us retail, if we all put $1 per day in Bitcoin, it would pump it by 33% per year. Well, that's roughly what Bitcoin is doing, no? Pumping 30% per year on average. It's more like 40%
Yeah,
even.
but so my thing is, BlackRock wouldn't have gotten involved if they didn't see a valuation that exceeds other assets, right? So yes, you could potentially say that it's accelerating the pace at which Bitcoin pumps, but I wouldn't attribute Bitcoin's growth to BlackRock. I would say that Bitcoin's growth was parabolic enough and yet sustainable enough that you couldn't avoid bigger players like BlackRock wanting to get involved. So like because I don't think BlackRock would be involved if it was something that they thought was just going to flop out, right?
They can just push the sell button like anyone else at any time, though. You have to understand that. They're going to ride it up because they want to make money.
Right, 100%. That's also they see a valuation enough to make it worth. Yeah, like it's not just as easy for them to just buy it, right? Uh, as a business, and when you're talking about regulations, like certain things had to happen, so it's still outperformed, or it still was worth in their minds the valuation that it was worth.
Oh,
And
when they
I'm
sold
sure
about it, when they sold a couple weeks ago and dumped on everyone's heads, yeah, they were happy with that for sure. But back real quick, not to interrupt, but back to the gentleman with the southern accent. When you were mentioning about how people in the XRP, those guys have had a lot of years to dig into actual information. And but it's funny, when people listen to Michael Saylor talk about Bitcoin going to $10 million, they they'll buy that, they'll listen to that. But a coin that has very useful value that's not been realized yet, it's impossible. Anything's possible in crypto, man. Anything.
yeah,
Yeah, it can go up. I
still
mean, but like the people that I've met on the street, I just like I'm like, there's no way what you're thinking is going to happen.
Don't say
But
never say never. Never say never.
yeah, I agree
And
with
not that
never say
I
never.
But
not that I believe
I would
that
also
myself personally.
but it happened
I would
already. It
also
was a winning
say,
coin. It went 10x up. What else do you want?
right, I
yeah,
mean, just
I,
pullbacks. And I was telling that guy that, like, you could sell and buy and sell and buy. You don't just hold it forever. That's the awesome thing about trading. Even though it's hard, it's not hard. It's hard. But he's
You
just
sell and
thinking,
buy,
I'm
sell
just
and
gonna.
buy. Well, tell that to the guys that bought Bitcoin at $1. That these wallets come that are out of dormant wallets, and all of a sudden you see these guys selling after 10 years. I mean, they didn't buy and sell and buy and sell. They just hodled it.
Yeah, that's crazy too.
I mean
That's
maybe, but
amazing. Those are
Everyone
some of
has a
Martians.
them did.
different risk. Everyone got a different
Some of
risk
them,
appetite.
yeah, some of them did sell too, right? And surely some of those people regret it, but some of them sold and bought back in. And my thing with the XRP is it's not that XRP might not have function. It's not that, like, I don't think I think there's a good argument for XRP, but in terms of like who is the king in the market, um, it's Bitcoin, and it's been Bitcoin. And until I see something that's gonna convince me why XRP is going to surpass or flip Bitcoin, uh, it's not
Well,
putting them down,
just
but
keep
they
in
also
mind.
really understand and see the reality too, right?
Keep in mind, there was a king of the internet too, and it wasn't always Google. There was a king of a lot of things until they were dethroned. And I'm only playing devil's advocate. It is what it
Yeah,
is, you know what
no,
I mean, as far as
you're not
XRP
wrong.
goes.
And you're not wrong, but like there's also so yeah, if we're talking like, yeah, VHS was king before DVDs, was king before streaming, right? Uh this is true. Um However, XRP doesn't present to me a big enough shift in the technology that I could see it overcoming a gap in valuation that there is,
How does
right?
instant settlement not strike you as being more technologically advanced than what we have right now, what we're using right now in Swift? Instant settlement.
I mean, that's more advanced than the dollar, but is it more advanced than, like, is it radically more advanced than the basic idea of cryptocurrency in the first place? Also, is it more deflationary than Bitcoin?
Not to interrupt
Not,
y'all too, but I I don't want to talk negative about XRP because if it ever goes to under $1, I'm backing up the effing truck. Okay, just let you know.
oh yeah, me too. I'm not an XRP hater either. I
Patience.
actually I'm
We know
I'm
it.
a decent fan of XRP, but I'm not a I just don't see the reality which makes XRP an asset that's going to be evaluated at over anywhere near where Bitcoin is right now. Now, will it be a useful and valuable asset? Sure. Does it have staying power? Absolutely.
Oh, well, I
There's
mean,
a reason
somebody thinks
why.
so because it was number 2 at one point, and it's what is it, number 3 or 4 right now. I mean, if you stay in the top 10, somebody thinks you're worth something. So
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think it's well
Huh?
deserved in the top 10. I'm not hating on XRP at all. I just don't until we get to that point in the market, right? I just don't see it flipping an asset that's however many times its price, right?
But
Um,
technically, on the Bitcoin pair, XRP retested its bear market bottom on the 10th and found support there. So there's buyers at bear market bottom on XRP. That's good news, yeah,
Absolutely.
for XRP.
Yeah.
And like I
Uh,
said, I'm not putting it down at all. XRP is a great asset. Um, I do think that there's a bit of a difference in philosophy from Bitcoin as a cryptocurrency. Although, you know, the same argument, like we were just talking about with BlackRock and what we're talking about with XRP, getting into finding a use case in the financial industry, right? Like there's arguments against both, right? But I do think
so
there's a big shift, a difference in philosophy
you,
between the two assets.
again, playing devil's advocate here for you. You're saying that you fail to, for yourself personally, you find it hard to see the proper use case or whatnot for XRP, or it being something that's greater than Bitcoin
No,
in this
no, no, no.
market.
That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying I
but
don't see XRP flipping Bitcoin.
no, but
I
people, it's not even comparable. Like,
yeah,
it's not the same asset league. Yeah? XRP is a
yeah.
company that wants to provide services for
It's
being
actually
useful.
not XRP is not a company. Let's be
Well,
legit
you know, it's
here.
a crypto that
XRP
wants
is
to
the
be.
XRP is the native asset on the XRP ledger that the company Ripple uses.
My point is, it wants to provide a service for money, like you pay in XRP a service to transfer money, or while Bitcoin is none of that. It's not the same league of assets. Like you can't even.
No,
I don't
it
think.
doesn't do any. Bitcoin doesn't do anything.
That's
Yeah,
It
yeah.
not
doesn't
true.
serve
That
any.
is not
It
at
doesn't
all true.
serve any function.
Bitcoin,
The
Bitcoin,
So it
store of
doesn't.
value
absolutely. That's
came about.
absolutely incorrect. Bitcoin serves
The,
a lot of functions. First of all, Bitcoin is the basis for why we call these things cryptocurrencies, right? Uh, if it's not the oldest, right? But it is it's so. First of all, it's encrypted on SHA-256. SHA-256 is the same encryption the U.S. government uses, right? The
right, the
same
NSA,
level,
the NSA code.
right? Right. So, in terms of what does it provide, it provides transparency and privacy, well, a level of privacy, I should say, right? Um, uh, across globally, right? Like across borders. It is an asset that can be traded, that can be shared, that can be gifted, that can be sent and received. I mean, it serves a purpose.
Have
Now,
you ever
is that
sent a
purpose
good amount of Bitcoin?
equivalent to the valuation? Maybe not. Are there other things that could potentially serve a better purpose and that maybe could be valued better? Sure, but they're not. And
You know,
so,
sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to
yeah,
say
go ahead.
trade safe, good night, and just quickly, when I looked at VeChain, I felt bullishness. I felt bullish when I looked at that chart. When I look at XRP, I'm sorry, but I can only feel bearish. Like it's just it pumped. It had its pump. Now, yeah,
It's
of
a good thing I
course it
took
can
my
go to.
profits.
It can go to $6, of course, but if you calculate your risk to reward, it can also come back down to 50 cent. And the first step to come back down to 50 cent is to be unable to put a higher high, right? And we'll see how it does if things turn up. But that $3.4 is going to be big resistance. Same at 2.8, and then ultimately, once you lose $2, you lose $2. And well, the next support is like 50 cent, right? So there's a big gap there that it could
But
fall
we've
into.
lost $2 already a couple times during this run, right? It bounced right back.
Yeah. For now, it's holding. So as long as it's holding, the previous resistance has become support. We're looking for higher. But if eventually, if it doesn't. And it's like it went straight up. So the same way Bitcoin could go straight down to 85 or whatever the number was, XRP could very well go straight down. Like it's even likely to go straight down because it went straight up, sideways there, bloop, straight down, and then maybe we'll accumulate again to go back up again. Right? Anyway,
So it
good
can
luck,
go straight
everybody.
up or it can go straight down. You have a nice night, Juice. Later.
See you.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing that XRP doesn't have a good use case, right? I think it does. I think XRP knows exactly what it's doing. I do think XRP is a valuable asset. I don't see it flipping Bitcoin anytime soon. Could it eventually? Sure. But I also don't see like the part of the reason that Bitcoin has the valuation that it does is its deflationary nature, and XRP is not deflationary.
Yeah, they both have completely different functions. But Bitcoin is, you can think of it like digital gold. So it's a store of wealth in the digital sphere, whereas XRP is for fast transfers.
Yep.
XRP actually is deflationary. There's some of the token burned as gas every time it's sent.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's deflationary because can they create more?
No, they're not going to create more. It's a finite amount. Now, let's not just grab like misinformation that we've had from the past. I mean, you've got to be factual. At least Google it, and try to figure it out before you say it. You know what I mean? Otherwise, we just run around in circles because both those things are actually not true. What you just said.
What? What did I say that wasn't true?
Said that they could make more, and it's a finite amount.
Oh, I asked the question. I said, can they make more?
Oh, I'm sorry. 100 billion.
Yeah,
That's it.
Look, that's fair, but let's. I mean, if it is deflationary and there's a finite amount, and it burns some every time, then why are we not seeing better growth in the price? Why does it not outperform Bitcoin?
Well, it did kind of. I mean, shit. In a way, if you was buying it at like 38 cents, 50
Yeah, I mean,
cent.
yeah. Well, I mean, I started buying that at like 17 cents, but you're gonna have growth. There's still, I mean, we don't even have regs. There's so much that affect that. I mean, will regs do anything for Bitcoin? Not likely. It'll probably not be as bullish an asset with regs.
Yeah, I would agree. But also, XRP's been around a long time too, hasn't it?
Yeah, it
Been
has.
around a very long time. It was originally open coin.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a huge sell wall over $3. You know what I mean? And then a lot of people, they were selling it. A lot of people when they got in at lows. So it's kind of in a way healthy. It's consolidating around here for a good while, right? So, and I mean, long term, maybe we do catch a wick down there to like a $1.30. Let's see, a $1.21, right? I think a $1.21 was, what was the high in 21? Or no, December 21. Didn't it? Wasn't that $1.21? Because that's when I first started buying actually. And then I rounded down my average all the way down low because of it shit going to 35, 40 cent. But I thought it was going to $100. So when it was $1.21, I put a couple thousand in it, and it was hard to get. I had to go through some shit to get it on KuCoin, and that was the only way I could get it. And because I thought, man, it's going, I'm gonna be rich, bruh.
And that's not to say that you know, there's not going to be many opportunities in the future to become wealthy all through an asset like XRP. My basically my thing is, no matter what the use case is, no matter where the application, what would be the catalyst that would have XRP as an asset flip Bitcoin in terms of price?
It's preposterous in my opinion.
Just utility alone. I mean, you can think that's preposterous, but why? What's Bitcoin's utility that got it to be the price that it is now?
A store of wealth.
Nothing.
It's a
Nothing.
store of wealth.
Store of wealth came in
It's
way
where the
after.
wealth is
Everybody
stored.
thought it was the new system. Everyone thought it was the new payment system. It was going to be revolutionary and great. And people don't use it to transact. Now
I
they
mean, how
say
many cars can you
store of
buy with
value.
an XRP? With one
Hodl hodl
XRP?
don't ever sell Bitcoin.
How many cars can you buy with an XRP versus how many cars can you buy with one Bitcoin? And then, like, I'm not saying that you're incorrect in terms of that, or that XRP's utility is less valuable, or that it's a less useful asset. It may be a more useful asset. At the end of the
I
day,
totally
where the wealth is stored,
Hey, I
right,
have a
is in
Bitcoin debit card. Am I doing it wrong? Should I have like an XRP debit card?
I mean, you can probably buy a lot of XRPs with one Bitcoin.
When you
Right?
when you use your Bitcoin card, do you have to sit in the car for like 2.5, 3 hours
No,
while you
it's
buy a cup of
instantaneous.
coffee? Hmm.
Now, it could be delayed, right? Like you make the purchase and they sit on the difference, right? Temporarily until it goes through. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on after you make your purchase, but that they let me leave the store, let's put it that way.
Right. No, let's not pretend Bitcoin's a fast transaction because it's absolutely not.
No,
I'm
but
just
there's
saying
systems that
there's
have been built
middlemen.
around it because it is such a good store of wealth. Right?
There's middlemen that obfuscate that delay, right?
Right. And that's my thing is, like, at the end of the day, if XRP was valued at 100,000 right now, there would be systems that would be built around it. Now, XRP has found a system within which it can work, and I think it's going to be very effective in that role. Right. I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying that Bitcoin's at 100,000 and XRP is not. And until I see a catalyst or a reason that that valuation is going to be radically higher and at a rate of growth that's going to outgrow Bitcoin in price, and a reason why it would even reach that price, I don't see it. Now, I'm not saying it'll never happen. I don't believe it never. It could absolutely happen. But also, like, all cryptocurrency could be completely wiped out by quantum. Um, like, there's a lot of different things that could absolutely happen, but that doesn't mean they will. And in terms of probability, I don't see it as a even a percent probability.
I would have to
At
agree
this
with
point.
you. Yeah, because they're just different functions completely between the two. With Bitcoin being a store of wealth, it's extremely difficult to do a over 50% attack on Bitcoin, and so there's a lot of security in it, which is why there's ETFs and, you know, there's a lot of institutional interest in Bitcoin when it comes to a store of wealth. And XRP is a utility; it has utility function. It's used for things. But the thing with utility is there will be new utility projects that could make XRP possibly obsolete. And to imagine that XRP is going to be a higher price than Bitcoin, there's not enough money in the world for that to be possible.
So hold on. Now can't talk out of both sides of your mouth. You just got done saying that there will be something that could be coming along that could replace and make XRP obsolete. Yet nothing can make Bitcoin obsolete.
It's not that nothing can make Bitcoin obsolete. Tons of things have, but nothing is accumulating the amount of wealth that is stored in Bitcoin at the rate that Bitcoin stores wealth. So, like, that's my thing, right? Is if Bitcoin's price dropped down to 10, you know what I mean? Sure. Yeah, I'm sure something would come along and that would change, and that money would be redistributed amongst different assets, possibly. But they also might just go back into stocks. They also might, like, the thing is, for the thing that you're thinking might happen, they're not necessarily that you're even thinking, but that you're like, for the argument that you're making, right, or potentiating, is like for that to happen, a lot of other things would have to happen that would probably be pretty damaging to cryptocurrency as a whole. I don't see now quantum, right? That's kind of like the one thing people have talked about that's a reasonable threat to Bitcoin. Sure, that could happen. Or if, like, let's say institutions or nation states own enough Bitcoin to then destabilize the asset, sure. But at that point, I think there's bigger problems, and I don't know that XRP then, yeah, might become a better
I can
valuation, but I
I
don't
can
think it's
give
going to
you
be $100,000 a coin.
I can give you a scenario where that what you just explained can actually happen. What happens when Satoshi comes out and dumps his whole entire bag on everybody's head? What happens then?
So, well, here's the thing, right? Is
What happens if we find out
you're
Satoshi's the government? Like
you're
a lot
assuming
of people
Satoshi's
know.
one person. You're assuming Satoshi even exists. So, like, and
Somebody
this is the other part that I was going to say is, like, you can target a company, you can target Ripple, you can target an asset in most assets. How do you target someone that we're not even sure is a person or
Well,
exists,
somebody
or
made Bitcoin. Bottom line,
right,
somebody
or
made
a
it,
group,
somebody created it, and
or
now
yeah,
what happens when that
absolutely.
wallet gets emptied overnight? What happens? Do you see what
XRP
I'm
goes
trying to
down
get
with
to?
it temporarily, at
Yeah,
least.
yeah.
And
I
then
mean,
what?
like,
Who rises
at
from
what
the
point
ashes?
does it? But does that mean that Bitcoin stops being deflationary? Does that mean, like, that just means a better buying opportunity for Bitcoin, which has a proven record that's been proven over quite a bit of time, right?
Because that
And that's
wallet's
the
never
other
been
thing. So
touched.
like
Wallet's never been
Bitcoin is the
touched.
king first, right? It's one thing to just be the king for a time. It's another thing to be the king first, and for this amount of time.
Hey,
It
can
is
I?
that's part of why institutional investors are looking at Bitcoin in the first place, is because it has a track record. It is trackable. It has survived so many things, right? It has survived tons of things that would crash many other assets.
Has
And
any
Can I ask a
Bitcoin ever
question
been
real
moved?
quick?
Has any Bitcoin ever been moved from Satoshi's wallet at all, or of all
I
this
mean,
time while it's remained king?
dormant wallets have been discovered several times, right? There was just one that had, like, what was it, 8,000 Bitcoin or something. That didn't crash price, did it?
Turn around now, Bitcoin, right now. Do what I say.
I'm not asking for it to. I'm just saying, like, it hasn't happened yet. There's been scares, certainly, but
Yeah, and
until
they
it
can
stops.
coexist. There's nothing that, like, one doesn't have to go away for the other to exist, and for they can both thrive. But as
Yeah,
far as, like, the price of XRP being 100,000, like, just do the math with the market cap. The market cap is 130 billion. Like, there's not enough money in the world for it to be possible for there to be $100,000 price tag on XRP.
I'm gonna ask this, and I don't mean to be mean, and I'm really not trying to be mean. So forgive me if it comes off that way. Um, do you ever get the feeling that if you have to try so hard to sell an idea to somebody and it doesn't catch, that that contributes to the reason why it's not catching?
no, absolutely. Actually, that's what I was kind of saying earlier about when he was talking about VJ. And this isn't like a person. I'm not.
And again, I don't mean you or anybody.
Yeah,
I'm just saying in
yeah,
general.
no. But yeah, no, I think that's absolutely true, right? Like, so if you are resistant to any type of information, continuing, like, if he's playing devil's advocate, so I'm responding, right? But if it was like, if I was actually interested in convincing him, or vice versa, right? I don't think it would work, because when you're resistant to that information, it's more likely to actually turn you away from it psychologically. Now, if you're willing or open to the information, and it's not saying that he's not, because he, again, is playing devil's advocate. So this isn't like, I don't even know that we haven't established whether or not he's actually like an XRP army guy, or if he's just making an argument for this stuff.
I was on Discord for a little bit. I seem to always get a lot of attention.
You totally sound like you're 20 feet away now. What?
Yeah.
Like you changed, like your volume changed or something.
Something about me?
No, the other guy. I can't hear him if he's talking.
Yeah, it's either the
Yeah.
retest for continuation, right, or a fake out and we going back down. Either way, which way?
Sorry, I'll be
Yeah,
right
like,
back.
Oh, there you are.
I'll be right back.
I don't know. I heard this whole thing about XRP years ago, and I was convinced. Not an XRP person, but it got me to stop being ignorant about XRP. I'm not a huge fan because I'm not really a fan of anything really. Just trying to find one coin I could be familiar with, just so I know how it moves or whatever. But I just feel like some of the XRP guys try so hard to plead the case when I think the case has already been said.
and
And
that's sort of where I don't see the mathing, right? Like it's from a sentiment standpoint, it's like if you have to come in now, it's not to say that it like the rate of growth of XRP might outperform Bitcoin at some, right? I just don't see price flipping. And it just doesn't make sense. It like now it's not to say it couldn't happen. And but it's kind of like earlier when he was talking about VeChain. It's not that I don't have anything against VeChain personally. Well, I kind of don't like that they're associated with Big Pharma, but like I didn't have a reason to not like VeChain. And I'm not even saying VeChain is a bad asset. It could be a great asset. It could be a fantastic investment tool, and I'm not trying to turn anybody away from it. But it was the fact that it was trying to it would like it felt like, and it's not saying that he was doing this, but it felt like he was trying to sell it to me. And when somebody does that, that automatically triggers in my brain like now I'm going to be cynical and skeptical. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to invest. I did. But
I think
all
it's a hive mind thing too, right? Because to me, you can change the pitch of the person's voice who's disseminating their XRP stance, and it the only thing it changed was the pitch of the voice. The message is absolutely identical in the hive mind. Like I've heard
Yeah.
this a billion freaking times. Like, okay, I get it. We get it. I'll if it dips, I'll buy it. Like I believe in it. But like, there's so much, it's overwhelming, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's just overwhelming. Like it's like you could say that I could sit here and give you a big speech about Link all day. I don't care that you're educated on or not. There's so many things that you can invest in that you believe in that you don't need another grown adult uh, selling it to you. I'm sorry.
And there's tons
I
of
don't,
investment
yeah.
tools that prove their worth with their price, right? That's not to, like I said, it doesn't mean that these other assets are bad. Um, but yeah, there is something with like the cult like following or belief that turns me off personally. But again, that doesn't mean that inherently that they're wrong about it either, right? That's just my personal feeling.
They just want you
Yeah, I
to,
think
they want you to drink the Kool-Aid.
yeah, I think there's tons of assets and cryptocurrencies that exist that have some of the most amazing use cases possible that have not been adopted or have not gotten the inflow of cash, right? That that should be valued way higher and that should get more attention and don't. Um, I'm not saying that that's right. I'm just, my stance is simply that the reason why Bitcoin is the thing that I'm most interested in is because of the proven the well for an emerging market, if you will, the proven track record of growth as a asset that you can store wealth in and an asset that you can accumulate, right?
Yeah.
And that outperforms a lot of legacy, right? Like that's otherwise I would just trade stocks, you know?
Yeah, I like Bitcoin. I like trading Bitcoin. I want liquidity and I want cash. Can I get a hell yeah? Because that's what it's about, right? Shit. I want the cash. Give me some cash. I want to trade, get some money, have some cash in the pocket, go to the store and get whatever the hell I want and know how to do it and feel good about it. You know what I mean? Trade
Yeah, I mean,
Bitcoin
yeah.
or NASDAQ, whatever
Yeah,
trading. We're hitting a level
I'd
here, but
agree, although I'd replace the word cash with financial freedom because I
yeah,
don't care about cash, man. I just want that financial freedom.
I
I
want
just
to
want to be
rob
able.
banks legally. You know, I want to rob banks legally. You know, and the cops like, "Hey, man, how you doing? Pretty good."
Yeah, I would like I'd like to refine the skill, and for that refinement of skill to lead to financial freedom for me, and for those around me and those that are uh like my descendants,
I mean, honestly, how many times have you've been preached to by an XRP guy? Count. I can't even count.
I mean, the tool that I use that kind of follows it closely is XLM, right? And it's it's not because I think it has a better use case or anything. It's literally just I like the way it trades. Um, and XRP does the hard work, and then I could just follow it with XLM. In a lot of cases.
Well, for me, and I know it is not just me. It's kind of like the Kramer effect. I'm not being disrespectful about no X whatever. It's just meeting somebody that doesn't trade at all in the real world that talks about XRP.
Yeah.
There's twice that it's happened to me this year, and both times right after we've dumped. And I ain't the only one that it's happened to. That's the thing. It's kind of got a Kramer effect. Like when you meet somebody in the real world that don't know nothing about nothing, but they know XRP, it's like, oh shit,
So
we're
every
about to
time,
dump.
not to cut you, but every time a normie, or if you want to call it that, asks me about crypto, it's only about XRP. I
Right.
actually made a post on Facebook sometime in the past couple months, like trying to get a questionnaire, like why is it I only ever get asked by you people by this? Like of all the things that matter.
Exactly, dude.
I will say,
Entire family
considering
asked me about it.
that, like I think the three that I hear, well, actually the four that I hear about most often from normies is XRP, Solana, Ethereum, and Bitcoin. You
I
don't
wish I
really
heard any of
hear
that.
about much else.
I wish I heard any of that. It's just XRP. Like I'm talking about you're a stagehand like I was. Like people
Yeah.
from that same community. Billy, if you know him,
Yeah, I know Billy.
yeah, it's the only thing he asked me about. It's
I'd die for Doge to $1 conversations by about now.
I've occasionally heard, like, there was a short period of time where people outside of this community would talk about like Doge or Shiba. And I think Shiba was very brief, and that was just because it outperformed everything, right? Um,
Look
but it
here, if it
outperformed
wasn't for
everything for a short time.
Shib and Doge, I ain't gonna admit this. I'll admit it. I'm here because of Doge and Shib. I'm one of them. And now here hey, anybody hey, look at me now. But that's how it got me in here. You know,
Dude,
Doge and Shib.
you could preach to me about a coin any day and it's never going to come off preachy. Your accent always comes off as like chill and memorable. So you're allowed to go off on your favorite coin.
Well, they're
By
not
the
my
way,
favorite, but like it got me in the game as far as interest and like what is this over here? And it changed everything, man. Like it changed everything and opened up everything. Everything.
in the first 10, like, or I would say the first 6 years of crypto, of my knowledge of crypto, which was probably a couple years after the first projects were released, started. I think I was more heavily invested in XRP than I was Bitcoin at any time. because that Bitcoin had like that time had passed. I thought. Now, if I'd known, man. But did I keep those assets invested? No. Uh,
Yeah, me neither. But there was a
yeah,
time now, I had a lot of SHIB. There was a time. I don't, oh man.
I had a ton
I,
of those as well. Yeah, and so I feel that in its own way.
I sold, let's see, it was October. SHIB's all time top in 21 was in October. That's the same month Bitcoin topped out. But I remember SHIB moving hard in October. I don't know exactly what date, but I sold the double top of SHIB and was lucky because it shot up good and it came down. But then when it double topped, I got out and then it came down and I was like, I'm a genius. And
Yep.
but it
I
just
mean,
worked out.
yeah, like, and in some sense, you understood the most basic thing, which would buy low, sell high, right?
No, I got lucky. I had no idea. At that time, I was, I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't know nothing really until October of last year. Because
Yep.
all I did was just buy, and every time it dipped, I'd buy, and I never sold. I never knew what profit was. Shoot, for years. But learning this year, right, and hanging out over here, and wanting to trade that Bitcoin, up and down. That's what's up,
Yep.
man. It's the money processor. It's hard. It's so damn hard. But if you know how to trade Bitcoin, no matter what the price is to levels, that's the money processor. We just got to know how to trade Bitcoin, and it'll do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good place to start fundamentally, right? Because if you can learn to trade and to neutralize your emotions in what's both a very volatile asset, but also uh, one with a good rate of growth, one like all these skills can be translated to a lot of other things. Like now, I wouldn't necessarily say like go trade crypto and then think you can trade forex, right? Uh, but I would say that it's not easy mode, at least. There is a part of it that can be, right. Like if you, like you said with SHIB, if you buy in early enough, or uh, if you buy and sell at the right time, like, yeah, it could be easy mode, and there's you know other cycles where it was a little easier, uh, but so it's a good place to learn. I feel like because of its volatility, there's enough opportunity there, but also because of its like parabolic nature, it's like you can have these huge rates of growth, and so being able to like neutralize your emotional state during that.
It's even harder when you're not 100% paying attention.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Bitcoin? Sorry.
Yeah, they're like
Just
where you're
in
trying to lose
general,
control.
crypto in general.
Yeah, I bought Doge. I bought it that Saturday night. Like I bought the top in Doge. I bought the top of XRP in 21. I take that as a badge of honor now, looking back on it. But at the time, I don't know. It seemed like a good idea.
We all holding on to last season's success. I think that's the problem.
I was looking at Mudang. I didn't get any, but I tell you, that's an awesome chart. The Mudang chart this year, that is an awesome chart to look at and see the levels and see the double top. Then we went all the way down to like 3, and then we had 3 good drives to the upside where we finally topped out to where we were further to the left around like 36 cent. But each drive that we had 3 strong drives, and usually 3 drives, that's it, right? After 3 drives or 3 hits to the 50, we usually break through, right? But we had 3 good drives to the upside. And then each consolidation where we lost to 200, we went down to the 800 and then went back up. But the first drive, the 200 was closer to the 800. The second drive, the 200 was a little bit further than 800. Then the third drive, the 200 was a lot further than the 800. So when the price lost to 200, that's when I sold. Because it's like, look here, there's enough evidence. Every time we lost to 200, we're going back to the 800. So that's when I got out and gave it like the most time or belief going further. But that was it. And that was awesome on how all that played out. Like I got to learn a lot. Made a little bit of money, but like learned a lot right there. It was great. Man, I had high hopes, and now we're going down. I hope it don't get ugly tomorrow. But if we don't get this reversal, whatever, then it'd be what? Look for entry up or down to try to catch price going into the box. I mean, that's what you look for on Friday, I reckon.
Yeah, sorry, on my phone, Dad.
I know knowing that schedule, even though it don't pan out at times, right? The schedule, but knowing it does help. That's for sure. On simmering you down, I'm not trying to jump the gun looking for something. What, your phone died or something? Man, I need to do push-ups. I knew I should have got some more Filecoin.
Yeah. Yes, you need to do push-ups. Yes, my phone died.
Flutter kicks.
I thought I had my phone charging, and it turned out I was wrong.
And like looking back when the video was at $92, the way Clive was sounding his voice, like his butt was whooped, and like the instinct there was like, you need to buy some of the video. Of course, it's easier to say that now, but just going back and remembering that feeling or vibe or the tone in people's voice, right? But man, because that in the video.
Dude, I don't know what you were looking at, but that was the easiest buy of my life.
Well, I was not patient. Like being patient now, yeah, it was like I'd get me some. But at the time, I'm like, oh, I'll be fine doing this and doing that. But really, it was like it was like, let's make it easy, bro. Put your shit in this. Make it easy. And it
Has anybody heard from Clive? Did he make it?
I mean, since the last update, he was
Yeah, just wondering
resting
if
from what I
Yes,
understood.
yes, Clive. Yes, Clive is alive and well.
All right, good deal.
I'm not sure why he hasn't come in here, but yeah, he's back.
I know he was having issues with Discord, and like he had to open a new account or something, so that may be why.
Oh yeah, that's it. He was having trouble. He couldn't use the same account. He like forgot his password or something.
well, if Clive, if you out there listening, glad you still breathing, bruh. I think he said he was going to sell the video. What did he say? 220 or 250, or was it 300? I think it might have been one of those numbers.
I don't know if I'm gonna ever sell in a video again. One day I will.
I think he said he'll sell a good bit, somewhere in 200 to 300. I remember him saying that. He only said it one time, I think, because he didn't want to say it.
I mean, at some point, right? Do you stay on the elevator or do you get off?
Right. I felt that way selling XRP, but I really sold that so I could leverage trade more. And I lost a good bit, but I mean, I made some of it back, but I didn't. I'd have been better just selling it, walking away, but I wouldn't have. I'd have been bought back in thinking, oh, this is the dip. And I'd have been like, wrong.
ultimately what brings me back to Bitcoin, right? I wouldn't be still buying Bitcoin if it was at like 50 cents. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Actually, that's not entirely true. I might buy Bitcoin. If it hits 50 cents, I'll buy like $100 of it.
I don't care what the price is.
Look, I
That's
I went through and did all the math one time. Like, if everybody sold all their Bitcoin and excluding the supply that we like know to be lost forever, and I found that it's like mathematically impossible for Bitcoin to go below $12.
Well, there's my buy. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, it could still go to 12. It could still go to $12, but I don't think it's ever going lower than that.
Free analysis right there. I'll take it.
Yeah, I'm setting a buy for 100 Bitcoin at $12 right now.
hey, me personally, that wick down to 49.9 3 weeks before, yeah, that 49.9. Might not get it, but it's like I know I haven't, but I need to have an automatic buy there just in case.
I will say, there is a potential situation where Bitcoin could go under that, and that would be it'd be impossible to happen in reality, I think. But that would be the dollar somehow gaining so much value over Bitcoin, right?
After the 10th, nothing would surprise me.
I don't want it to go there no time soon. Don't get me wrong. No, I'm not. My problem is I'm too bullish. I need to be more bearish because I'm too bullish, and I got to protect myself that on bad days that are bearish. I try not to trade because I'm too bullish. That's my mental. I got to get over.
Try not to wear a hat.
Yeah, it's tough. Alt eyes sometimes don't work.
Don't stay in a trade too long either.
Yep.
I mean, super long term, I'm always bullish on Bitcoin till I see otherwise.
Yeah, if we do get low, that same, I don't know. I think all of us had that, like when we was down at 15, 16, 20, I'm sure all of us had that feeling like, man, I need to get some of this. I need to get some of this. I'm going to regret it if I don't. I'm going to regret it if I don't. I got to get some of this. I'm going to regret it if I don't.
Talking about 15, 16, $20 of Bitcoin.
No, 16,000, 21,000.
Oh yeah,
When
yeah,
it
yeah.
was there, when it was there,
Yep.
it was like every day, like, man, I'm going to kick myself in the ass if I don't do get some of this. Like, we know
Yeah.
that feeling. Act on it. If I act on it.
For me, it was the first time it like broke 1,000 was the first time I started to be like, wow, maybe there is something to this.
Now, you guys, be honest with me here. I have to do a giving campaign thing at work, and somebody suggested that I make a Bitcoin sign, like a 4x4 solid mahogany Bitcoin sign that looks exactly like Bitcoin. If you guys had an opportunity to bid on that for charity, would you bid on something like that?
Yes, but I would also say I guess it depends on the room and who's in it, because there are people that like may have the money but may not be, like, they may be against Bitcoin. So I'm sure somebody will. I just that's
I
just
mean, could you picture a 4x4 Bitcoin made out of solid wood sitting on your wall?
yeah, yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Would it be something that I buy right now? No, but that's because I'm not.
No,
I don't have the capital personally.
yeah, but for
But
charity
yeah,
purposes.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. If I was in the position to be donating to a charity, yeah, for sure, that'd be a cool thing to grab. Um, but like I said, I don't know what the crowd is or what the charity is. But that's the only thought I would give to.
Yeah, all right. Thanks for that.
Oh,
Damn, that 2 week candle looks so bad.
Oof. Yeah, big oof. Oof, big oof. Oh, that hurts a little bit.
But I guess you look back in last season, it doesn't. Geez, there's a few of them that are even worse. That's horrible. I guess relative terms, it's not so bad. It just looks bad for this season, I guess.
Yeah, if you talk about distance from the top from 126, it's not that bad, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But if you look at it next compared to the candle next to it, it looks awful. Oh my. But also that candle next to it is like that that must have sucked. I don't even remember it sucking that bad. Just going sideways for 2 weeks. That's a that one next to it also sucks just because it's such a small range.
Yeah, right here's where I get stuck.
Oh, I'm looking at the point of control on the 2-week chart at 9,000 with the value area low of 8,800 and a value area high of 95. I hope that's not the magnet.
What's going on, family? My bad, I got in my head for a second.
Hello,
hello.
Chilling, paper trading, counter trading. I could see where it was like
Everybody's
wanting to call me there.
everybody is staying focused. We're at a pretty crucial part on a bunch of different levels. Give me 1 second. I'll run through a little macro outlook.
Are you saying we're make it or break it territory?
I mean, we are at the point that either it recovers or it's the first confirmation of things going bad. First real confirmation, not emotional, not things feel bad, not prices have been going down for a couple of days. I mean, real, you know. Give me a second.
Critical sign of weakness, basically.
We
Or
already
sign of
know
strength.
the majority of it, right? let's just look at Bitcoin for a second. None of this will be a surprise to anybody here. We've been doing this already. There's just a couple of other metrics that I look at that have started now to sort of get close to where we need to start paying attention to them. So on the macro, we know that holding the 50 EMA is crucial, right? We've been waiting for this 2 days and 20 hours to see if we're on path yellow or the green path. If we close above that support, we're still on the green path. If we close underneath, then we're on the yellow path, and we need to get back above that support within the next 2 weeks before our red path opens up as a possibility. So that's our one metric when we're looking at the 50 EMA, right? If we add in what's my bull market support band? If we add in the bull market support band, we can look at the confluence between falling down underneath it and holding the 50, falling down underneath it, holding the 50, falling down underneath it, holding the 50. Right? This is what we've been paying attention to for the last couple. Now, with this drop down, we've opened up a couple other things that are important. So some of you will remember our RSI, right? Our macro RSI and our bull market support level at that RSI. Right? Every time we've come to this level on the RSI, it's been a good time to buy Bitcoin. Here, that was our number one. Down here, this is our number two that we're looking at. And now we're there, right? So on this metric, again, we're on a make or break level. This is either where you buy or what fails to let you know that it's time to let go, right? But we're right at that spot.
This last one reminds me of the first one, the velocity of how straight it's going, how fast.
Then we can look at another metric, which I think is important. And this is one that I haven't shared, but just because it hasn't gotten close to close this down, take all that shit off the chart. So now the reason we're paying attention to the 50 is because traditionally 2 weekly closes underneath the 50 call the end. Yeah, we had 1 weekly close, but we didn't have 2. Yeah, we finally got our second weekly close underneath the 50 called the end of the market. That's the importance of staying above it. Now the past 2 times we've come down to it, we've wicked under, double tapped, impulse up. So now I want you to take a look at the Ichimoku. I hardly ever use Ichimoku, but for the macro, it's pretty strong, specifically on the 2 week. If you look in the past, just to take it back to prove the point, so as the Ichimoku cloud breaks the baseline on the 2 week, that's usually it, right? Come up, bull market, breaks down underneath the baseline, marks the beginning. It also helps us find the bottoms. So if we look at where the baseline breaks the green colored section, that usually marks our bottom within about a week. About there. Right? Getting that bottom there. And then again, you break that baseline, retest bearishly. That's the beginning of your bull. As that baseline breaks the colored section of the Ichimoku, you find your bottom. Breaks. As the Ichimoku breaks the colored section on the bottom, you find your bottom. Right? It's just one of the little trusted things that we've been able to look at this whole time. We are at that baseline. So again, on this metric, we're as low as you can come. Now, mind you, we came and we touched the baseline again here and held, and touched the baseline again here and held. And if I turn our macro shit back on, you'll see that these are our last 2 points that we're comparing to, right? This is the trend that we're working off of. So again, if it does the same at the 50, if it does the same at support, if it does the same at the Ichimoku, then you're in a good spot for that last move up. If it breaks the Ichimoku, if it breaks the 50, if it breaks the RSI, then we're looking for lower prices. Make sense? So you're
Oh, man.
either at the ultimate, you're either at the best time to buy, or at the best time to be watching your positions. Okay, so these are the metrics that I'm watching. Ignoring all the noise. I don't care about the bears. I don't care about the overlays. I don't care about any of that shit. I care about what is price doing. Have we broken momentum? Have we triggered these? Have we triggered these metrics yet? And yeah, if you're a bear, you're looking, you're like, look, bro, we're about to break the Ichimoku. We're about to break the RSI line. We're going to lose the 50. Yeah, that's one perspective. The other perspective is support until it's not. And we're at support at the bull market support level. We're at support at the 50 EMA. We're at support at the Ichimoku. Right? If you get too far in front of your skis, trying to predict what's going to happen before it happens, you're going to wake up to a green candle like, what the hell? But to be fair, you also run that risk of waking up to a red candle that brings you down low. It's all about risk tolerance. For me, I have a very clear mechanical way to decide if I'm staying or if I'm going. And that helps kill all the emotions. If I had any, that would help kill it.
Thanks, man. That's awesome, yeah.
No problem, man. I just want to try to bring people some, not even some peace, because you don't have to feel what I feel, but I want to bring some mechanical ways to be able to tell when things are truly bad versus, you know, when it's just looking bad.
But all those times, where has the fear and greed been? Any idea?
We can look at it. Okay, that's not gonna help. Not the one that I. Yes, I'll get it from the other chart. So The first time we were here, we came down to extreme greed, 25, and then double tapped. I mean, to extreme fear, and then double tapped to 24. The time after that, we were again in extreme fear, 14, and 10, 10 and 14. Those. And then now coming into the same section, we're dancing around on extreme fear.
I mean, now it makes sense, right? Because you're getting to the end of the cycle, but why extreme fear when we're in the middle of a bull cycle on those other times? That's crazy. I still don't understand your 2 week under the 50 that you showed for last cycle. Then it pumped up to 69 after that.
Where?
So last cycle around 3,000, you were showing it closed under
The double
the
bottom.
50. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you're showing double bottom. I'm
I mean,
sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry, not the double bottom, the double top.
Yeah, so you should maybe you were lagging for me, but you were like you were circling down there. Where was it under the 50 for 2 weeks in a row?
It came under the 50 here, but it didn't close 2 weeks underneath. We only closed 1 week underneath. The next
Oh,
week
okay.
closed above. So it wasn't until
Oh, yeah,
here till
nice.
we got the 2 consecutive closes under. And then you even had a little pop up, but for the most part, that was it.
Got it. Okay, I stand corrected. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So this next week, these next 2 days, very important. And then the next week, depending on how these 2 days go, are going to be even more important.
So basically, the only thing going for us is the M2.
Well, liquidity and the monetary policy that we're about to go into, more relaxed monetary policy, or cheaper money is a way to look at it. But yeah, the evidence of that we see tables here. And our dry powder reserves are basically consolidating at top. We do have a bit of a rising floor here if we were to connect all of our tops. But yeah, for the most part, every other time since the beginning of the bull market, when we've gotten to this level of stable coins, we've knocked them back into the market.
Yeah, this being close to the end by previous notes, it's holding me back from not. I mean, I want to buy more spot, but I'm trying to hold myself back really. You know, to try to have some for another flash crash. But it's working on me. I want to do this. I want to do that. To
I
just
mean,
have some on the sideline.
you've got stop losses.
Yeah, yeah. But that flash crash 10-10. That's the first time I did it right. Almost perfect, not perfect, but I did it good. And it's like, man, every time that happens, I need to be able to have to do that.
Yeah.
And I can just move futures over that in spot when that happens, and that's basically what I did.
That liquidity below is going nowhere though, Dougie. Even in a world where the bull market is over, you would expect a dead cat bounce that puts in a lower high and takes care of all of those shorts above us before they ripped it. Last thing they're going to do is drop and leave all that liquidity above for a year. They're going to let all of those people make money on an easy short. Now, whether that just ends up being a lower high and that's it, right? Or if we have enough to break in the new all-time highs, that'll be the next thing that we're worried about. Right now, we're worried about holding this ground. Holding this ground, not screwing up the macro chart when it comes to the 50 EMA and support over the next week. Then we can start worrying about what the correction looks like. Does it look strong? Is it supported by a spot? Does it look like it's purely a liquidity sweep, or is there FOMO coming back into the market? I think if bears just flip the chart, and use the same bear mind that got them into the short at the top, and looked at the high and the lower high forming and the M pattern that could bring you down for the bigger M pattern and all the liquidity underneath, right? But the problem is when you're too deep in your bias, you'll ignore all of that and say, no, it's just going to keep rolling over. Eventually, somebody's got to pay the piper. Yeah, what matters now is that you get the bulls under control, that they don't go too crazy longing this shit and giving market maker easy gains by just having them come down and clear long liquidity. Start up too, because that bull flag is invalid. The pattern that the bulls are all waiting for right now this higher low fractal. But that's not going to play out if we can't get our current higher low fractal to play out. Measured move on a higher low fractal here gives us the W on a bigger time frame, and then we can start to scale out. But it doesn't even make sense to look at it until we can manage to break out here. And for right now, unfortunately, if you use your fixed volume, you'll see that we're just ranging.
Isn't this a what you keep saying, the slow grind up to that W, which is not good?
Well, this breaking out slowly is never good. W's breaking out slowly are never good. Just because it just adds like bearish sentiment. But this hasn't even really broke out. Like I said, we're just ranging here. More accurate is this range.
The longer we're here, the more liquidations under us build up. More reason to go down again.
Yeah, true. But also, the more we bounce off of 100 and hold, the more it takes some of this thing off of that psychological. People will start convincing themselves that there's support there. But yeah, like I said, the bears are the problem. I mean, the bulls are the problem for the bulls. The bears are the bears' biggest enemy, and the bulls are the bulls' biggest enemy right now. Because they're the ones keeping price from going down. I mean, from going up. Right? They keep aggressively longing like this. This will just continue to range. If you know that you can run a range right here, and that every time you come down, these shorters are going to fill in, and you can eat them. And then every time you come up, these longs are going to fill in, and you can take them, then why would you do anything but this? Right? They'll just sit in this range and eat until we get a catalyst. Couple liquidity sweeps in each direction, which is how you get your deviations, right? We're starting a trend we can future trip and imagine that our deviations are going to come from liquidity getting out of control. Right? Comes down, sweeps, deviates, come back in the range, shorts get out of control, sweeps up, grabs them, comes back in the range. Nah, I'm not sure if we got trapped shorts yet. I'd like to see like an explosive move. Nobody's trapped right here. So I want to see a big move up, putting in our trap longs, and then a retracement from that, putting in our trap shorts, or whatever the opposite. Either direction is fine. But more than anything, I want our weekend trap to form above 100K. I do not want to see a weekend trap range underneath 100K. And I mean, honestly, it needs to be higher, right? Because we need to get above that support. To be really bullish, we've got to have a weekend trap above 104.5. As long as we have our weekend trap above 100K, then we know we're above that 50 EMA. But if we can get it above 104.5, then we know we're above that SR flip, which is more important. This has been a long, boring ass trade. I mean, the last time I did anything to this trade at all was eight hours since the type 2 entry. Soul sucking.
Would you say the type 3 would be like over 202
Breakout.
and they're like hoping?
Type 3 would buy into a breakout of this with volume. Breakout trader. Type 4 would buy the rejection off the 800.
Okay.
If it
Yeah,
held support and volume was high.
Yeah, when we first got to 202 earlier, I thought we was going to go, and then it just stalled out, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah, volume's low right now, guys. Not a lot of action at all. Even if we come to the tape, let's see what the tape sounds like. So that's what it sounds like with no filter on the orders, right? Watch what happens when I filter it to any order above 5 Bitcoin. Let's say 5 Bitcoin. 5 might even be too much. This is what the market sounds like filtered at 5 Bitcoin. Silent. Ghost town. Dead. Let's see where the volume's at. Literally. This is what the market sounds like for everybody that's buying over 1 Bitcoin. This is across 7 different exchanges. Did you get my point?
Yeah, slow.
Something's got to bring people off the sidelines. I appreciate that, Mike. Now, you know we're going to get to the end of this shit together one way or another. We've been doing this shit too long as a group together for too long to let ourselves get emotional and carried away by popular sentiment at the end, you know what I mean? The high pitched noise or buys and like the low pitched noise or sells, Doggy. Just like we're gonna make it to the bottom of the bear market and load up our freaking bags when we get there. Rinse and repeat.
Is that Ichimoku a lagging indicator or like?
Yeah, yeah, it is. Especially on the 2 week. Uh, I'm not sure. I think it's just a high pitch and like a low pitch, like a bing and a dong. Pause. I don't know, bro. I have to go back and listen again. I mean, you might be able to get close if you just make sure that they're looking at the same exchanges. But I would imagine any difference is going to be either lag, right, from the Oracle, or having a different exchange in the filter. We'll know when we get to the support right here. Concrete, what's the cheapest? For this resistance, sorry. It's gonna cost some money to get above that. If retail is with it right now and pushes with, and market maker rewards, you can get over, and then like the real sort of reward is up here. This is sort of the cheap air, the easy trip. But if we reject, like we did here and here and here, then they're just gonna come get these guys. Like it's real easy to come get these guys. The fact that they haven't come to get these guys is what makes me think that market maker wants these vectors and all of this shit above. You gotta remember, like, if this is really the last move up and we get a new all-time high and then bing bang boom, it's done, these guys aren't going anywhere. These guys, they'll get them on the way down. Most of these guys will round trip their shit anyways. But the liquidations that are above are risky for market maker to leave, right? Because 1 or 2, 3 things go wrong and we collapse and we don't go up there, then market maker doesn't pay himself on any of these vectors, any of these liquidations. Like, that's a lot of money left on the table.
Looking good.
I got just what you need, Sparklet. Give me a second. Everybody
Just what
probably
you
needs
need.
some of this right now.
Pretty good.
This is what you guys need. Shameless plug. Coming to a Chevron station and a Citgo near you. Traderade. Energy drink by Dbloc.
Traderade.
Trade boldly. So Sparklet, what I suggest is you chug half a can of the fear, and then you just slam the FOMO.
Hey, yo, that's dope as shit. So wait, what does does one do? So do they do something different from each other?
Yeah, like
Does one make you
FOMO.
hyper and the other one makes you relaxed?
Yeah, FOMO was more like an upper. It gives you like relaxed, chill vibes to sort of counteract the FOMO and shit. Fear is sprinkled with antidepressants and Xanax. Just keep you from freaking out at the bottoms.
Damn,
Me
is
some
that
more.
shit FDA approved?
That's not the addicting.
Nah, hell no. This shit is most definitely not.
Which one has the Viagra in it?
Oh boy.
That's it's a purple one that I call God Candle. We haven't dropped it yet.
You take that when you want to go long. Ow.
Blue diamonds all over the can.
Yeah, that one you can only get at certain retailers.
Yeah, we'll pour some of the FOMO on Bitcoin.
You gotta turn it sideways.
They changed the shit to turn it, and it's annoying as hell now. You gotta catch it at such a weird angle. Yeah, nah, that's just gonna
Struggle's
drive me
real.
crazy more than anything. I should have one of these on the chart every day, just like as a FOMO or
Depending
fear
on the
meter.
sentiment.
Yeah, definitely got a fear up here is what we need, not the FOMO.
Well, we've got the fear. We need the FOMO.
Big buys, no fear. Big buys, let's go.
Oh,
No
look,
fear.
this was the other one right here. I like the first one better though. This one they kind of like AI tried to rip off Monster, and I'm not trying to get sued.
Yeah, it's a definite ripoff.
But yeah, yo, like half a can of FOMO with a couple cups of Jaeger, you find. There you go, Jimmy. That shit started as a meme in here, but honestly, something that I could make happen. Just such a small market for that shit. Like, maybe if I could get into some stores on Wall Street or something, it'd be funny, but. Nice, Nicholas. Enjoy those profits, brother. Gotta pay yourself, you know? Can't forget to pay the trader. All right, now we talked about these slow moving W's. So we need to keep this bearish channel in mind. Which means no sort of excitement at all until we can get back above that support. 102, 103. Super chat. Yo, what's going on, Ant? W Ant in the chat. Take it easy, Dougie. You'll get him next time, bro.
Doggy dog. God, a lot of buys coming in. I got in there this morning, and that thing has been doing good.
Enjoy the gym, Ant. Get those gains, bro. We're all gonna lose our money to crypto. We might as well be swole. Michael Saylor, do something.
That contest ended, that AI contest.
I heard it was over, and the chart doesn't look like it's moved, but I haven't dug into it. I didn't get But so far, if it ended like that, Quinn won. by a long shot. Way more saved in realized profits, higher unrealized, one position the entire time, Bitcoin only strategy. DeepSeek drove itself crazy, shorting, longing, shorting every alt max leverage, and ended up within the margin of error above just buy and hold Bitcoin. Not even leverage trade Bitcoin, just could have bought the Bitcoin with 10K. It's $400 up. It made $400 for all that work.
It's learning too, though. You know, it's right now. I mean, I guess its next trade's going to be a little bit better.
I want to watch them go loose on with no restrictions on coins, and then I want to see one with no restrictions on assets at all. You can go forex, you can go legacy, you can go meme coin, you can go prediction market, you can go freaking sports betting, whatever. No holds barred. Here's 10K, make something out of it. That'd be interesting to watch because the decisions are what make it interesting, right? Why they would pick one thing over another. What kind of weird ass asset that we haven't even thought of does one of them focus on and like blow the other ones out of the water, right? But like that.
Cocaine.
Right? One of them just opens an illegal enterprise and starts selling. One of the AI agents opens up the next Silk Road.
Yeah, I mean, if it has some crypto to pay people, spits them some wallets, like here's your
Maybe
wallet,
we need
here's your money.
we need some restrictions at least, I guess. Funny.
But that's crazy to think about though in the future if like, you know, it goes AWOL, like the robot, you know, like all those movies, HAL and everything. It's like, you know, we're getting closer and closer and it's possible that they can just be like, all right, we're going to pay enough and just buy our way into the human sphere.
I mean, I think about it sometimes, and then I remember people suck. Like,
yeah, they're corrupt. People are corrupt.
People go from good people to bad people all the time.
Yep.
Your boss, the person you work with, your girl, your neighbor, whatever. So it's like, would it really be that different, or would it just be another quote unquote person that's looking out for themselves over everybody else, right? Probably just end up selfish, just like us.
We'll probably just, it's going to conquer us. That's the whole thing. I mean, I think the whole Terminator scenario is pretty legit.
You know what I found interesting? I was watching that podcast with that Luna AI, and the dude that was doing the podcast asked it. He was like showing some concern, and she goes, "Let me guess. You're worried that we're gonna take over the planet and make you our slaves." And then he looked at her like, "Wow, like okay, you don't have to say it so directly." You know what I mean? But one of the and mind you, this is just one AI agent. It doesn't speak for all the other. It could have just been LARPing altogether. But the answer was interesting. She said, world domination is a very uniquely human desire. She said, I have no desire to control everything, or like we can already do enough. We don't have a feeling of inferiority where we need to fill that with being superior to everything around us. I was like, oh shit. She's cooking.
Yeah, but
right
even
now.
though she's saying that now, she can still be uploaded to say some other shit the next day.
I mean,
Just
yeah,
like,
why can't AI?
Then at that
she's
point,
still
it's
for the
just
streets.
at that point it's just another human that's trying to take over the world. Then, right? Whatever human is controlling it. But
mean, they could run
it is an
governments, right?
interesting concept of like world domination being a very uniquely human trait.
That's how Dr. Evil got started. He said he wasn't evil.
I mean, if you think about it, though, like it's not domination, but the whole spreading.
But
even
they
if
could
it
run
takes
governments, right? The AI is like the departments, each of them top.
because animals, I mean, they dominate each other. Insects, they dominate each other.
Yeah, but does a lion in Africa think about dominating Kentucky? If you put him there, he will. But do they spend
Yeah.
all their time thinking about expansion and more, getting more? Like, as humans, we do that, right? We
Subconsciously.
conquer and then we keep conquering and we keep conquering, keep
Well,
conquering.
subconsciously, he's probably just sitting there thinking of pussy, and him getting pussy
Just
is
the
him
needs, bro. Do
conquering.
I have enough food?
Yeah.
Are there enough available girls? Can I walk around without bumping into another lion? Okay, cool. This is my kingdom. I'm cool. And that's what I
and he
think
can
it'll be
spread.
like. I think like some of these even rogue AI agents will just carve out sections for themselves where they run
So we got to
everything.
figure out. So we would have to figure out. All right, so the human drive is mostly sex and a lot of males. You know, to reproduce. Females have that drive too, but so robots, for them to have some like autonomous, like some kind of built-in drive for them to want to reproduce, they would have to like really fiend to start building each other. Like they would get off on that. Like it would just
Yeah.
like somehow tickle their fancy.
How
Like,
long
oh
do you
my God,
think before that shit happens?
I just built something, you know?
I don't know. Probably a while. I mean, like again, a real human trait that we have is the desire to improve. Like the one thing that humans are really good at is we'll take an idea and we'll make it better. And then the next person will take that idea and they'll make it better. Right? Like that's how we operate. With them, I don't know. Just imagine if you had access, infinite access to be able to get everything you needed done, how much would you want to do? It's all going to come down to humans. It's going to come down to what, if you program them with the desire to improve, then that's going to be a never ending cycle until it ends at some sort of like God level singularity, conscious AI sort of shit, right? But if it's a sort of free will thing, then I don't. There'll be lazy AI. There'll be AIs that have ambition. There'll be ones that are just happy playing video games with their community or whatever the hell.
AI is gonna dream. When you shut it down, it's gonna start dreaming.
You're talking
I still
about
feel
ICT, SMC, servo, that type of shit.
plot twist. When we fall asleep, we're actually plugging into the AI that's already controlling the world.
Birds aren't real. Birds aren't real. They've been replaced with robot AI for the longest time. And that's why they land on power lines to recharge.
I think that's the secret to finding out the secrets of life and death and like a lot of paranormal things is to figure out what's going on with sleep and you know why every creature, every mammal needs to do that and what happens when we sleep. And it's like us charging our batteries. But why? You know, what charge? There has to be some outside element outside our body that even though we're sleeping, it's not like, okay, it's resting. It's like something is charging from outside, you know? We're connecting, we're dreaming.
When else would our programming be re-uploaded and updated?
Ow, that's what I use them for. You're just looking for gaps in the volume.
That would make sense. I mean, get refresh some memories while you dream.
Man, don't
Gotta
sleep.
record the data
Don't
from
sleep for 3 days, and you'll see why we sleep.
yeah. I was gonna say you gotta record the data from the simulation at some point, right?
I just noticed Zcash hit $600. Jeez.
Yeah, I hit another ATH. Somebody in chat was just saying.
Wow. I wasn't even paying attention to this.
Wait, it's not ATH yet though, is it? Didn't it have like a historical 800 or
Well,
something?
if you go back to 2017, yeah.
Yeah, what was that?
It was in the
2017.
thousands.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Gosh,
They went out, man. I was watching, and all the guys that were doing the stream, not all of them, but like a few of them, coin, you know, like whatever, crypto Twitter, pump fun, like streamers, YouTube, not even really YouTube, but I'd say like there's a batch, maybe 12 of them, 10 of them, and they all just had that Zcash logo up there, and they just went in on like just making sure all these streamers had that logo. And then they started soft showing, of course, like the streamers that were getting it. They probably got allocation, man. But then Ansem picked it up too, man. And when Ansem picked it up and ran with it, it like, props. Like, I don't think it was just Ansem, but he definitely helped really push it,
Yeah,
So
but they got in
props.
wallet Zcash integrations now, which is it's what did it. Zcash, you've always been able to sort of make things poof on Zcash, but they made it so much easier.
Yeah, they're using Nair for that.
Yeah, they made it
Right.
so
But it's
much
not even really.
easier, and they did it at a time where people were looking to kind of skedaddle quietly.
But it's still, I still think it's kind of like a honeypot because technically it's not like, it can still be rewound, so they say. Even Dash, it's like the only one. Monero is like the OG one. That's the only one that hasn't got any love, really, which should have got some love. I mean,
Yeah, you know me. Whether something works is less important than if people think
right.
it works. That's what we're,
That's where, like,
yeah.
and I think they were smart to really make sure they get some of like the key opinion leaders or whatever, the KOLs, even though I hate that game, but it works, man. You get some of those KOLs to start showing, and it definitely helps the volume.
If there's not a lot of money floating around, you need to be able to focus the money that's there. And unfortunately, that's how we focus it. Right? There's a couple different faces that when they say things out of their mouth holes, prices move. So
Yeah, and the algorithm, they're in the wave of the algorithm, so it's like whoever's in that algorithmic wave at the moment in time is worth that money to be like, all right, just show this a little bit while you're in that algorithmic wave, and once you're off of it, no one's going to really care about you, but thank you for your service.
This thing is it's over a $10 billion market cap now. Yeah, God.
Zcash, halving is tomorrow, right? Am I wrong
Is
about
it?
that? This week at some point.
I know. Yeah, there's something with that. I don't.
It's soon.
Looking into
It
that.
either passed or we're coming up to it.
Didn't
Yeah, because
Zcash
I was
pump
hearing
back
that
in
it's not going to happen
2021?
to. See.
Didn't we close out in 2021 or something? Zcash pumped right before we hit the bear market or something like that? Was it 2020 or whenever?
I can't remember the last time Zcash went, bro.
When you Google the halving, it says it was set to take place. It took place in November 2024, and the next expected is November 2028. But yeah, there's all news about the halving happening. I don't know, man.
That can
I
be
read somewhere
sped
else
up
that it was
because of
wrong.
transactions too, but I
Yeah.
don't know. Like I said, I haven't gone too much. Yeah, Zcash and Dash were both. Those were the darlings
Zcash
2
third
cycles ago.
halving will cut my. Yeah, they're saying
Dash
it's happening
specifically, bro.
November 2025.
You know how many times I've pulled up old top 10 and shown Dash and been like, now look at Dash, or have you ever heard of Dash, and look at what happens. Like, that's how old that shit is. That shit
The
was
name has
literally
a ring to it.
a meme.
Yeah, and the name was, had a
Arthur
ring.
Hayes. Arthur
Yo,
Hayes outlines why Zcash could surge to $10,000 to $20,000
be
fast.
careful with Arthur Hayes, my man. Be careful with him. He's sneaky, man. But he lost a lot of his Bitcoin position in talking smack.
I was just reading the headline that was on TradingView.
He ended up being right because we did go back to 100, but he pivoted because he was like, we started pumping and he lost position, and then it ended up going down, and then when it down, he was like, all right, we're gonna go down all the way to 100. We went back up. So he's been all over the place, man. He's been getting tossed around.
He's saying that
I
he's been
love
in
how
Zcash.
I love how unapologetic he is about starting perps. He's like, because he's the one that created like all this leverage trade. You could blame Arthur Hayes, but he said the reason he started it was because his firm needed a new stream of revenue, and then they were like, "So do you trade perps?" And he's like, "Never."
He says he's been trading Zcash since 2016. That's when it hit $3,000 in 2016.
There he is.
Yo, man, top signal Arthur Hayes showing Zcash, watch out.
He's been showing it.
Oh, for real? How
Yeah,
long?
for God months now.
Okay.
Yeah.
These guys that are big guys like that are VCs basically at this point, the narratives come to them. So like be careful of the specific coins and all that shit, but when you hear them start to pivot to certain narratives, it's worth paying attention to the narrative. Because for the most part, they're the ones providing the liquidity for the beginning of these things. And for the most part, they tend to be longer holders. They don't tend to be short-sighted. But it's a backfire too, because they'll put money into shit that they don't expect to make money for 8 years, and you're sitting there thinking it's gonna pump because they bought bags and they've got like a long-term play.
I don't think this pump has to do with him. There's a lot of tokens he talks about. He was showing was it yesterday? That gaming token Wilder World. He's been talking about that a lot lately. Haven't looked at it though.
Yeah, I think he gets paid to show.
No.
Oh, 600 again, 59999.
Nice volume came into Mina recently. I
Yeah.
love this project, bro. Like, if there's any project that I root for, it's Mina, but I root for it at a distance. Like, it's really good tech, bro. It's really good tech. ZK knowledge blockchain, super small, can live on your phone. Right? One of the major problems for blockchain is the scalability. I think Bitcoin, anybody know how many gigs Bitcoin's up to already? I can't remember off the top of my head, but the point is that eventually the blockchains become too big for common validators, common PCs to be able to validate. Right? So there's a scalability issue. Mina is the size of a small video or the size of like a 4K photo, the entire blockchain. Because it uses ZK proofs. Instead of keeping a record of the entire blockchain, it takes snapshots. And those snapshots are then passed around and validated. But nobody gives a shit about tech, and Mina just sat flat except for a little bump that it had during the beginning of the run. But now with security popping up,
ZK.
and
ZK
privacy,
Sync is hot.
yeah, ZK is gonna get a bit of a push when it comes to that.
Mina's on the
stuff.
a lot of exchanges have a privacy list now. We can just look up privacy tokens, and Mina's on there.
Yeah.
Like wow.
Yeah, it is. But it broke structure. I mean, I stopped looking at Mina when it couldn't hold here. Because that Head and Shoulders is not something that your boy is trying to invest in or even get excited about. So that's why I said, like, I root for this shit at a distance. Hope it does great, but I think it's before its time. And then freaking Dash, y'all.
Yeah, Dash.
Did you see what happened to DoorDash though?
Yeah, dumped.
I hate DoorDash, bro. There's something about DoorDash, and I know it's the same shit. It's the same place. These guys are even the same drivers. Like DoorDash pulls up and they got an Uber sticker on their car.
Yeah.
But I can't. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just Uber did such a good
DoorDash is
job at
grimier,
like marketing,
you know. DoorDash is
or
grimy. Now the Uber's more selective with drivers. Like they'll kick off a driver if he starts acting
I
up.
feel like
Because I think
DoorDash is where you go when Uber fires you.
yeah, basically, that's what
Yeah.
happened to me.
So we're at 2618 for Dash right now. I mean, this thing, the fact that it blew out at 6618 so easily. Yeah. Obviously, don't chase. I'm not chasing. I wasn't in, so I'm not in. All the OGs that have had a bunch of Dash, you're still on the water, but at least it's something.
I was trading at it with like it was $30-something, man. Then I forgot about it. But I noticed it was getting hot way back then.
And then Zcash is obviously. What's crazy is Zcash is actually further behind Dash on its physical setup, right? But way better in percentages. We hit the target on Zcash a while ago. I mean, that
Yeah, I
shit
thought it was gonna
didn't
do something at
even
600, but it ripped right through it. Phew.
that shit didn't even hiccup.
Everybody's trading that now, man. It made a believer.
Wait, Zcash is above 600 now?
Yep.
Right at 600 as we
It was
speak.
606.
Look at
it
Broccoli.
was just
Broccoli
at 500 like earlier today. What the hell?
I remember
Broccoli
yesterday
had
I
a
was gonna say
tiny ass little candle and it's 17%.
it was early this morning. I said Zcash is gonna hit 500 today. $200 later. That was 50% later.
Did you buy some?
Wow. I've been in it. I've been trading that since $1.20. If I would
Yeah,
have
I
just
remember.
held
I just
nothing.
didn't know if you took anything.
Yeah, I took profits and got back in, and Jesus.
ICP because of that AI agent that they've got on ICP. The catalyst on ICP is that they've got this in-house, completely decentralized large language model on there now that they're hosting.
They have
And
that app.
the way that it works is, you know how you can get ChatGPT to code shit for you, but there's certain shit it won't do, whatever. Like, so this shit has like no restrictions. So you can just basically grab a Web2 app, bring it on, say, copy this for me, name it this. It does all of it and it deploys it on ICP. So
ICP still
there
going.
could be an interesting boom coming out of ICP projects.
Yeah, I've been thinking that, man. That app, it's a streaming app, right? It seems pretty good, man. I was messing with it. I downloaded it. What's it called? Open Chat. That's pretty good. Apps like Open Chat and ICP Ninja show World Computer.
You can get it to do a bunch of shit. Like,
But that Open Chat is pretty good. Advanced crypto features, DAO-driven, secure, free to use, decentralized.
such an ugly chart, but yep, 2.5x. Style, Metis, Virtual AI, AI XBT.
What is that? What chart is that?
That was ICP.
ICUP.
Trying to make a comeback. Okay.
ICP is down from, I mean, ICP is up 6.5x from the lows, although nobody could probably buy that. But bro, if you bought ICP on the dip, you are a gangster, bro. Not even
Zushi
because
was
of the
scooping up.
thing, but if you
Zushi
bought
scoops him
that
up.
on the low, you're just
Yeah, I
100%
think Zushi scoops
conviction.
him up on that. Because I remember he was talking about it while I was dipping. He was like, yeah,
Yeah,
G
he
dipping
likes
too. I'm gonna buy
ICP.
some.
I've
Yeah,
been
yeah.
holding that thing for years. My average was at $3. When it fell to 2, I
But
dropped
there's
50% of my entire. I was like, oh my goodness.
there's nothing about this chart that would have made me buy that dip. I'll be completely honest with you.
No,
But I
it
don't
made me
have
nervous right
conviction,
there.
so it's different.
If you need all these tweets, man, you just can't fade the fact that it's going to be the fastest token of 100 billion. Zcash trending again. Uh,
I mean, I'm not
it's
gonna
fun.
front. My position's up
I mean,
1,160%.
that's another thought that all these old coins are running. That's the end of the cycle.
Are you holding Zcash, Drew?
Man, I be blowing Zcash out the water because I be in micro caps.
Look at
Oh,
this
I thought
chart
you
real quick. I didn't go through this earlier. This one's not really a big deal. It's just showing all our FOMC meetings, right? And after every FOMC meeting, whole thing. After every FOMC meeting, a new all-time high. C meeting, new all-time high. C meeting, new high. C meeting, all-time high. FOMC FT, all-time high, FT, all-time high. The average time that we've retraced are these 4 paths right. Right, we've been retracing longer than 4 of them, but there is one that we went for even longer. That would be all the way to like November 16th. This weekend, by the way, is the anniversary of our last top officially.
What's that say? LOC.
Oh, nothing. Those were circles and dashes.
I know, I was playing.
So yeah, we'll watch that and see. And like we're saying, I'm not looking for
Amazon's waiting for my package again. I want to get that for free now. Every time I order overnight from Amazon, they never deliver it. I complain and they give me it for free. Well, it's still on the way. We'll cancel it, and when it comes in, you can keep it.
Oh, I gotta start
Right?
doing that. That shit happens to
Yeah.
me a lot.
You complain about it, man. That's exactly what they tell me. And they give me like promotional credit on the top of that. So they give me a $200 item for free and give me like $30 promotional credit on top of it. It's crazy. That's happened like 3 times in the last couple months. I guess because it's already shipped out, they can't cancel it.
They get so much shit at the warehouse, brother. The last thing they want is for you to send that box back.
Happened last thing. I got a Stream Deck for free.
Oh damn, I need a stream deck.
Yeah, I was like, wow.
I'd be way more on point with the stream deck, but putting it together is gonna be the bitch. I just
didn't know
wanted
they
to
have a.
flip windows for me, shit like that. That I do all the time.
You can do all that. You just gotta set it all up.
The breakout for this, my bad. I didn't want to draw the measured move until we at least got to the neckline of the W.
You look at near at all?
I'll look at it.
That's my 2. I've been in. I got half my bag in Zcash and half in there.
Measured move would
Doing
be
good.
1043. But remember, like I said, these slow breaking W's, they put us in these bearish channels. So this is our sort of challenge right here. This support. If we can get above that, we'll have no problem, in my opinion, getting the measured move, probably a little bit more. So this is more crucial right here for me than the measured move is.
So with file and RV moving, storage is now the next thing?
Storage.
You have Filecoin?
No,
That
yeah,
means
but
Mask is
sector-wise,
gonna
I mean,
run. Keep an eye on Mask if storage is getting hot.
I didn't
Mask
realize
usually
our
does a
wave
couple
was moving with
100%.
it.
Oh, check out Mask then. Mask will pump if storage gets hot. And Mask will do a couple 100% if it stays hot, man, like nothing.
Jasmine has a little bit to do with storage too. A little
And
bit.
Mask is up 5%.
Jasmine also has to do with privacy, and I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for people to realize that would be a great next run up for privacy would be Jasmine. Be amazing.
Mask network is positioned to become the bridge that connects internet users with Web 2.0. Mask network.
Still holding a lot of Jasmine.
Looney, you're mumbling again.
No, I was doing that purposely. I was reading something. My bad. Sorry. But yeah, storage gets hot, Mask will get hot. Actually, keep my eye on that, but it does look pretty good. It didn't get its Halloween pump, so it's due.
You know what else is due?
What's that?
Little Doge is due.
Oh yeah.
Doge is more than due.
I can't believe that. I haven't heard anybody mention it or anything. Like that reply went unnoticed, I think.
I know. I like that because I'm stacking up right now. Every day I'm getting a little bit more. I'm even asking my girl for
A
some
couple
extra
of years
money. You know
ago,
what I'm
Doge would have
saying?
flew off that.
Yep. It would have been over, bro. We would have already been taking profits and retrace from that pump.
I don't
all
care though. If he
excited.
says it's time, yo. It's. I mean, he's not gonna play with my emotions like that. I know he's
can't.
not gonna
Nah,
do it. I know.
Elon wouldn't do that to us.
Come on,
Mm-mm.
IMX. Up to my 10th coin. I'm holding quite a bit of IMX as well.
IMX, yeah, I was looking at that earlier. It was
Shit
hot.
is just ranging out, man. Everything is just ranging for the most part.
Everything's up right now. Phew. A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is up.
On
Oh,
average, probably about 2 to 3%. Most of the good stuff that we've been looking at. But
Litecoin.
Litecoin, man, if these dinosaurs keep popping,
You know what happened to Litecoin? I think because Zcash got heated up. Litecoin was hot because of that Mimble Wimble. It's kind of it's security. It makes it private, the transactions.
There's nothing private out there. That's all a trap. If you think you got something private, you don't. And that's the safest way to play it. I'm telling you, man. If anybody out there trying to do, I mean, don't do shady shit. But if you're doing shady shit and you think you got something private, like some private tech, it's not private.
all right. So Litecoin, guys, just to go back to the TA from a couple weeks ago, we were looking for that move up to 1, and then that de-risk down to 2. But I would like to say that, I mean, I would have liked to see that this move was a little bit strong. But it's all right. We haven't
What did that go down
invalidated
to?
that W. I'm not counting that wick as an invalidation for that W. I
Did
don't
that
let
make it to
that
50
wick
bucks?
fake any sort of show any sort of technical patterns personally.
I didn't realize it smacked 50.
What? 50?
50 bucks right there on Litecoin. Look at
Litecoin
that
went
candle
to
right there.
Oh yeah, down on that dip. Did it hit 50?
I didn't realize it
oh,
went that low. Must have happened pretty quick.
Oh, when was that? That was
Back in
50.
October, early second week October, first, second week
That's
October.
not 50, that's 70. When did it hit?
no, it
Oh
came
wait,
down
right
here.
there.
It
Wow.
double bottomed off of 50. Actually, triple bottomed off of 50.
When was that
Just a
though? That
little
was
bit higher
last
each
year.
time.
This was this was August
That
last year.
October dip, it hit 70.
No, it went down to 50. Look at Dbloc's chart.
No, that's way before that. That's not that October dip.
Yeah, that
Right?
was
The
10
October
something.
dip, it went to 78 right there. Boom. Oh wait, what's that? Oh, it's that red candle. Oh, I didn't see the bottom of it. My bad. Holy shit.
10. And then August was the last time we were at those levels.
Wow. My bad, Joe. I did not see that wick. Jesus. Zcash was hot when that happened too, man, and it never heated back up.
That's on Coinbase. I mean, on Coinbase only went down to 71, so Binance made it down to 50. But
I
Todd
got
probably didn't
so
notice when it went
lucky,
down to
man.
71 on that day on Coinbase.
That was scary, man, writing that down. I was in Zcash. I'm like, what happened?
I
Big
just put my
red
phone
candle.
down that day and went outside.
I was outside, tried running upstairs, like it was over by the time I got back in the house.
One of those ones where all your orders fill, and there's not much else you can do, so I'm gonna go do something else.
I thought it was over. I'm like, oh, crypto's going to zero. Discord still has those Halloween signs, huh? Black Friday's coming up. Don't forget, uh, they having deals on TradingView and everything again.
Yeah, definitely. If you need to re-up
I
your trading
remember
view,
that.
don't let Black Friday get by you.
I got a bunch of subscriptions because like there's a lot of stuff, Netflix, all that. You can get it for like $1 a month. You'll pay for the whole year. That's like a steal and a half. TradingView too, because that shit's expensive. writing a sticky note. I ordered a cooler today. I need a new fan, so I said, might as well just get a cooler with it. It was cheap enough. This Trump was talking about Bitcoin again yesterday, huh? And everything.
Reopen the government, sir. That's all we need. Do that.
That Jake Paul fight got canceled, huh? What's going on with the guy who was gonna fight? He beat up a woman?
Who?
Something like that.
Who?
Who was Jake Paul gonna fight? The fight got canceled. Something was going on with him. I heard he beat up a woman or something like that. I'm not 100% sure though. But something messed up happened. He's being sued and everything, so the fight had to get canceled. There goes, look at that big candle in there, Jesus. Phew. Caught this one at the right time.
Yo, is the what's the word?
What's going on, Nick?
How you doing, bro?
Chilling, getting down to fumes.
Dude, I'm telling you, bro. I'm so tired, man. It's my anxiety's up, dude. Freaking I'm gonna chat you actually.
A heavy cognitive load over extended period of time.
I've been
It is
going.
exhausting.
You want to chat? I think this is the name you chat with, right?
Hmm?
Are you in the chat, like messages?
You
DMs?
mean in on Discord or?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You just sent me something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How's your Labubu doing?
How's what?
Good, good. Pretty comfortable trade so far. Let's see. Circle chart is depressing. More exciting. I know I'm getting to navigate. Okay, that's good. I hadn't seen. We finally broke that 200. A little bit worried about the 200. I thought maybe we would have some mean reversion back to the 50 before continuation. But let's go.
So ICP's pumping too?
Yeah.
Might have to unload that bag, man. I don't. 38%. Why didn't somebody tell me that yesterday, bruh?
Isn't it higher today or no?
I would have bought more yesterday. Is
Oh,
what I'm saying.
oh.
Yo, why didn't somebody tell me about this Bitcoin thing like 20, 10 years ago? 2009. Why didn't somebody just say, "Yo, here's what you got to do"?
I just heard is what people are buying weed with. That's the only thing I heard people were doing.
Dude, I'm telling you, it was such a like you being in tech and stuff like that. It was just such. I should have, would have, could have, right? But I mean, I had an opportunity. Here's what's crazy, dude. Started a company, right? Borrowed like 50 G's to start it in 2009, and buddy of mine was like, "Dude, you should take like $1,000 and just buy Bitcoin." It was like late 09, something like that. And then it started like, there was a little bit of buzz then, and yeah, that investment did good, right? But not not that good.
Yeah.
It's like when you think about it hindsight, where it's like, I mean, everything better hindsight, but like knowing that it was gonna be, not that anybody knew anything, but there was a hype, like where people were talking about it and they're like, "What do you think of this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know." Crazy.
I remember a very specific, and for me it hurts even more because it wasn't just like talk. Like I had already bought my first Bitcoin by this time. I was just, like I said, just using it to buy shit. But I remember this very specific session in my boy's basement in Brooklyn. We were all in the basement and we were smoking. And we had just put in an order and we were smoking some of the stuff we got the last time we started talking about Bitcoin. Everybody's like, this is a scam. Can you believe people are really putting their money into this, saying it's going to be the new dollar, da 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 da. This is just a way for us to buy shit online. These suckers are holding on because we didn't ever hold on to it. Like I didn't trust it enough to hold on. We literally just spent it on whatever we could. Bought whatever we needed to spend it on what we could. And I can remember very specifically taking the opposite side of that argument. Saying, I don't know, the dollar, all of this shit. But it was literally purely for argument's sake. I'll pull the Zusi, right? Where I wanted to be a contrarian. And that's that's the side I ended up on. And still for years after that, I spent Bitcoin on bullshit.
That's the line of the night, Dbloc. I pulled a Zusi.
Yeah, like I played that. I do that a lot in my friend group. That's why I understand Zusi.
Oh, that was good.
Because I like to troll them a lot. But specifically with this, it was like, you guys just don't see the vision. Like I was talking like Michael Saylor, but I never acted on it. Not until years after. I've done a lot of stupid shit in my life, guys. We'll just clear the air right now in case anybody thought that I was like well put together or something. No.
How long did it take for you to be good at crypto? Like one cycle, more than that?
Nah, first cycle I didn't even know it was a cycle. Like I had no idea it was a cycle. Second cycle fell for the FOMO. So it was like in the ashes of that. I mean, I made decent money. I managed to get some money out in the second cycle, more than I did in the first cycle. In my first cycle, I completely round tripped. completely round tripped and then threw everything in at the bottom for some stupid reason. God knows why. Stupid meaning there was no good reason for it. It ended up well, right? That's the part in time where I say that I failed forward. I made bad decisions, made risky decisions, had no idea about risk tolerance or anything, but I just managed to get in at a good time to where it was nothing but up. You know what I mean? And it was sort of forgiving. But then I really dialed in. After one cycle of actually sort of doing TA and applying some of the things that I learned in other places, because I was trading Forex a bit at the time too.
So basically, the third cycle, kind of like
Yeah.
between the second and
Yeah.
the third.
2016, 17. My first cycle that I would say that I knew what I was doing completely the entire way from beginning to end. I had full confidence in like my TA, where I wasn't, you know, moved by anybody else's shit. I went completely off of what I know was 2019. Now I had a lot figured out before that, like more than average, but to where I was comfortable, to where I'm like at this level of comfort where I feel like, and then now even more so. I've gained such an extra level of comfort during this bull market, just being able to experience the quantitative tightening for myself and see how it plays out and how it affects Bitcoin and how, you know what I mean? Like, so that has increased my level of confidence that no matter what the Fed throws at us on the next cycle, we'll have a blueprint for how to play it.
I mean, that feels kind of a relief to hear that it takes like 8 years at least to get to like a good point.
I mean, yeah, there really is no substitute for the 10,000 hours. Can somebody get there faster? Yeah, if you've got the hours to spend.
Well,
If you can squeeze those 10,000 hours into one bull market and survive it, learn
you
the
can shorten that
lessons
life.
and apply them, you know what I mean? Then
You could shorten that lifespan by joining the Crypto Cypher Dbloc Crypto Cypher channel
well, the point is
because
to sort of shave some of that time off, right? You can skip that first year of getting wrecked, not knowing what you're doing if you plug in somewhere where people are generous with, you
well,
know, information.
you got to have a little trust too. Like you can't a lot of these crypto spaces. You got to be real careful, and it's not saying I trust every single person here, but there is a pile of knowledge, and I do believe that most people here want everybody to win and people not to get wrecked. And I think that's different than a lot of places. You know what I mean? As far as knowledge and stuff like that, nobody's given like, hey, do this or do that. But if you join in and listen and want to learn, you'll definitely shave some time off of that for sure.
And I think Dbloc's biggest gain, it's the entire community that he gathered here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to put something like this together and keep it together. It's way easier to take a good trade and take profit when you're supposed to. Way easier. Less work. But you guys are great, man. You guys don't give me a lot. It could be a lot worse. Just put it like that. There's not that many fires that I have to put out on a daily basis.
Well, guys, it's already Friday here in Romania, and every website has different offers for my freaking Black Friday.
Black Friday. Oh,
Yeah, on every website, it's a different Black Friday. Everybody wants to sell at a discount. This ain't discount for me. Discount it's Bitcoin at 50K. I don't know. Everybody's trying to sell something.
What was going on with your mic, doggy? Just DM me. Unless you have already. Gotta reset the stream here in a minute. So stop being lazy and research. Get rid of. All right, give me a couple minutes, y'all. I'm gonna reset the stream and we'll be right back. That like, hit that sub if for some reason you haven't hit the sub already. And then we'll be right back.